Dramatis Personae of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrator read by Piotr Nater.
Harry Blount, read by Adele Pignoles.
Assis Jolivet, read by Esther Ben-Simonides.
Michael Strogoff, read by NaterHultstrand.
Marfa Strogoff, read by Sonia.
Vasily Fedor, read by Mike Harris.
The Grand Duke, read by Todd.
Theophar Khan, read by Adrian Strowett.
Chief of the Ulemas, read by Rachel.
Tartar Executioner, read by Mike Harris.
Tartars, read by Adele Pignoles.
Boatman, read by Dylan McFarlane.
Second Boatman, read by David Purdy.
Marshant Chief, read by Esther Ben-Simonides.
General Warnzoff, read by Rupert Holiday.
Governor General, read by David Purdy.
Head of Police, read by David Olson.
Aide-de-camp, read by Adele Pignoles.
General Kessoff, read by James Curran.
The Czar, read by John Smith.
Nadia, read by Rachel.
Inspector, read by David Purdy.
The Jew, read by Mark Chulsky.
The Persian, read by Arya Tabai.
Rishon Traveler, read by Rupert Holiday.
Another Traveller, read by Mike Harris.
Crowd Member 1, read by Adele Pignoles.
Crowd Member 2, read by Rachel.
Ivan Agaryov, read by Mark Chulsky.
Songar, read by Twinkle.
Police Agent, read by Adele Pignoles.
Gypsy Girl, read by Lydia.
Yemshik, read by Mark Chulsky.
Another Yemshik, recorded by Rupert Holiday.
Postmaster, read by Todd.
Mujik, read by Adele Pignoles.
Tartar Chief, read by Esther Ben-Simonides.
Old Man, read by Adele Pignoles.
Penjabashi, read by Mike Harris.
Debashi, read by Rachel.
Nicholas Pisagoff, the telegraph operator, read by Rupert Holiday.
End of Dramatis Personae. Book 1, Chapter 1 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Chapter 1. A Fete at the New Palace.
Sire, a fresh dispatch.
Vince.
From Tomsk?
Is the wire cut beyond that city?
Yes, sire, since yesterday.
Telegraph hourly to Tomsk, General, and keep me informed of all that occurs.
Sire, it shall be done,
answered General Kisov. These words were exchanged about 2 hours after midnight, at the moment when the fete given at the new palace was at the height of its splendor. During the whole evening the bands of the Preobrajensky and Pawlowski regiments had played without cessation polkas, mazurkas, schottisches, and waltzes from among the choicest of their repertoires. Innumerable couples of dancers whirled through the magnificent saloons of the palace, which stood at a few paces only from the old house of stones, in former days the scene of so many terrible dramas, the echoes of whose walls were this night awakened by the gay strains of the musicians. The Grand Chamberlain of the court was besides well seconded in his arduous and delicate duties. The Grand Dukes and their aides-de-camp, the chamberlains in waiting, and other officers of the palace, presided personally in the arrangement of the dances. The Grand Duchesses covered with diamonds, the ladies in waiting in their most exquisite costumes, set the example to the wives of the military and civil dignitaries of the ancient city of white stone. When, therefore, the signal for the polonaise resounded through the saloons, and the guests of all ranks took part in that measured promenade, which on occasion of this kind has all the importance of a national dance, the mingled costumes, the sweeping robes adorned with lace, and uniforms covered with orders, presented a scene of dazzling splendor, lighted by hundreds of lustres, multiplied tenfold by the numerous mirrors adorning the walls. The grand saloon, the finest of all those contained in the new palace, formed to this procession of exalted personages and splendidly dressed women a frame worthy of the magnificence they displayed. The rich ceiling, with its gilding already softened by the touch of time, appeared as if glittering with stars. The embroidered drapery of the curtains and doors, falling in gorgeous folds, assumed rich and varied hues, broken by the shadows of the heavy masses of damask. Through the panes of the vast semicircular bay windows, the light with which the saloons were filled shone forth with the brilliancy of a conflagration, vividly illuminating the gloom in which for some hours the palace had been shrouded. The attention of those of the guests not taking part in the dancing was attracted by the contrast. Resting in the recesses of the windows, they could discern, standing out dimly in the darkness, the vague outlines of the countless towers, domes, and spires which adorn the ancient city. Below the sculpted balconies were visible numerous sentries, pacing silently up and down, their rifles carried horizontally on the shoulder, and the spikes of their helmets glittering like flames in the glare of light issuing from the palace. The steps also of the patrols could be heard beating time on the stones beneath, with even more regularity than the feet of the dancers on the floor of the saloon. From time to time the watchword was repeated from post to post, and occasionally the notes of a trumpet, mingling with the strains of the orchestra, penetrated into their midst. Still farther down, in front of the façade, dark masses obscured the rays of light which proceeded from the windows of the new palace. These were boats descending the course of the river, whose waters, faintly illuminated by a few lamps, washed the lower portion of the terraces. The principal personage who has been mentioned, the giver of the fete, and to whom General Kisov had been speaking in that tone of respect with which sovereigns alone are usually addressed, wore the simple uniform of an officer of chasseurs of the guard. This was not affectation on his part, but the custom of a man who cared little for dress, his contrasting strongly with the gorgeous costumes amid which he moved, encircled by his escort of Georgians, Cossacks, and Circassians, a brilliant band splendidly clad in the glittering uniforms of the Caucasus. This personage, of lofty stature, affable demeanor, and physiognomy calm though bearing traces of anxiety, moved from group to group, seldom speaking, and appearing to pay but little attention either to the merriment of the younger guests, or the graver remarks of the exalted dignitaries or members of the diplomatic corps who represented at the Russian court the principal governments of Europe. 2 or 3 of these astute politicians, physiognomists by virtue of their profession, failed not to detect on the countenance of their host symptoms of disquietude, the source of which eluded their penetration, but none ventured to interrogate him on the subject. It was evidently the intention of the officer of chasseurs that his own anxieties should in no way cast a shade over the festivities, and as he was a personage whom almost the population of a world in itself was wont to obey, the gaiety of the ball was not for a moment checked. Nevertheless, General Kisov waited until the officer to whom he had just communicated the dispatch forwarded from Tomsk should give him permission to withdraw, but the latter still remained silent. He had taken the telegram, he had read it carefully, and his visage became even more clouded than before. Involuntarily he sought the hilt of his sword, and then passed his hand for an instant before his eyes, as though, dazzled by the brilliancy of the light, he wished to shade them, the better to see into the recesses of his own mind.
"We are, then,"
he continued, after having drawn General Kisov aside towards a window,
"since yesterday, without intelligence from the Grand Duke."
"Without any, sire. And it is to be feared that in a short time dispatches will no longer cross the Siberian frontier."
"But have not the troops of the provinces of Amur and Irkutsk, as well as also of the Trans-Balkan territory, received orders to march immediately upon Irkutsk?"
"The orders were transmitted by the last telegram we were able to send beyond Lake Baikal."
"And the governments of Yenisei, Omsk, Semipolyansk, and Tobolsk, are we still in direct communication with them as before the insurrection?"
"Yes, sire. Our dispatches have reached them, and we are assured at the present moment that the Tartars have not advanced beyond the Artish and the Obi.
And the traitor, Ivan Ogorov. Are there no tidings of him?
None,
replied General Kisov.
The head of the police cannot state whether or not he has crossed the frontier.
Let a description of him be immediately dispatched to Nijni-Novgorod, Perm, Ekaterinburg, Karzanov, Tyumen, Ishim, Osk, Tomsk, and to all the telegraph stations with which communications is yet open.
Your Majesty's orders shall be instantly carried out.
You will observe the strictest silence as to this.
The general, having made a sign of respectful assent, bowing low, mingled with the crowd, and finally left the apartments without his departure being remarked. The officer remained absorbed in thought for a few moments, when, recovering himself, he went among the various groups in the saloon, his countenance reassuming that calm aspect which had for an instant been disturbed. Nevertheless, the important occurrence which had occasioned these rapidly exchanged words was not so unknown as the officer of the chasseurs of the guard and General Kisov had possibly supposed. It was not spoken of officially, it is true, nor even officiously, since tongues were not free, but a few exalted personages had been informed, more or less exactly, of the events which had taken place beyond the frontier. At any rate, that which was only slightly known, that which was not matter of conversation even before members of the Corps Diplomatique, two guests distinguished by no uniform, no decoration, at this reception in the new palace, discussed in a low voice, and with apparently very correct information. By what means, by what exercise of what acuteness had these two ordinary mortals ascertained that, which so many persons of the highest rank and importance scarcely even suspected, it is impossible to say. Had they the gifts of foreknowledge and foresight? Did they possess a supplementary sense, which enabled them to see beyond that limited horizon which bounds all human gaze? Had they obtained a peculiar power of divining the most secret events? Was it owing to the habit, now become the second nature, of living on information, that their mental constitution had thus become really transformed? It was difficult to escape from this conclusion. Of these two men, the one was English, the other French. Both were tall and thin, but the latter was sallow, as are the southern Provençals, while the former was ruddy, like a Lancashire gentleman. The Anglo-Norman, formal, cold, grave, parsimonious of gestures and words, appeared only to speak or gesticulate under the influence of a spring operating at regular intervals. The Gaul, on the contrary, lively and petulant, expressed himself with lips, eyes, hands, all at once, having 20 different ways of explaining his thoughts, whereas his interlocutor seemed to have only one, immutably stereotyped on his brain. The strong contrast they presented would at once have struck the most superficial observer, but a physiognomist, regarding them closely, would have defined their particular characteristics by saying that if the Frenchman was
all eyes,
the Englishman was
all ears.
In fact, the visual apparatus of the one had been singularly perfected by practice. The sensibility of its retina must have been as instantaneous as that of those conjurers who recognize a card merely by a rapid movement in cutting the pack, or by the arrangement only of marks invisible to others. The Frenchman indeed possessed in the highest degree what may be called
the memory of the eye.
The Englishman, on the contrary, appeared especially organized to listen and to hear. When his oral apparatus had been once struck by the sound of a voice, he could not forget it, and after 10 or even 20 years he would have recognized it among 1,000. His ears, to be sure, had not the power of moving as freely as those of animals who are provided with large auditory flaps, but since scientific men know that human ears possess, in fact, a very limited power of movement, we should not be far wrong in affirming that those of the said Englishman became erect, and turned in all directions while endeavoring to gather in the sounds in a manner apparent only to the naturalist. It must be observed that this perfection of sight and hearing was of wonderful assistance to these two men in their vocation, for the Englishman acted as correspondent of the Daily Telegraph, and the Frenchman as correspondent of what newspaper or of what newspapers he did not say, and when asked he replied in a jocular manner that he corresponded with
His cousin Madeleine.
This Frenchman, however, beneath his careless surface was wonderfully shrewd and sagacious. Even while speaking at random, perhaps the better to hide his desire to learn, he never forgot himself. His loquacity even helped him to conceal his thoughts, and he was perhaps even more discreet than his confrère of the Daily Telegraph. Both were present at this fete given at the New Palace on the night of the 15th of July, in their character of reporters. It is needless to say that these two men were devoted to their mission in the world, that they delighted to throw themselves in the track of the most unexpected intelligence, that nothing terrified or discouraged them from succeeding, that they possessed the imperturbable sang-froid and the genuine intrepidity of men of their calling. Enthusiastic jockeys in this steeplechase, this hunt after information, they leaped hedges, crossed rivers, sprang over fences, with the ardor of pure-blooded racers, who will run
A good first.
or die. Their journals did not restrict them with regard to money, the surest, the most rapid, the most perfect element of information known to this day. It must also be added to their honor that neither the one nor the other ever looked over or listened at the walls of private life, and that they only exercised their vocation when political or social interests were at stake. In a word, they made what has been for some years called the great political and military reports. It will be seen, in following them, that they had generally an independent mode of viewing events, and above all their consequences, each having his own way of observing and appreciating. The French correspondent was named Alcide Jolivet. Harry Blount was the name of the Englishman. They had just met for the first time at this fete in the New Palace, of which they had been ordered to give an account in their papers. The dissimilarity of their characters, added to a certain amount of jealousy which generally exists between rivals in the same calling, might have rendered them but little sympathetic. However, they did not avoid each other, but endeavoured rather to exchange with each other the chat of the day. They were sportsmen, after all, hunting on the same ground. That which one missed might be advantageously secured by the other, and it was to their interest to meet and converse. This evening they were both on the lookout. They felt, in fact, that there was something in the air.
Even should it be only a wild goose chase,
said Alcide Jolivet to himself.
It may be worse, powder and shot.
The two correspondents therefore began by cautiously sounding each other.
Really, my dear sir, this little fete is charming,
said Alcide Jolivet pleasantly, thinking himself obliged to begin the conversation with this eminently French phrase.
I have telegraphed already. Splendid,
replied Harry Blount calmly, employing the word specially devoted to expressing admiration by all subjects of the United Kingdom.
Nevertheless,
added Alcide Jolivet,
I felt compelled to remark to ma cousine.
Your cousin?
repeated Harry Blount in a tone of surprise, interrupting his brother of the pen.
Yes,
returned Alcide Jolivet.
Ma cousine Madeleine. It is with her that I correspond, and she likes to be quickly and well informed as my costume. I therefore remarked to her that, during this fete, a sort of cloud had appeared to overshadow the sovereign's brow.
To me it seemed radiant,
replied Harry Blount, who perhaps wished to conceal his real opinion on this topic.
And naturally you made it radiant in the columns of the Daily Telegraph.
Exactly.
Do you remember, Monsieur Blount, what occurred at Zacret in 1812?
I remember it as well as if I had been there, sir,
replied the English correspondent.
Then,
continued Alcide Jolivet,
you know that, in the middle of a fete given in his honor, it was announced to the Emperor Alexander that Napoleon had just crossed the Niemen with the vanguard of the French army. Nevertheless, the Emperor did not leave the fete, and notwithstanding the extreme gravity of intelligence which might cost him his empire, he did not allow himself to show more uneasiness.
Then our host exhibited when General Kissoff informed him that the telegraphic wires had just been cut between the frontier and the government of Irkut.
Ah, you are aware of that?
I am.
As regards myself, it would be difficult to avoid knowing it, since my last telegram reached Unting,
observed Alcide Jolivet with some satisfaction.
And mine only as far as Krasnoyarsk,
answered Harry Blount in a no less satisfied tone.
Then you also know that orders have been sent to the troops of Nikolaevsk?
I do, sir, and at the same time a telegram was sent to the Cossacks of the government of Tobolsk to concentrate their forces.
Nothing can be more true, Mr. Blount. I was equally well acquainted with these measures, and you may be sure that my dear cousin shall know of them tomorrow."
Exactly as the readers of the Daily Telegraph shall know it also, Monsieur Jolivet.
Well, when one sees all that is going on,
and when one hears all that is said,
an interesting campaign to follow, Monsieur Blount.
I shall follow it, Monsieur Jolivet.
Then it is possible that we shall find ourselves on ground less safe, perhaps, than the floor of this ballroom.
Less safe, certainly, but
much less slippery,"
added Alcide Jolivet, holding up his companion just as the latter, drawing back, was about to lose his equilibrium. Thereupon the two correspondents separated, pleased that the one had not stolen a march on the other. At that moment the doors of the rooms adjoining the great reception saloon were thrown open, disclosing to view several immense tables beautifully laid out, and groaning under a profusion of valuable china and gold plate. On the central table, reserved for the princes, princesses, and members of the Corps Diplomatique, glittered an épergne of inestimable price, brought from London, and around this chef-d'œuvre of chased gold reflected under the light of lustre 1,000 pieces of most beautiful service from the manufactories of Sèvres. The guests of the new palace immediately began to stream towards the supper rooms. At that moment General Kisov, who had just re-entered, quickly approached the officer of chasseurs.
"Well?"
asked the latter abruptly, as he had done the former time.
"Telegrams past Tomsk. No longer, sire."
"A courier this moment."
The officer left the hall and entered a large antechamber adjoining. It was a cabinet with plain oak furniture, situated in an angle of the new palace. Several pictures, amongst others some by Jules Verne, hung on the wall. The officer hastily opened a window as if he felt he wanted of air, and stepped out on a balcony to breathe the pure atmosphere of a lovely July night. Beneath his eyes, bathed in moonlight, lay a fortified enclosure, from which rose two cathedrals, 3 palaces, and an arsenal. Around this enclosure could be seen 3 distinct towns: Kitai-Gorod, Bieloi-Gorod, Zemlianai-Gorod, European, Tartar, and Chinese quarters of great extent, commanded by towers, belfries, minarets, and the cupolas of 300 churches, with green domes surmounted by the silver cross. A little winding river here and there reflected the rays of the moon. The river was the Moskova, the town Moscow, the fortified enclosure the Kremlin, and the officer of chasseurs of the guard, who, with folded arms and thoughtful brow, was listening dreamily to the sounds floating from the new palace over the old Muscovite city, was the Czar. End of chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2: Russians and Tartars. The Czar had not so suddenly left the ballroom of the new palace, when the fête he was giving to the civil and military authorities and the principal people of Moscow was at the height of its brilliancy, without ample cause. For he had just received information that serious events were taking place beyond the frontiers of the Ural. It had become evident that a formidable rebellion threatened to wrestle the Siberian provinces from the Russian crown. Asiatic Russia, or Siberia, covers a superficial area of 1,790,208 square miles, and contains nearly 2 millions of inhabitants. Extending from the Ural Mountains, which separate it from Russia in Europe, to the shores of the Pacific Ocean, it is bounded on the south by Turkestan and the Chinese Empire, on the north by the Arctic Ocean, from the Sea of Kara to Bering's Straits. It is divided into several governments or provinces, those of Tobolsk, Yeniseisk, Irkutsk, Omsk, and Yakutsk, containing 2 districts, Okhotsk and Kamchatka, and possesses 2 countries, now under the Muscovite dominion, that of the Kirghiz and that of the Chukchis. This immense extent of steppes, which includes more than 110 degrees from west to east, is a land to which criminals and political offenders are banished. 2 governor-generals represent the supreme authority of the Czar over this vast country. The higher one resides at Irkutsk, the far capital of eastern Siberia. The river Chuna separates the 2 Siberias. No rail yet furrows these wide plains, some of which are in reality extremely fertile. No iron ways lead from those precious mines which make the Siberia soil far richer below than above its surface. The traveller journeys in summer in a kibik or telga, in winter in a sledge. An electric telegraph, with a single wire more than 8,000 versts in length, alone affords communication between the western and eastern frontiers of Siberia. On issuing from the Ural, it passes through Yekaterinburg, Kasirnov, Tyumen, Ishim, Omsk, Elamsk, Kolyvan, Tomsk, Krasnoyarsk, Nijni-Udinsk, Irkutsk, Verknenerching, Streling, Abazine, Blagovstensk, Radde, Orlomskaya, Alexandrevskoye, and Nikolaevsk. And 6 rubles and 19 kopecks are paid for every word sent from one end to the other. From Irkutsk there is a branch to Kiatka, on the Mongolian frontier, and from thence, for 30 kopecks a word, the post conveys the dispatches to Pekin in a fortnight. It was this wire, extending from Yekaterinburg to Nikolaevsk, which had been cut, first beyond Tomsk, and then between Tomsk and Kolyvan. This was why the Czar, to the communication made to him for the second time by General Kisov, had answered by the words,
"Occur this moment."
The Czar remained motionless at the window for a few moments, when the door was again opened. The chief of police appeared on the threshold.
"Enter, General,"
said the Czar briefly,
"and tell me all you know of Ivan Ogrov."
"He is an extremely dangerous man, sire,"
replied the chief of police.
"He ranked as a colonel, did he not?"
"Yes, sire."
"Was he an intelligent officer?"
"Very intelligent, but a man whose spirit it was impossible to subdue, and possessing an ambition which stopped at nothing. He became involved in secret intrigues, and was degraded from his rank by His Highness the Grand Duke, and exiled to Siberia."
"How long ago was that?"
2 years since. Pardoned after 6 months of exile, by your Majesty's favor, he returned to Russia.
"And since that time, has he not revisited Siberia?"
"Yes, sire, but he voluntarily returned there,"
replied the chief of police, adding, and slightly lowering his voice,
"There was a time, sire, when none returned from Siberia."
"Well, whilst I live, Siberia is and shall be a country whence men can return."
The Czar had the right to utter these words with some pride, for often, by his clemency, he had shown that Russian justice knew how to pardon. The head of the police did not reply to this observation, but it was evident that he did not approve of such half measures. According to his idea, a man who had once passed the Ural Mountains in charge of policemen ought never again to cross them. Now it was not thus under the new reign, and the chief of police sincerely deplored it. What? No banishment for life for other crimes than those against social order? What? Political exiles returning from Tobolsk, from Yakutsk, from Irkutsk? In truth, the chief of police, accustomed to the despotic sentences of the ukaze, which formerly never pardoned, could not understand this mode of governing. But he was silent, waiting until the Czar should interrogate him further. The questions were not long in coming.
"Did not Ivan Ogrov,"
asked the Czar,
"return to Russia a second time after that journey through the Siberian provinces, the object of which remains unknown?"
"He did."
"And have the police lost trace of him since?"
"No, sire, for an offender only becomes really dangerous from the day he has received his pardon."
The Czar frowned. Perhaps the chief of police feared that he had gone rather too far, though the stubbornness of his ideas was at least equal to the boundless devotion he felt for his master. But the Czar, disdaining to reply to these indirect reproaches cast on his policy, continued his questions.
"Where was Ogrov last heard of?"
"In the province of Perm."
"In what town?"
"At Perm itself."
"What was he doing?"
"He appeared unoccupied, and there was nothing suspicious in his conduct."
"Then he is not under the surveillance of the secret police?"
"No, sire."
"When did he leave Perm?"
"About the month of March."
to go.
Where is unknown.
And it is not known what has become of him.
No, sire, it is not known.
Well, then, I myself know,
answered the Tsar.
I have received anonymous communications which did not pass from the police department, and in the face of events now taking place beyond the frontier, I have every reason to believe that they are correct.
Do you mean, sire?
Cried the chief of police.
That Ivan Ogorov has a hand in this Tartar rebellion?
Indeed I do, and I will now tell you something which you are ignorant of. After leaving Perm, Ivan Ogorov crossed the Ural Mountains, entered Siberia, and penetrated the Kursk steppes, and they endeavored, not without success, to foment rebellion amongst their nomadic population. Even went so far south as the Turkestan, where in the provinces of Bulgaria, Kokand, and Kondos, he found chiefs willing to pour their Tartar hordes into Siberia and excite a general rising in ascetic Russia. The storm has been silently gathering, but it has at least burst like a thunderclap, and of all means of communication between eastern and western Siberia have been stopped. Moreover, Ivan Ogorov, visiting for vengeance, aims at the life of my brother.
The Tsar had become excited whilst speaking, and now paced up and down with hurried steps. The chief of police said nothing, but he thought to himself that, during the time when the emperors of Russia never pardoned an exile, schemes such as those of Ivan Ogarev could never have been realized. Approaching the Tsar, who had thrown himself into an armchair, he asked,
Your Majesty has, of course, given orders, so that this rebellion may be suppressed as soon as possible?
Yes,
answered the Tsar.
The last telegram which reached Nijni-Novgorod would set in motion the troops in the governments of Yeltsini, Irkutsk, Yakutsk, and well as those in the provinces of the Amur and Lake Baikal. At the same time, the regiments from Perm and Nijni-Novgorod and the Cossacks from the frontier are advancing by forced marches towards the Ural Mountains, but some weeks must pass before they can attack the Tartars.
And Your Majesty's brother, His Highness the Grand Duke, is now isolated in the government of Irkutsk and is no longer in direct communication with Moscow.
That is so.
But by the last dispatches, he must know what measures have been taken by Your Majesty, and what help he may expect from the governments nearest Irkutsk.
He knows that,
answered the Tsar.
But what he does not know is that Ivan Ogorov, as well as being a rebel, is also playing the part of a traitor, and that in him he has a personal and bitter enemy. It is to the Grand Duke that Ogorov owes his first disgrace, and what is more serious is that this man is not known to him. Ogorov's plan, therefore, is to go to Irkutsk and under an assumed name offer his services to the Grand Duke. Then, after gaining his confidence, when the Tartars have invested Irkutsk, he will betray Beethoven, and with it my brother, whose life he seeks. This is what I have learned from my secret intelligence. This is what Grand Duke does not know, and this is what he must know.
Well, sire, an intelligent, courageous courier.
I momentarily expect one.
And it is to be hoped he will be expeditious,
added the chief of police.
For, allow me to add, sire, that Siberia is a favorable land for rebellions.
Do you mean to say, General, that the exiles would make common cause with the rebels?
Exclaimed the Tsar.
Excuse me, your majesty?
Stammered the chief of police, for that was really the idea suggested to him by his uneasy and suspicious mind.
I believe in their patriotism, returned the Tsar.
There are other offenders besides political exiles in Siberia,
said the chief of police.
The criminals. Oh, General, I give those up to you. They are the vilest, I grant, of the human race. They belong to no country, but the insurrection, or rather, the rebellion, is not to oppose the empire. It is raised against Russia, against the country which the exiles have not lost all hope of again, seeing and which they will see again. No, a Russian would never unite with a Tartar to weaken it only for an hour, the Muscovite power.
The Tsar was right in trusting to the patriotism of those whom his policy kept for a time at a distance. Clemency was the foundation of his justice when he could himself direct its effects. The modifications he had adopted with regard to applications for the formerly terrible ukases warranted the belief that he was not mistaken. But even without this powerful element of success in regard to the Tartar rebellion, circumstances were not the less very serious, for it was to be feared that a large part of the Kirghiz population would join the rebels. The Kirghiz are divided into three hordes, the greater, the lesser, and the middle, and number nearly 400,000 tents, or 2,000,000 souls. Of the different tribes, some are independent, and others recognize either the sovereignty of Russia or that of the Khans of Khiva, Kokand, and Bokhara, the most formidable chiefs of Turkestan. The middle horde, the richest, is also the largest, and its encampments occupy all the space between the rivers Sarasow, Irtysh, and the Upper Ishim, Lake Saisang, and Lake Aksakal. The greater horde, occupying the countries situated to the east of the middle one, extends as far as the governments of Omsk and Tobolsk. Therefore, if the Kirghiz population should rise, it would be the rebellion of Asiatic Russia, and the first thing would be the separation of Siberia to the east of the Yenisei. It is true that these Kirghiz, mere novices in the art of war, are rather nocturnal thieves and plunderers of caravans than regular soldiers. As Monsieur Levchin says, a firm front or a square of good infantry could repel 10 times the number of Kirghiz, and a single cannon might destroy a frightful number. That may be, but to do this it is necessary for the square of good infantry to reach the rebellious country, and the cannon to leave the arsenals of the Russian provinces, perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 versts distant. Now, except by the direct route from Ekaterinburg to Irkutsk, the often marshy steppes are not easily practicable, and some weeks must certainly pass before the Russian troops could reach the Tartar hordes. Omsk is the center of that military organization of western Siberia which is intended to overawe the Kirghiz population. Here are the bounds more than once infringed by the half-subdued nomads, and there was every reason to believe that Omsk was already in danger. The line of military stations, that is to say those Cossack posts, which are ranged in echelon from Omsk to Semipalatinsk, must have been broken in several places. Now it was to be feared that the great sultans who govern the Kirghiz districts would either voluntarily accept or involuntarily submit to the dominion of the Tartars, Mussulmen like themselves, and that to the hate caused by slavery was not united the hate due to the antagonism of the Greek and Mussulman religions. For some time, indeed, the Tartars of Turkestan had endeavored, both by force and persuasion, to subdue the Kirghiz hordes. A few words only with respect to these Tartars. The Tartars belong more especially to two distinct races, the Caucasian and the Mongolian. The Caucasian race, which, as Abel de Rémusat says, is regarded in Europe as the type of beauty in our species, because all the nations in this part of the world have sprung from it, includes also the Turks and the Persians. The purely Mongolian race comprises the Mongols, Manchus, and Tibetans. The Tartars who now threatened the Russian Empire belong to the Caucasian race, and occupied Turkestan. This immense country is divided into different states, governed by khans, and hence termed khanats. The principal khanats are those of Bokhara, Kokand, Kunduz, etc. At this period the most important and the most formidable khanat was that of Bokhara. Russia had already been several times at war with its chiefs, who, for their own interests, had supported the independence of the Kirghiz against the Muscovite dominion. The present chief, Feofar Khan, followed in the steps of his predecessors. The Khanat of Bokhara has a population of 2,500,000 inhabitants, an army of 60,000 men, trebled in time of war, and 30,000 horsemen. It is a rich country, with varied animal, vegetable, and mineral products, and has been increased by the accession of the territories of Balkh, Alkoi, and Meimane. It possesses 19 large towns. Bokhara, surrounded by a wall measuring more than 8 English miles, and flanked with towers, a glorious city made illustrious by Avicenna and other learned men of the 10th century, is regarded as the center of Mussulman science, and ranks among the most celebrated cities of Central Asia. Samarkand, which contains the tomb of Tamerlane and the famous palace where the blue stone is kept on which each new Khan must seat himself on his accession, is defended by a very strong citadel. Karshi, with its triple cordon, situated in an oasis surrounded by a marsh peopled with tortoises and lizards, is almost impregnable. East Chardjui is defended by a population of 20,000 souls. Protected by its mountains, and isolated by its steppes, the Khanat of Bokhara is a most formidable state, and Russia would need a large force to subdue it. The fierce and ambitious Feofar now governed this corner of Tartary. Relying on the other Khans, principally those of Kokand and Kunduz, cruel and rapacious warriors, all ready to join an enterprise so dear to Tartar instincts, aided by the chiefs who ruled all the hordes of Central Asia, he had placed himself at the head of the rebellion, of which Ivan Ogariev was the instigator. This traitor, impelled by insane ambition as much as by hate, had ordered the movement so as to attack Siberia. Mad indeed he was if he hoped to rupture the Muscovite Empire. Acting under his suggestion, the Emir, which is the title taken by the Khans of Bokhara, had poured his hordes over the Russian frontier. He invaded the government of Semipalatinsk, and the Cossacks, who were only in small force there, had been obliged to retire before him. He had advanced farther than Lake Balkhash, gaining over the Kirghiz population on his way. Pillaging, ravaging, enrolling those who submitted, taking prisoners those who resisted, he marched from one town to another, followed by those impedimenta of Oriental sovereignty which may be called his household, his wives and his slaves, all with the cool audacity of a modern Genghis Khan. It was impossible to ascertain where he now was, how far his soldiers had marched before the news of the rebellion reached Moscow, or to what part of Siberia the Russian troops had been forced to retire. All communication was interrupted. Had the wire between Kolyvan and Tomsk been cut by Tartar scouts, or had the Emir himself arrived at the Yeniseisk provinces? Was all the lower part of western Siberia in a ferment? Had the rebellion already spread to the eastern regions? No one could say. The only agent which fears neither cold nor heat, which can neither be stopped by the rigors of winter nor the heat of summer, and which flies with the rapidity of lightning, the electric current, was prevented from traversing the steppes, and it was no longer possible to warn the Grand Duke, shut up in Irkutsk, of the danger threatening him from the treason of Ivan Ogariev. A courier only could supply the place of the interrupted current. It would take this man some time to traverse the 5,200 versts between Moscow and Irkutsk. To pass the ranks of the rebels and invaders he must display almost superhuman courage and intelligence. But with a clear head and a firm heart much can be done.
Shall I be able to find this head and heart?
Thought the Tsar. End of chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Michael Strogoff meets the Czar. The door of the imperial cabinet was again opened, and General Kisov was announced.
"The courier?"
inquired the Tsar eagerly.
"He is here, sire,"
replied General Kisov.
"Have you found a fitting man?"
"I will answer for him to your majesty."
"Has he been in the service of the palace?"
"Yes, sire."
"You know of him?"
"Personally, and at various times he has fulfilled difficult missions with success."
"Abroad?"
"In Siberia itself."
"Where does he come from?"
"From Omsk. He is a Siberian."
"Has he coolness, intelligence, courage?"
"Yes, sire. He has all the qualities necessary to succeed, even where others might possibly fail."
"What is his age?"
30.
"Is he strong and vigorous?"
"Sire, he can bear cold, hunger, thirst, fatigue, to the very last extremities."
"He must have a frame of iron."
"Sire, he has."
"And a heart?"
"A heart of gold."
"His name?"
"Michael Strogoff."
"Is he ready to set out?"
"He awaits your majesty's orders in the guard-room."
"Let him come in,"
said the Tsar. In a few moments Michael Strogoff, the courier, entered the imperial library. He was a tall, vigorous, broad-shouldered, deep-chested man. His powerful head possessed the fine features of the Caucasian race. His well-knit frame seemed built for performance of feats of strength. It would have been a difficult task to move such a man against his will, for when his feet were once planted on the ground, it was as if they had taken root. As he doffed his Muscovite cap, locks of thick curly hair fell over his broad, massive forehead. When his ordinarily pale face became at all flushed, it rose solely from a more rapid action of the heart. His eyes, of a deep blue, looked with clear, frank, firm gaze. The slightly contracted eyebrows indicated lofty heroism, the hero's cool courage, according to the definition of the physiologist. He possessed a fine nose with large nostrils, and a well-shaped mouth, with the slightly projecting lips which denote a generous and noble heart. Michael Strogoff had the temperament of the man of action, who does not bite his nails or scratch his head in doubt and indecision. Sparing of gestures as of words, he always stood motionless like a soldier before his superior. But when he moved, his steps showed a firmness, a freedom of movement which proved the confidence and vivacity of his mind. Michael Strogoff wore a handsome military uniform something resembling that of a light cavalry officer in the field. Boots, spurs, half-tightly fitting trousers, brown pelisse trimmed with fur and ornamented with yellow braid. On his breast glittered a cross and several medals. Michael Strogoff belonged to the special corps of the Tsar's couriers, ranking as an officer among those picked men. His most discernible characteristic, particularly in his walk, his face, in the whole man, and which the Tsar perceived at a glance, was that he was a fulfiller of orders. He therefore possessed one of the most serviceable qualities in Russia, one which, as the celebrated novelist Turgenev says, will lead to the highest positions in the Muscovite Empire. In short, if anyone could accomplish this journey from Moscow to Irkutsk, across a rebellious country, surmount obstacles and brave perils of all sorts, Michael Strogoff was the man. A circumstance especially favorable to the success of his plan was, that he was thoroughly acquainted with the country which he was about to traverse, and understood its different dialects, not only from having traveled there before, but because he was of Siberian origin. His father, old Peter Strogoff, dead 10 years since, inhabited the town of Omsk, situated in the government of the same name, and his mother, Marfa Strogoff, lived there still. There, amid the wild steppes of the provinces of Omsk and Tobolsk, had the famous huntsman brought up his son Michael to endure hardship. Peter Strogoff was a huntsman by profession. Summer and winter, in the burning heat as well as when the cold was sometimes 50 degrees below zero, he scoured the frozen plains, the thickets of birch and larch, the pine forests. setting traps, watching for small game with his gun, and for large game with the spear or knife. The large game was nothing less than the Siberian bear, a formidable ferocious animal, in size equalling its fellow of the frozen seas. Peter Strogoff had killed more than 39 bears. That is to say, the 40th had fallen under his blows, and according to Russian legends, most huntsmen who have been lucky enough up to the 39th bear have succumbed to the 40th. Peter Strogoff had, however, passed the fatal number without even a scratch. From that time his son Michael, aged 11 years, never failed to accompany him to the hunt, carrying the ragatina or spear to aid his father, who was armed only with the knife. When he was 14, Michael Strogoff had killed his first bear, quite alone. That was nothing, but after stripping it, he dragged the gigantic animal's skin to the father's house, many versts distant, exhibiting remarkable strength in a boy so young. This style of life was of great benefit to him, and when he arrived at manhood he could bear any amount of cold, heat, hunger, thirst, or fatigue. Like the Yakut of the northern countries, he was made of iron. He could go 24 hours without eating, 10 nights without sleeping, and could make himself a shelter in the open steppe, where others would have been frozen to death. Gifted with marvelous acuteness, guided by the instinct of the Delaware of North America, over the wide plain when every object is hidden in mist, and even in higher latitudes, where the polar night is prolonged for many days, he could find his way when others would have had no idea whither to turn. All his father's secrets were known to him. He had learned to read almost imperceptible signs, the forms of icicles, the appearance of the small branches of trees, mists rising far away in the horizon, vague sounds in the air, distant reports, the flights of birds through the foggy atmosphere, 1,000 circumstances which are so many words to those who can decipher them. Moreover, tempered by snow like a Damascus blade in the waters of Syria, he had a frame of iron, as General Kisov had said, and, what was no less true, a heart of gold. The only sentiment of love felt by Michael Strogoff was that which he entertained for his mother, the aged Marfa, who could never be induced to leave the house of the Strogoffs, at Omsk on the banks of the Irtysh, where the old huntsman and she had lived so long together. When her son left her, he went away with a full heart, but promising to come and see her whenever he could possibly do so, and this promise he had always religiously kept. When Michael was 20, it was decided that he should enter the personal service of the Emperor of Russia, in the corps of the couriers of the Czar. The hardy, intelligent, zealous, well-conducted young Siberian first distinguished himself especially in a journey to the Caucasus, through the midst of a difficult country, ravaged by some restless successors of Shamil. Then later, in an important mission to Pietropolovski in Kamchatka, the extreme limit of Asiatic Russia. During these long journeys he displayed such marvelous coolness, prudence, and courage as to gain him the approbation and protection of his chiefs, who rapidly advanced him in his profession. The furloughs which were his due after these distant missions he never failed to devote to his old mother. Having been much employed in the south of the empire, he had not seen old Marfa for 3 years, 3 ages, the first time in his life he had been so long absent from her. Now, however, in a few days he would obtain his furlough, and he had accordingly already made preparations for departure for Omsk, when the events which have been related occurred. Michael Strogoff was therefore introduced into the Czar's presence in complete ignorance of what the Emperor expected from him. The Czar fixed a penetrating look upon him without uttering a word, whilst Michael stood perfectly motionless. The Czar, apparently satisfied with his scrutiny, motioned to the chief of police to seat himself, and dictated in a low voice a letter of no more than a few lines. The letter penned, the Czar re-read it attentively, then signed it, preceding his name with the words
Bet po semo,
which, signifying
so be it,
constitutes the decisive formula of the Russian emperors. The letter was then placed in an envelope, which was sealed with the imperial arms. The Czar, rising, told Michael Strogoff to draw near. Michael advanced a few steps, and then stood motionless, ready to answer. The Czar again looked him full in the face, and their eyes met. Then, in an abrupt tone,
"The name?"
he asked.
Michael Strogoff, sire.
"The rank?"
Captain in the corps of couriers of the Czar.
You dost know of Siberia.
I am a Siberian.
A native of
Omsk, sire.
Hast you relations there?
Yes, sire.
What relations?
My old mother.
The Tsar suspended his questions for a moment. Then, pointing to the letter which he held in his hand,
Here is a letter which I charge thee, Michael Strogoff, to deliver into the hands of the Grand Duke, and to no over but him.
I will deliver it, sire.
The Grand Duke is at Irkutsk.
I will go to Irkutsk.
Thou wilt have to traverse a rebellious country invaded by Tartars, whose interest it will be to intercept this letter.
I will traverse it.
Above all, beware of the traitor, Ivan Orgrov, who will perhaps meet thee on the way.
I will beware of him.
Wilt you pass through Omsk?
Sire, that is my route.
If you dost see the mover, there will be the risk of being recognized. You must not see her.
Michael Strogoff hesitated a moment.
I will not see her,
said he.
Swear to me that nothing will make thee acknowledge who you art, nor whither you art going.
I swear it.
Michael Strogoff,
continued the Tsar, giving the letter to the young courier.
Take this letter. On it depends the safety of all Siberia, and perhaps the life of my brother, the Grand Duke.
This letter shall be delivered to His Highness, the Grand Duke.
Then you wilt pass, whatever happens.
I shall pass, or they shall kill me.
I want thee to live.
I shall live, and I shall pass,
answered Michael Strogoff. The Tsar appeared satisfied with Strogoff's calm and simple answer.
Go then, Michael Strogoff,
said he.
Go for God, for Russia, for my brother, and for myself.
The courier, having saluted his sovereign, immediately left the imperial cabinet, and in a few minutes the new palace.
You made a good choice, fair general,
said the Tsar.
I think so, sire,
replied General Kisov.
And your majesty may be sure that Michael Strogoff will do all that a man can do.
He is indeed a man,
said the Tsar. End of chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. From Moscow to Nijni-Novgorod. The distance between Moscow and Irkutsk, about to be traversed by Michael Strogoff, was 3,400 miles. Before the telegraph wire extended from the Ural Mountains to the eastern frontier of Siberia, the dispatch service was performed by couriers, those who traveled the most rapidly taking 18 days to get from Moscow to Irkutsk. But this was the exception, and the journey through Asiatic Russia usually occupied from 4 to 5 weeks, even though every available means of transport was placed at the disposal of the Tsar's messengers. Michael Strogoff was a man who feared neither frost nor snow. He would have preferred traveling during the severe winter season, in order that he might perform the whole distance by sleighs. At that period of the year the difficulties which all other means of locomotion present are greatly diminished, the wide steppes being levelled by snow, while there are no rivers to cross, but simply sheets of glass over which the sleigh glides rapidly and easily. Perhaps certain natural phenomena are most to be feared at that time, such as long continuing and dense fogs, excessive cold, fearfully heavy snowstorms, which sometimes envelop whole caravans and cause their destruction. Hungry wolves also roam over the plain in thousands. But it would have been better for Michael Strogoff to face these risks, for during the winter the Tartar invaders would have been stationed in the towns. Any movement of their troops would have been impracticable, and he could consequently have more easily performed his journey. But it was not in his power to choose either weather or time. Whatever the circumstances, he must accept them and set out. Such were the difficulties which Michael Strogoff boldly confronted and prepared to encounter. In the first place, he must not travel as a courier of the Czar usually would. No one must even suspect what he really was. Spies swarm in a rebellious country. Let him be recognized, and his mission would be in danger. Also, while supplying him with a large sum of money, which was sufficient for his journey and would facilitate it in some measure, General Kisov had not given him any document notifying that he was on the Emperor's service, which is the sesame par excellence. He contented himself with furnishing him with a podorojna. This podorojna was made out in the name of Nicholas Korpanov, merchant living at Irkutsk. It authorized Nicholas Korpanov to be accompanied by one or more persons, and moreover it was, by special notification, made available in the event of the Muscovite government forbidding natives of any other countries to leave Russia. The podorojna is simply a permission to take post horses, but Michael Strogoff was not to use it unless he was sure that by doing so he would not excite suspicion as to his mission, that is to say, whilst he was on European territory. The consequence was that in Siberia, whilst traversing the insurgent provinces, he would have no power over the relays, either in the choice of horses in preference to others, or in demanding conveyances to his personal use. Neither was Michael Strogoff to forget that he was no longer a courier, but a plain merchant, Nicholas Korpanov, travelling from Moscow to Irkutsk, and as such exposed to all the impediments of an ordinary journey. To pass unknown, more or less rapidly, but to pass somehow, such were the directions he had received. 30 years previous, the escort of a traveller of rank consisted of no less than 200 mounted Cossacks, 200 foot soldiers, 25 Bashkir horsemen, 300 camels, 400 horses, 25 wagons, 2 portable boats, and 2 pieces of cannon. All this was requisite for a journey in Siberia. Michael Strogoff, however, had neither cannon, nor horsemen, nor foot soldier, nor beasts of burden. He would travel in a carriage or on horseback when he could, on foot when he could not. There would be no difficulty in getting over the first 1,000 miles, the distance between Moscow and the Russian frontier. Railroads, post carriages, steamboats, relays of horses were at everyone's disposal, and consequently at the disposal of the courier of the Czar. Accordingly, on the morning of the 16th of July, having doffed his uniform, with a knapsack on his back, dressed in the simple Russian costume, tightly fitting tunic, the traditional belt of the mujik, white trousers gathered at the knees, and high boots, Michael Strogoff arrived at the station in time for the first train. He carried no arms, openly at least, but under his belt was hidden a revolver, and in his pocket one of those large knives resembling both a cutlass and a yataghan, with which a Siberian hunter can so neatly disembowel a bear without injuring its precious fur. A crowd of travellers had collected at the Moscow station. The stations at the Russian railroads are much used as places for meeting, not only by those who are about to proceed by the train, but by friends who come to see them off. The station resembles, from the variety of characters assembled, a small news exchange. The train in which Michael took his place was to set him down at Nijni-Novgorod. There terminated at that time the iron road which, uniting Moscow and St. Petersburg, has since been continued to the Russian frontier. It was a journey of under 300 miles, and the train would accomplish it in 10 hours. Once arrived at Nijni-Novgorod, Strogoff would either take the land route or the steamer on the Volga, so as to reach the Ural mountains as soon as possible. Michael Strogoff ensconced himself in his corner, like a worthy citizen whose affairs go well with him, and who endeavours to kill time by sleep. Nevertheless, as he was not alone in his compartment, he slept with one eye open, and listened with both his ears. In fact, rumour of the rising of the Kirghiz hordes and of the Tartar invasion had transpired in some degree. The occupants of the carriage, whom chance had made his travelling companions, discussed the subject, though with the caution which has become habitual among Russians, who knew that spies are ever on the watch for any treasonable expressions which might be uttered. These travellers, as well as the large number of persons in the train, were merchants on their way to the celebrated fair of Nijni-Novgorod, a very mixed assembly, composed of Jews, Turks, Cossacks, Russians, Georgians, Kalmucks, and others, but nearly all speaking the national tongue. They discussed the pros and cons of the serious events which were taking place beyond the Ural, and those merchants seemed to fear lest the government should be led to take certain restrictive measures, especially in the provinces bordering on the frontier, measures from which trade would certainly suffer. They apparently thought only of the struggle from the single point of view of their threatened interests. The presence of a private soldier clad in his uniform, and the importance of a uniform in Russia is great, would have certainly been enough to restrain the merchants' tongues. But in the compartment occupied by Michael Strogoff there was no one who seemed a military man, and the Tsar's courier was not the person to betray himself. He listened then.
They say that caravan teas are up,
remarked a Persian, known by his cap of Astrakhan fur, and his ample brown robe, worn threadbare by use.
Oh, there is no fear of teas falling,
answered an old Jew of sullen aspect.
Those in the market at Nijni-Novgorod will be easily cleared off by the West, but unfortunately it won't be the same with Bokhara carpets.
What? Are you expecting goods from Bokhara?
asked the Persian.
No, but from Samarkand, and that is even more exposed. The idea of reckoning on the exports of a country in which the Huns are in a state of revolt, from Khiva to the Chinese frontier.
Well,
replied the Persian,
if the carpets do not arrive, the drafts will not arrive either, I suppose.
And the profits, Father Abraham,
exclaimed the little Jew.
Do you reckon them as nothing?
You are right,
said another.
Goods from Central Asia run a great risk in the market, and it will be the same with the tallow and shawls from the east.
Well, look out, little father,
said a Russian traveller in a bantering tone.
Grease your shawls terribly if you mix them up with your tallow.
That amuses you,
sharply answered the merchant, who had little relish for that sort of joke.
Or if you tear your hair, or if you throw ashes on your head,
replied the traveller.
Will that change the course of events? No more than the course of the exchange.
One can easily see that you are not a merchant, observed
the little Jew.
Faith, no, worthy son of Abraham. I sell neither hops, nor hydrogen, nor honey, nor wax, nor hemp seed, nor salt meat, nor caviar, nor wood, nor wool, nor ribbons, nor hemp, nor flax, nor morocco, nor furs.
But do you buy them?
asked the Persian, interrupting the traveller's list.
As little as I can, and only for my own private use,
answered the other with a wink.
He is a wag,
said the Jew to the Persian.
Or a spy,
replied the other, lowering his voice.
We have better take care, and not speak more than necessary. The police are not over particular in these times, and you never can know with whom you're traveling.
In another corner of the compartment they were speaking less of mercantile affairs and more of the Tartar invasion and its annoying consequences.
All the horses in Siberia will be requisitioned,
said a traveller,
and communication between the different provinces of Central Asia will become very difficult.
Is it true,
asked his neighbour,
that the couriers of the Middle Horde have joined the Tartar?
So it is said,
answered the traveller, lowering his voice.
But who can flatter themselves that they know anything really of what is going on in this country?
I have heard speak of a concentration of troops on the frontier. The Don Cossacks have already gathered along the course of the Volga, and they are to be opposed to the rebel Kyrgyz.
If the Kyrgyz descended the Irtish, the route to Irkutsk will not be safe,
observed his neighbour.
Besides, yesterday I want to send a telegram to Krasnoyarsk, and it could not be forwarded. It's to be feared that before long the Tartar columns will have isolated eastern Siberia.
In short, little father,
continued the first speaker,
these merchants have good reason for being uneasy about their trade and transactions. After requisitioning the horses, they will take the boats, carriages, every means of transport. Until presently, no one will be allowed to take even one step in all the empire.
I'm much afraid that the Nijni-Novgorod Fete won't end as brilliant as it has begun,
responded the other, shaking his head.
But the safety and integrity of the Russian territory before everything. Business is business.
If in this compartment the subject of conversation varied but little, nor did it indeed in the other carriages of the train, in all it might have been observed that the talkers used much circumspection. When they did happen to venture out of the region of facts, they never went so far as to attempt to divine the intentions of the Muscovite government, or even to criticize them. This was especially remarked by a traveller in a carriage at the front part of the train. This person, evidently a stranger, made good use of his eyes, and asked numberless questions, to which he received only evasive answers, every minute leaning out of the window, which he would keep down, to the great disgust of his fellow travellers. He lost nothing of the views to the right. He inquired the names of the most insignificant places, their position, what were their commerce, their manufactures, the number of their inhabitants, the average mortality, etc., and all this he wrote down in a notebook already full. This was the correspondent Alcide Jolivet, and the reason of his putting so many insignificant questions was, that amongst the many answers he received, he hoped to find some interesting fact. But naturally enough he was taken for a spy, and not a word treating of the events of the day was uttered in his hearing. Finding, therefore, that he could learn nothing of the Tartar invasion, he wrote in his book,
"Travellers of great discretion, very close as to political matters."
Whilst Alcide Jolivet noted down his impressions thus minutely, his confrère, in the same train, travelling for the same object, was devoting himself to the same work of observation in another compartment. Neither of them had seen each other that day at the Moscow station, and they were each ignorant that the other had set out to visit the scene of the war. Harry Blount, speaking little but listening much, had not inspired his companions with the suspicions which Alcide Jolivet had aroused. He was not taken for a spy, and therefore his neighbours, without constraint, gossiped in his presence, allowing themselves even to go further than their natural caution would in most cases have allowed them. The correspondent of the Daily Telegraph had thus an opportunity of observing how much recent events preoccupied the merchants of Nijni-Novgorod, and to what a degree the commerce with Central Asia was threatened in its transit. He therefore noted in his book this perfectly correct observation:
"My fellow travellers extremely anxious. Nothing is talked of but war, and they speak of it with a freedom which is astonishing, as having broken out between the Volga and the Vistula."
The readers of the Daily Telegraph would not fail to be as well informed as Alcide Jolivet's cousin. But as Harry Blount, seated at the left of the train, only saw one part of the country, which was hilly, without giving himself the trouble of looking at the right side, which was composed of wide plains, he added with British assurance,
"Country mountainous between Moscow and Vladimir."
It was evident that the Russian government purposed taking severe measures to guard against any serious eventualities even in the interior of the empire. The rebel lion had not crossed the Siberian frontier, but evil influences might be feared in the Volga provinces, so near to the country of the Kirghiz. The police had as yet found no traces of Ivan Ogarev. It was not known whether the traitor, calling in the foreigner to avenge his personal rancor, had rejoined Feofar Khan, or whether he was endeavouring to foment a revolt in the government of Nijni-Novgorod, which at that time of year contained a population of such diverse elements. Perhaps among the Persians, Armenians, or Kalmucks, who flocked to the great market, he had agents, instructed to provoke a rising in the interior. All this was possible, especially in such a country as Russia. In fact, this vast empire, 4,000,000 square miles in extent, does not possess the homogeneousness of the states of Western Europe. The Russian territory in Europe and Asia contains more than 70 millions of inhabitants. In it 30 different languages are spoken. The Slavonian race predominates, no doubt, but there are besides Russians, Poles, Lithuanians, Kurlanders. Add to these Finns, Laplanders, Estonians, several other northern tribes with unpronounceable names, the Permiaks, the Germans, the Greeks, the Tartars, the Caucasian tribes, the Mongol, Kalmuk, Samoyed, Kamchatkan, and Aleutian hordes, and one may understand that the unity of so vast a state must be difficult to maintain, and that it could only be the work of time, aided by the wisdom of many successive rulers. Be that as it may, Ivan Ogarev had hitherto managed to escape all search, and very probably he might have rejoined the Tartar army. But at every station where the train stopped, inspectors came forward, who scrutinized the travellers and subjected them all to a minute examination, as, by order of the superintendent of police, These officials were seeking Ivan Ogariev. The government, in fact, believed it to be certain that the traitor had not yet been able to quit European Russia. If there appeared cause to suspect any traveller, he was carried off to explain himself at the police station, and in the meantime the train went on its way, no person troubling himself about the unfortunate one left behind. With the Russian police, which is very arbitrary, it is absolutely useless to argue. Military rank is conferred on its employees, and they act in military fashion. How can anyone, moreover, help obeying, unhesitatingly, orders which emanate from a monarch who has the right to employ this formula at the head of his ukaze?
We, by the grace of God, Emperor and Autocrat of all the Russias of Moscow, Kiev, Vladimir, and Novgorod, Tsar of Kazan and Astrakhan, Tsar of Poland, Tsar of Siberia, Tsar of the Tarik, Chersonis, Signigar of Pskov, Prince of Smolensk, Livona, Volinikine, Podil, and Finland, Prince of Esthonia, Livonia, Courland, and of Semigalia, of Bialystok, Karelia, Sugoria, Perm, Vyatika, Bulgaria, and the many other countries, Lord and Sovereign Prince of the territory of Nijni-Novgorod, Tishnargov, Ryazan, Polstosk, Rostov, Rosolve, Belozergok, Ordora, Obdagoria, Kondinia, Vitebsk, and of Mistaf, governor of the Hyperborean regions, lord of the countries of Iberia, Catalina, Groznia, Garbandina, and Armenia, hereditary lord and suzerain of the Serchikis, prince of those of the mountains, and of those heir of Norway, Duke of Schleswig-Holstein, Stormen, Dithmarsen, and Oldenburg.
A powerful lord, in truth, is he whose arms are an eagle with two heads, holding a sceptre and a globe, surrounded by escutcheons of Novgorod, Vladimir, Kiev, Kazan, Astrakhan, and of Siberia, and environed by the collar of the Order of St. Andrew, surmounted by a royal crown. As to Michael Strogoff, his papers were in order, and he was consequently free from all police supervision. At the station of Vladimir the train stopped for several minutes, which appeared sufficient to enable the correspondent of the Daily Telegraph to take a twofold view, physical and moral, and to form a complete estimate of this ancient capital of Russia. At the Vladimir station fresh travellers joined the train. Among others, a young girl entered the compartment occupied by Michael Strogoff. A vacant place was found opposite the courier. The young girl took it, after placing by her side a modest travelling bag of red leather, which seemed to constitute all her luggage. Then, seating herself with downcast eyes, not even glancing at the fellow travellers whom chance had given her, she prepared for a journey which was still to last several hours. Michael Strogoff could not help looking attentively at this newly arrived fellow traveller. As she was so placed as to travel with her back to the engine, he even offered her his seat, which he might prefer to her own, but she thanked him with a slight bend of her graceful neck. The young girl appeared to be about 16 or 17 years of age. Her head, truly charming, was of the purest Sclavonic type, slightly severe, and likely in a few summers to unfold into beauty rather than mere prettiness. From beneath a sort of kerchief which she wore on her head escaped in profusion light golden hair. Her eyes were brown, soft, and expressive of much sweetness of temper. Her nose was straight, and attached to her pale and somewhat thin cheeks by delicately mobile nostrils. The lips were finely cut, but it seemed as if they had long since forgotten how to smile. The young traveller was tall and upright, as far as could be judged of her figure from the very simple and ample pelisse that covered her. Although she was still a very young girl, in the literal sense of the term, the development of her high forehead and clearly cut features gave the idea that she was the possessor of great moral energy, a point which did not escape Michael Strogoff. Evidently this young girl had already suffered in the past, and the future doubtless did not present itself to her in glowing colours. But she had surely known how to struggle still with the trials of life. Her energy was evidently both prompt and persistent, and her calmness unalterable, even under circumstances in which a man would be likely to give way and lose his self-command. Such was the impression which she produced at first sight. Michael Strogoff, being himself of an energetic temperament, was naturally struck by the character of her physiognomy, and, while taking care not to cause her annoyance by a too persistent gaze, he observed his neighbour with no small interest. The costume of the young traveller was both extremely simple and appropriate. She was not rich, that could be easily seen, but not the slightest mark of negligence was to be discerned in her dress. All her luggage was contained in the leather bag, which, for want of room, she held on her lap. She wore a long dark pelisse, gracefully adjusted at the neck by a blue tie. Under this pelisse a short skirt, also dark, fell over a robe which reached the ankles. Half boots of leather, thickly soled, as if chosen in anticipation of a long journey, covered her small feet. Michael Strogoff fancied that he recognized, by certain details, the fashion of the costume of Livonia, and thought his neighbour a native of the Baltic provinces. But whither was this young girl going, alone, at an age when the fostering care of a father or the protection of a brother is considered a matter of necessity? Had she now come, after an already long journey, from the provinces of western Russia? Was she merely going to Nijni-Novgorod, or was the end of her travels beyond the eastern frontiers of the empire? Would some relation, some friend, await her arrival by the train? Or was it not more probable, on the contrary, that she would find herself as much isolated in the town as she was in this compartment? It was probable. In fact, the effect of habits contracted in solitude was clearly manifested in the bearing of the young girl. The manner in which she entered the carriage and prepared herself for the journey, the slight disturbance she caused among those around her, the care she took not to incommode or give trouble to anyone, all showed that she was accustomed to be alone, and to depend on herself only. Michael Strogoff observed her with interest, but, himself reserved, he sought no opportunity of accosting her. Once only, when her neighbour, the merchant who had jumbled so imprudently in his remarks tallow and shawls, being asleep and threatening her with his great head, which was swaying from one shoulder to the other, Michael Strogoff awoke him, somewhat roughly, and made him understand that he must hold himself upright. The merchant, rude enough by nature, grumbled some words against
people who interfere with what does not concern them.
But Michael Strogoff cast on him a glance so stern that the sleeper leaned on the opposite side, and relieved the young traveller from his unpleasant vicinity. The latter looked at the young man for an instant, and mute and modest thanks were in that look. But a circumstance occurred which gave Strogoff a just idea of the character of the maiden. 12 versts before arriving at Nijni-Novgorod, at a sharp curve of the iron way, the train experienced a very violent shock. Then for a minute it ran on to the slope of an embankment. Travellers more or less shaken about, cries, confusion, general disorder in the carriages, such was the effect at first produced. It was to be feared that some serious accident had happened. Consequently, even before the train had stopped, the doors were open, and the panic-stricken passengers thought only of getting out of the carriages. Michael Strogoff thought instantly of the young girl, but while the passengers in her compartment were precipitating themselves outside, screaming and struggling, she had remained quietly in her place, her face scarcely changed by a slight pallor. She waited. Michael Strogoff waited also. Both remained quiet.
A determined nature,
thought Michael Strogoff. However, all danger had quickly disappeared. A breakage of the coupling of the luggage van had first caused the shock to, and then the stoppage of, the train, which in another instant would have been thrown from the top of the embankment into the bog. There was an hour's delay. At last, the road being cleared, the train proceeded, and at 8:30 in the evening arrived at the station of Nijni-Novgorod. Before anyone could get out of the carriages, the inspectors of police presented themselves at the doors and examined the passengers. Michael Strogoff showed his podorojna, made out in the name of Nicholas Korpanov. He had consequently no difficulty. As to the other travellers in the compartment, all bound for Nijni-Novgorod, their appearance was in no wise suspicious. The young girl, in her turn, exhibited not a passport, since passports are no longer required in Russia, but a permit endorsed with a private seal, and which seemed to be of a special character. The inspector read the permit with attention. Then, having attentively examined the person whose description it contained,
"You are from Riga?"
he said.
Yes.
Replied the young girl.
"You are going to Irkutsk?"
Yes.
"By what route?"
By Perm.
"Good,"
replied the inspector.
"Take care to have your permit vised at the police station of Nijni-Novgorod."
The young girl bent her head in token of assent. Hearing these questions and replies, Michael Strogoff experienced a mingled sentiment both of surprise and pity. What! This young girl, alone, journeying to that far-off Siberia, and at a time when to its ordinary dangers were added all the perils of an invaded country, and one in a state of insurrection. How would she reach it? What would become of her? The inspection ended. The doors of the carriages were then opened, but before Michael Strogoff could move towards her, the young Livonian, who had been the first to descend, had disappeared in the crowd which thronged the platforms of the railway station. End of chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5 The Two Announcements. Nijni-Novgorod, Lower Novgorod, situate at the junction of the Volga and the Oka, is the chief town in the district of the same name. It was here that Michael Strogoff was obliged to leave the railway, which at the time did not go beyond that town. Thus, as he advanced, his travelling would become first less speedy and then less safe. Nijni-Novgorod, the fixed population of which is only from 30 to 35,000 inhabitants, contained at that time more than 300,000. That is to say, the population was increased tenfold. This addition was in consequence of the celebrated fair, which was held within the walls for 3 weeks. Formerly Makaryev had the benefit of this concourse of traders, but since 1817 the fair had been removed to Nijni-Novgorod. Even at the late hour at which Michael Strogoff left the platform, there was still a large number of people in the two towns, separated by the stream of Volga, which compose Nijni-Novgorod. The highest of these is built on a steep rock, and defended by a fort called in Russia Kreml. Michael Strogoff expected some trouble in finding a hotel or even an inn to suit him. As he had not to start immediately, for he was going to take a steamer, he was compelled to look out for some lodging. But before doing so, he wished to know exactly the hour at which the steamboat would start. He went to the office of the company whose boats plied between Nijni-Novgorod and Perm. There, to his great annoyance, he found that no boat started for Perm till the following day at 12 o'clock. 17 hours to wait! It was very vexatious to a man so pressed for time. However, he never senselessly murmured. Besides, the fact was that no other conveyance could take him so quickly either to Perm or Kazan. It would be better, then, to wait for the steamer, which would enable him to regain lost time. Here, then, was Michael Strogoff strolling through the town and quietly looking out for some inn in which to pass the night. However, he troubled himself little on that score, and, but that hunger pressed him, he would probably have wandered on till morning in the streets of Nijni-Novgorod. He was looking for supper rather than a bed, but he found both at the sign of the city of Constantinople. There the landlord offered him a fairly comfortable room, with little furniture, it is true, but not without an image of the Virgin and a few saints framed in yellow gauze. A goose filled with sour stuffing, swimming in thick cream, barley bread, some curds, powdered sugar mixed with cinnamon, and a jug of kvass, the ordinary Russian beer, were placed before him, and sufficed to satisfy his hunger. He did justice to the meal, which was more than could be said of his neighbor at table, who, having, in his character of old believer of the sect of Raskalniks, made the vow of abstinence, rejected the potatoes in front of him, and carefully refrained from putting sugar in his tea. His supper finished, Michael Strogoff, instead of going up to his bedroom, again strolled out into the town. But although the long twilight yet lingered, the crowd was already dispersing, the streets were gradually becoming empty, and at length every one retired to his dwelling. Why did not Michael Strogoff go quietly to bed, as would have seemed more reasonable after a long railway journey? Was he thinking of the young Livonian girl who had been his travelling companion? Having nothing better to do, he was thinking about her. Did he fear that, lost in this busy city, she might be exposed to insult? He feared so, and with good reason. Did he hope to meet her, and, if need were, to afford her protection? No. To meet would be difficult. As to protection, what right had he?
Alone,
he said to himself.
Alone, in the midst of these wandering tribes. And yet the present dangers are nothing compared to those she must undergo. Siberia, Irkutsk. I am about to dare all risks for Russia, for the Czar, while she is about to do so for whom? For what? She is authorized to cross the frontier. The country beyond is in revolt. The steppes are full of Tartar bands.
Michael Strogoff stopped for an instant and reflected.
Without doubt,
thought he,
she must have determined on undertaking her journey before the invasion. Perhaps she is even now ignorant of what is happening. But no, that cannot be. The merchants discussed before her the disturbances in Siberia, and she did not seem surprised. She did not even ask an explanation. She must have known it then, and knowing it is still resolute. Poor girl! Her motive for the journey must be urgent indeed. But though she may be brave, and she certainly is so, her strength must fail her, and, to say nothing of dangers and obstacles, she will be unable to endure the fatigue of such a journey. Never can she reach Irkutsk.
Indulging in such reflections, Michael Strogoff wandered on as chance led him. Being well acquainted with the town, he knew that he could easily retrace his steps. Having strolled on for about an hour, he seated himself on a bench against the wall of a large wooden cottage, which stood, with many others, on a vast open space. He had scarcely been there 5 minutes when a hand was laid heavily on his shoulder.
"What are you doing here?"
roughly demanded a tall and powerful man who had approached unperceived.
"I am resting,"
replied Michael Strogoff.
"Do you mean to stay all night on the bench?"
"Yes, if I feel inclined to do so,"
answered Michael Strogoff, in a tone somewhat too sharp for the simple merchant he wished to personate.
"Come forward, then, so I can see you,"
said the man. Michael Strogoff, remembering that above all prudence was requisite, instinctively drew back.
"It is not necessary,"
he replied, and calmly stepped back 10 paces. The man seemed, as Michael observed him well, to have the look of a Bohemian, such as are met at fairs, and with whom contact, either physical or moral, is unpleasant. Then, as he looked more attentively through the dusk, he perceived near the cottage a large caravan, the usual travelling dwelling of the Zingaris or gipsies, who swarm in Asia wherever a few kopecks can be obtained. As the gipsy took 2 or 3 steps forward, and was about to interrogate Michael Strogoff more closely, the door of the cottage opened. He could just see a woman who spoke quickly in a language which Michael Strogoff knew to be a mixture of Mongol and Siberian.
"Another spy. Let him alone and come to supper. The Papluka is waiting for you."
Michael Strogoff could not help smiling at the epithet bestowed on him, dreading spies as he did above all else. In the same dialect, although his accent was very different, the Bohemian replied in words which signify,
"You are right, Sangarel. Besides, we start tomorrow."
"Tomorrow?"
repeated the woman in surprise.
"Yes, Sangarel,"
replied the Bohemian.
"Tomorrow. And the father himself sends us where we are going."
Thereupon the man and the woman entered the cottage and carefully closed the door.
"Good,"
said Michael Strogoff to himself.
"If these gypsies do not wish to be understood when they speak before me, they had better use some other language."
From his Siberian origin, and because he had passed his childhood in the steppes, Michael Strogoff, it had been said, understood almost all the languages in usage from Tartary to the Sea of Ice. As to the exact signification of the words he had heard, he did not trouble his head, for why should it interest him? It was already late when he thought of returning to his inn to take some repose. He followed, as he did so, the course of the Volga, whose waters were almost hidden under the countless numbers of boats floating on its bosom. An hour after, Michael Strogoff was sleeping soundly on one of those Russian beds which always seem so hard to strangers, and on the morrow, the 17th of July, he awoke at break of day. He had still 5 hours to pass in Nijni-Novgorod. It seemed to him an age. How was he to spend the morning unless in wandering, as he had done the evening before through the streets? By the time he had finished his breakfast, strapped up his bag, had his podorojna inspected at the police office, he would have nothing to do but start. But he was not a man to lie in bed after the sun had risen, so he rose, dressed himself, placed the letter with the imperial arms on it carefully at the bottom of its usual pocket within the lining of his coat, over which he fastened his belt. He then closed his bag and threw it over his shoulder. This done, he had no wish to return to the city of Constantinople, and intending to breakfast on the bank of the Volga, near the wharf, he settled his bill and left the inn. By way of precaution, Michael Strogoff went first to the office of the Steam Packet Company, and there made sure that the Caucasus would start at the appointed hour. As he did so, the thought for the first time struck him that, since the young Livonian girl was going to Perm, it was very possible that her intention was also to embark in the Caucasus, in which case he should accompany her. The town above with its Kremlin, whose circumference measures 2 versts, and which resembles that of Moscow, was altogether abandoned. Even the governor did not reside there. But if the town above was like a city of the dead, the town below at all events was alive. Michael Strogoff, having crossed the Volga on a bridge of boats guarded by mounted Cossacks, reached the square where the evening before he had fallen in with the gypsy camp. This was somewhat outside the town, where the fair of Nijni-Novgorod was held. In a vast plain rose the temporary palace of the governor general, where by imperial orders that great functionary resided during the whole of the fair, which, thanks to the people who composed it, required an ever watchful surveillance. This plain was now covered with booths symmetrically arranged in such a manner as to leave avenues broad enough to allow the crowd to pass without a crash. Each group of these booths, of all sizes and shapes, formed a separate quarter, particularly dedicated to some special branch of commerce. There was the iron quarter, the farrier's quarter, the woolen quarter, the quarter of the wood merchants, the weaver's quarter, the dried fish quarter, etc. Some booths were even built of fancy materials, some of bricks of tea, others of masses of salt meat, that is to say, of samples of the goods which the owners thus announced were there to the purchasers. A singular and somewhat American mode of advertisement. In the avenues and long valleys there was already a large assemblage of people, the sun which had risen at 4 o'clock being well above the horizon, an extraordinary mixture of Europeans and Asiatics, talking, wrangling, haranguing, and bargaining. Everything which can be bought or sold seemed to be heaped up in this square. Furs, precious stones, silks, cashmere shawls, Turkey carpets, weapons from the Caucasus, gauzes from Smyrna and Isfahan, Tiflis armor, caravan teas, European bronzes, Swiss clocks, velvets and silks from Lyons, English cottons, harness, fruits, vegetables, minerals from the Ural, malachite, lapis lazuli, spices, perfumes, medicinal herbs, wood, tar, rope, horn, pumpkins, watermelons, etc., all the products of India, China, Persia, from the shores of the Caspian and the Black Sea, from America and Europe, were united at this corner of the globe. It is scarcely possible truly to portray the moving mass of human beings surging here and there, the excitement, the confusion, the hubbub. Demonstrative as were the natives and the inferior classes, they were completely outdone by their visitors. There were merchants from Central Asia, who had occupied a year in escorting their merchandise across its vast plains, and who would not again see their shops and counting houses for another year to come. In short, of such importance is the fair of Nijni-Novgorod, that the sum total of its transactions amounts yearly to nearly $100 millions. On one of the open spaces between the quarters of this temporary city were numbers of mountebanks of every description. Gypsies from the mountains, telling fortunes to the credulous fools who are ever to be found in such assemblies; Zingaris or Tziganes, a name which the Russians give to the gypsies who are descendants of the ancient Copts, singing their wildest melodies and dancing their most original dances; comedians of foreign theatres, acting Shakespeare adapted to the taste of spectators who crowded to witness them. In the long avenues the bear showmen accompanied their four-footed dancers, menageries resounded with the hoarse cries of animals under the influence of the stinging whip or red-hot irons of the tamer; and, besides all these numberless performers, in the middle of the central square, surrounded by a circle 4 deep of enthusiastic amateurs, was a band of mariners of the Volga, sitting on the ground as on the deck of their vessel, imitating the action of rowing, guided by the stick of the master of the orchestra, the veritable helmsman of this imaginary vessel. A whimsical and pleasing custom. Suddenly, according to a time-honored observance in the fair of Nijni-Novgorod, above the heads of the vast concourse, a flock of birds was allowed to escape from the cages in which they had been brought to the spot. In return for a few kopecks charitably offered by some good people, the bird fanciers opened the prison doors of their captives, who flew out in hundreds, uttering their joyous notes. It should be mentioned that England and France, at all events, were this year represented at the great fair of Nijni-Novgorod by two of the most distinguished products of modern civilization, Messieurs Harry Blount and Alcide Jolivet. Jolivet, an optimist by nature, found everything agreeable, and as by chance both lodging and food were to his taste, he jotted down in his book some memoranda particularly favourable to the town of Nijni-Novgorod. Blount, on the contrary, having in vain hunted for a supper, had been obliged to find a resting place in the open air. He therefore looked at it all from another point of view, and was preparing an article of the most withering character against a town, in which the landlords of the inns refused to receive travellers who only begged leave to be flayed morally and physically. Michael Strogoff, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his cherry-stamped pipe, appeared the most indifferent and least impatient of men. Yet from a certain contraction of his eyebrows every now and then, a careful observer would have seen that he was burning to be off. For 2 hours he kept walking about the streets, only to find himself invariably at the fair again. As he passed among the groups of buyers and sellers, he discovered that those who came from countries on the confines of Asia manifested great uneasiness. Their trade was visibly suffering. Another symptom was also marked. In Russia military uniforms appear on every occasion. Soldiers are wont to mix freely with the crowd, the police agents being almost invariably aided by a number of Cossacks, who, lance on shoulder, keep order in the crowd of 300,000 strangers. But on this occasion the soldiers, Cossacks and the rest, did not put in an appearance at the great market. Doubtless a sudden order to move having been foreseen, they were restricted to their barracks. Moreover, while no soldiers were to be seen, it was not so with their officers. Since the evening before, aides de camp, leaving the governor's palace, galloped in every direction. An unusual movement was going forward, which a serious state of affairs could alone account for. There were innumerable couriers on the roads, both to Vladimir and to the Ural mountains. The exchange of telegraphic dispatches with Moscow was incessant. Michael Strogoff found himself in the central square when the report spread that the head of the police had been summoned by a courier to the palace of the governor general. An important dispatch from Moscow, it was said, was the cause of it.
"The fair is to be closed,"
said one.
"The regiment of Nijni-Novgorod has received the route,"
declared another.
"They say that the Tartars menace Tomsk."
"Here is the head of police!"
was shouted on every side. A loud clapping of hands was suddenly raised, which subsided by degrees, and finally was succeeded by absolute silence. The head of police arrived in the middle of the central square, and it was seen by all that he held in his hand a dispatch. Then, in a loud voice, he read the following announcements.
By the order of the governor of Nijni-Novgorod. First, all Russian subjects are forbidden to quit the province upon any pretext whatsoever. Second, all strangers of Asiatic origin are commanded to leave the province within 24 hours.
End of chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6 Brother and Sister. However disastrous these measures might be to private interests, they were, under the circumstances, perfectly justifiable.
All Russian subjects are forbidden to leave the province.
If Ivan Ogariev was still in the province, this would at any rate prevent him, unless with the greatest difficulty, from rejoining Feofar Khan and becoming a very formidable lieutenant to the Tartar chief.
All foreigners of Asiatic origin are ordered to leave the province in 24 hours.
This would send off in a body all the traders from Central Asia, as well as the bands of Bohemians, gypsies, etc., having more or less sympathy with the Tartars. So many heads, so many spies. Undoubtedly affairs required their expulsion. It is easy to understand the effect produced by these two thunderclaps bursting over a town like Nijni-Novgorod, so densely crowded with visitors, and with a commerce so greatly surpassing that of all other places in Russia. The natives whom business called beyond Siberian frontier could not leave the province for a time at least. The tenor of the first article of the order was express. It admitted of no exception. All private interests must yield to the public will. As to the second article of the proclamation, the order of the expulsion which it contained admitted of no evasion either. It only concerned foreigners of Asiatic origin, but these could do nothing but pack up their merchandise and go back the way they came. As to the mountebanks, of which there were a considerable number, they had nearly 1,000 versts to go before they could reach the nearest frontier. For them it was simply misery. At first there rose against this measure a murmur of protestation, a cry of despair. But this was quickly suppressed by the presence of the Cossacks and agents of police. Immediately what might be called the exodus from the immense plain began. The awnings in front of the stalls were folded up, the theatres were taken to pieces, the fires were put out, the acrobats' ropes were lowered, the old broken-winded horses of the travelling vans came back from their sheds. Agents and soldiers with whip or stick stimulated the tardy ones, and made nothing of pulling down the tents even before the poor Bohemians had left them. Under these energetic measures the square of Nijni-Novgorod would, it was evident, be entirely evacuated before the evening, and to the tumult of the great fair would succeed the silence of the desert. It must again be repeated, for it was a necessary aggravation of these severe measures, that to all these nomads chiefly concerned in the order of expulsion, even the steppes of Siberia were forbidden, and they would be obliged to hasten to the south of the Caspian Sea, either to Persia, Turkey, or the plains of Turkestan. The post of the Ural, and the mountains which form, as it were, a prolongation of the river along the Russian frontier, they were not allowed to pass. They were therefore under the necessity of travelling 600 miles before they could tread a free soil. Just as the reading of the proclamation by the head of the police came to an end, an idea darted instinctively into the mind of Michael Strogoff.
What a singular coincidence,
thought he,
between this proclamation expelling all foreigners of Asiatic origin and the words exchanged last evening between those two gypsies of the Zingari race. The Father himself sends us where we wish to go, that old man said. But the Father is the Emperor. He is never called anything else among the people. How could those gypsies have foreseen the measure taken against them? How could they have known it beforehand? And where do they wish to go? Those are suspicious people. and it seems to me that to them the government proclamation must be more useful than injurious.
But these reflections were completely dispelled by another which drove every other thought out of Michael's mind. He forgot the Zingaris, their suspicious words, the strange coincidence which resulted from the proclamation. The remembrance of the young Livonian girl suddenly rushed into his mind.
Poor child,
he thought to himself.
She cannot now cross the frontier.
In truth, the young girl was from Riga. She was Livonian, consequently Russian, and now could not leave Russian territory. The permit which had been given her before the new measures had been promulgated was no longer available. All the routes to Siberia had just been pitilessly closed to her, and, whatever the motive taking her to Irkutsk, she was now forbidden to go there. This thought greatly occupied Michael Strogoff. He said to himself, vaguely at first, that without neglecting anything of what was due to his important mission, it would perhaps be possible for him to be of some use to the brave girl, and this idea pleased him. Knowing how serious were the dangers which he, an energetic and vigorous man, would have personally to encounter, he could not conceal from himself how infinitely greater they would prove to a young, unprotected girl. As she was going to Irkutsk, she would be obliged to follow the same road as himself. She would have to pass through the bands of invaders, as he was about to attempt doing himself. If, moreover, she had at her disposal only the money necessary for a journey taken under ordinary circumstances, how could she manage to accomplish it under conditions which made it not only perilous but expensive?
Well,
said he,
if she takes the route to Perm, it is nearly impossible but that I shall fall in with her. Then I will watch over her without her suspecting it. And, as she appears to me as anxious as myself to reach Irkutsk, she will cause me no delay.
But one thought leads to another. Michael Strogoff had till now thought only of doing a kind action, but now another idea flashed into his brain. The question presented itself under quite a new aspect.
The fact is,
said he to himself,
that I have much more need of her than she can have of me. Her presence will be useful in drawing off suspicion from me. A man traveling alone across the steppe may be easily guessed to be a courier of the Czar. If, on the contrary, this young girl accompanies me, I shall appear, in the eyes of all, the Nicholas Korpanoff of my Podorozhna. Therefore, she must accompany me. Therefore, I must find her again at any cost. It is not probable that since yesterday evening she has been able to get a carriage and leave Nijni-Novgorod. I must look for her, and may God guide me.
Michael left the great square of Nijni-Novgorod, where the tumult produced by the carrying out of the prescribed measures had now reached its height. Recriminations from the banished strangers, shouts from the agents and Cossacks who were using them so brutally, together made an indescribable uproar. The girl for whom he searched could not be there. It was now 9 o'clock in the morning. The steamboat did not start till 11. Michael Strogoff had therefore nearly 2 hours to employ in searching for her whom he wished to make his travelling companion. He crossed the Volga again and hunted through the quarters on the other side, where the crowd was much less considerable. He entered the churches, the natural refuge for all who weep, for all who suffer. Nowhere did he meet the young Livonian.
And yet,
he repeated,
she could not have left Nijni-Novgorod yet. We'll have another look.
He wandered about thus for 2 hours. He went on without stopping, feeling no fatigue, obeying a potent instinct which allowed no room for thought. All was in vain. It then occurred to him that perhaps the girl had not heard of the order, though this was improbable enough, for such a thunderclap could not have burst without being heard by all. Evidently interested in knowing the smallest news from Siberia, how could she be ignorant of the measures taken by the governor, measures which concerned her so directly? But if she was ignorant of it, she would come in an hour to the quay, and there some merciless agent would refuse her a passage. At any cost he must see her beforehand, and enable her to avoid such a repulse. But all his endeavors were in vain, and he at length almost despaired of finding her again. It was 11 o'clock, and Michael thought of presenting his podorojna at the office of the head of police. The proclamation evidently did not concern him, since the emergency had been foreseen for him, but he wished to make sure that nothing would hinder his departure from the town. Michael then turned to the other side of the Volga, to the quarter in which was the office of the head of police. An immense crowd was collected there, for though all foreigners were ordered to quit the province, they had notwithstanding to go through certain forms before they could depart. Without this precaution, some Russian more or less implicated in the Tartar movement would have been able, in a disguise, to pass the frontier, just those whom the order wished to prevent going. The strangers were sent away, but still had to gain permission to go. Mountebanks, gypsies, Tsiganis, Zingaris, mingled with merchants from Persia, Turkey, India, Turkestan, and China, filled the court and offices of the police station. Everyone was in a hurry, for the means of transport would be much sought after among this crowd of banished people, and those who did not set about it soon ran a great risk of not being able to leave the town in the prescribed time, which would expose them to some brutal treatment from the governor's agents. Owing to the strength of his elbows, Michael was able to cross the court. But to get into the office, and up to the clerk's little window, was a much more difficult business. However, a word into an inspector's ear, and a few judiciously given roubles, were powerful enough to gain him a passage. The man, after taking him into the waiting room, went to call an upper clerk. Michael Strogoff would not be long in making everything right with the police, and being free in his movement. Whilst waiting, he looked about him, and what did he see? There, fallen rather than seated, on a bench, was a girl, prey to a silent despair, although her face could scarcely be seen, the profile alone being visible against the wall. Michael Strogoff could not be mistaken. He instantly recognized the young Livonian. Not knowing the governor's orders, she had come to the police office to get her pass signed. They had refused to sign it. No doubt she was authorized to go to Irkutsk, but the order was peremptory. It annulled all previous authorizations, and the routes to Siberia were closed to her. Michael, delighted at having found her again, approached the girl. She looked up for a moment, and her face brightened on recognizing her traveling companion. She instinctively rose, and, like a drowning man who clutches at a spar, she was about to ask his help. At that moment the agent touched Michael on the shoulder.
"The head of police will see you,"
he said.
"Good,"
returned Michael. And without saying a word to her, for whom he had been searching all day, without reassuring her by even a gesture which might compromise either her or himself, he followed the man. The young Livonian, seeing the only being to whom she could look for help disappear, fell back again on her bench. 3 minutes had not passed before Michael Strogoff reappeared, accompanied by the agent. In his hand he held his podorojna, which threw open the roads to Siberia for him. He again approached the young Livonian, and holding out his hand,
"Sister?"
said he. She understood. She rose as if some sudden inspiration prevented her from hesitating a moment.
"Sister,"
repeated Michael Strogoff.
"We are authorized to continue our journey to Irkutsk. Will you come with me?"
"I will follow you, brother,"
replied the girl, putting her hand into that of Michael Strogoff, and together they left the police station. End of chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7 Going Down the Volga. A little before midday, the steamboat's bell drew to the wharf on the Volga an unusually large concourse of people, for not only were those about to embark who had intended to go, but the many who were compelled to go contrary to their wishes. The boilers of the Caucasus were under full pressure. A slight smoke issued from its funnel, whilst the end of the escape pipe and the lids of the valves were crowned with white vapor. It is needless to say that the police kept a close watch over the departure of the Caucasus, and showed themselves pitiless to those travelers who did not satisfactorily answer their questions. Numerous Cossacks came and went on the quay, ready to assist the agents, but they had not to interfere, as no one ventured to offer the slightest resistance to their orders. Exactly at the hour the last clang of the bell sounded, The powerful wheels of the steamboat began to beat the water, and the Caucasus passed rapidly between the two towns of which Nijni-Novgorod is composed. Michael Strogoff and the young Livonian had taken a passage on board the Caucasus. Their embarkation was made without any difficulty. As is known, the Podoroina, drawn up in the name of Nicholas Korpanov, authorized this merchant to be accompanied on his journey to Siberia. They appeared, therefore, to be a brother and sister travelling under the protection of the imperial police. Both, seated together at the stern, gazed at the receding town, so disturbed by the governor's order. Michael had as yet said nothing to the girl, he had not even questioned her. He waited until she should speak to him, when that was necessary. She had been anxious to leave that town, in which, but for the providential intervention of this unexpected protector, she would have remained imprisoned. She said nothing, but her looks spoke her thanks. The Volga, the Ra of the ancients, the largest river in all Europe, is almost 3,000 miles in length. Its waters, rather unwholesome in its upper part, are improved at Nijni-Novgorod by those of the Oka, a rapid affluent issuing from the central provinces of Asia. The system of Russian canals and rivers has been justly compared to a gigantic tree, whose branches spread over every part of the empire. The Volga forms the trunk of this tree, and it has for roots 70 mouths opening into the Caspian Sea. It is navigable as far as Drzev, a town in the government of Tver, that is, along the greater part of its course. The steamboats plying between Perm and Nijni-Novgorod rapidly perform the 250 miles which separate this town from the town of Kazan. It is true that these boats have only to descend the Volga, which adds nearly 2 miles of current per hour to their own speed. But on arriving at the confluence of the Kama, a little below Kazan, they are obliged to quit the Volga for the smaller river, up which they descend to Perm. Powerful as were her machines, the Caucasus could not thus, after entering the Kama, make against the current more than 10 miles an hour. Including an hour's stoppage at Kazan, the voyage from Nijni-Novgorod to Perm would take from between 60 to 62 hours. The steamer was very well arranged, and the passengers, according to their condition or resources, occupied 3 distinct classes on board. Michael Strogoff had taken care to engage 2 first-class cabins, so that his young companion might retire into hers whenever she liked. The Caucasus was loaded with passengers of every description. A number of Asiatic traders had thought it best to leave Nijni-Novgorod immediately. In that part of the steamer reserved for the first class might be seen Armenians in long robes and a sort of mitre on their heads, Jews known by their conical caps, rich Chinese in their traditional costume, a very wide blue, violet, or black robe, Turks wearing the national turban, Hindus with square caps and a single string for a girdle, some of whom hold in their hands all the traffic of Central Asia, and lastly Tartars wearing boots ornamented with many-colored braid, and the breast a mass of embroidery. All these merchants had been obliged to pile up their numerous bales and chests in the hold and on the deck, and the transport of their baggage would cost them dear, for according to the regulations each person had only a right to 20 pounds weight. In the bows of the Caucasus were more numerous groups of passengers, not only foreigners but also Russians, who were not forbidden by the order to go back to their towns in the province. There were moujiks with caps on their heads and wearing checked shirts under their white pelisses, peasants of the Volga with blue trousers stuffed into their boots, rose-colored cotton shirts drawn in by a cord felt caps, a few women habited in flowery patterned cotton dress and bright handkerchiefs on their heads. These were principally third-class passengers, who were happily not troubled by the prospect of a long return voyage. The Caucasus passed numerous boats being towed up the stream, carrying all sorts of merchandise to Nijni-Novgorod. Then passed rafts of wood interminably long, and barges loaded to the gunwale, and nearly sinking under water. A bootless voyage they were making, since the fair had been abruptly broken up at its outset. The waves caused by the steamer splashed on the banks, covered with flocks of wild duck, who flew away uttering deafening cries. A little farther, on the dry fields, bordered with willows and aspens, were scattered a few cows, sheep, and herds of pigs. Fields sown with thin buckwheat and rye stretched away to a background of half-cultivated hills, offering no remarkable prospect. The pencil of an artist in quest of the picturesque would have found nothing to reproduce in this monotonous landscape. The Caucasus had been steaming on for almost 2 hours, when the young Livonian, addressing herself to Michael, said,
"Are you going to Irkutsk, brother?"
"Yes, sister,"
answered the young man.
"We are going the same way. Consequently, where I go, you shall go."
"Tomorrow, brother, you shall know why I left the shores of the Baltic to go beyond the Ural mountains."
"I ask you nothing, sister."
"You shall know all,"
replied the girl with a faint smile.
"A sister should hide nothing from her brother. But I cannot today. Fatigue and sorrow have broken me."
"Will you go and rest in your cabin?"
asked Michael Strogoff.
Yes, and tomorrow."
"Come then."
He hesitated to finish his sentence, as if he had wished to end it by the name of his companion, of which he was still ignorant.
"Nadia," said
she, holding out her hand.
"Come, Nadia,"
answered Michael,
"and make what use you like of your brother, Nicholas Korpanoff."
And he led the girl to the cabin engaged for her off the saloon. Michael Strogoff returned on deck, and eager for any news which might bear on his journey, he mingled in the groups of passengers, though without taking any part in the conversation. Should he by any chance be questioned, and obliged to reply, he would announce himself as the merchant Nicholas Korpanoff, going back to the frontier, for he did not wish it to be suspected that a special permission authorized him to travel to Siberia. The foreigners in the steamer could evidently speak of nothing but the occurrences of the day, of the order and its consequences. These poor people, scarcely recovered from the fatigue of a journey across Central Asia, found themselves obliged to return, and if they did not give loud vent to their anger and despair, it was because they dared not. Fear mingled with respect restrained them. It was possible that inspectors of police, charged with watching the passengers, had secretly embarked on board the Caucasus, and it was just as well to keep silence. Expulsion, after all, was a good deal preferable to imprisonment in a fortress. Therefore the men were either silent or spoke with so much caution that it was scarcely possible to get any useful information. Michael Strogoff thus could learn nothing here, but if mouths were often shut at his approach, for they did not know him, his ears were soon struck by the sound of one voice, which cared little whether it was heard or not. The man with the hearty voice spoke Russian, but with a French accent, and another speaker answered him more reservedly.
"What?"
said the first.
"Are you on board this boat too, my dear fellow? You whom I met at the Imperial Fete on Moscow, and just caught a glimpse of at Nijni-Novgorod?" "Yes, it's I,"
answered the second dryly.
"Really? I didn't expect to be so closely followed." "I am not following you, sir. I am preceding you." "Proceed, proceed. Let us march abreast, keeping step, like two soldiers on parade, and for the time at least, let us agree, if you will, that one shall not pass the other." "On the contrary, I shall pass you." "We shall see that when we are at the seat of war. But till then, why, let us be travelling companions. Later we shall have both time and occasion to be rivals." "Enemies." "Enemies, if you like. There is a precision in your words, my dear fellow, particularly agreeable to me. One may always know what one has to look for with you." "What is the harm?" "No harm at all. So, in my turn, I will ask your permission to state our respective situations." "State away." "You are going to Perm, like me?" "Like you." "And probably you will go from Perm to Ekaterinburg, since that is the best and safest route by which to cross the Ural mountains?" "Probably." "Once past the frontier we shall be in Siberia, that is to say, in the midst of the invasion?" "We shall be there." "Well, then and only then will be the time to say, each for himself, and God for me." "For you, all by yourself. Very well. But since we have a week of neutral days before us, and since it is very certain that news will not shower down upon us on our way, let us be friends until we become rivals again." "Enemies." "Yes, that's right, enemies. But till then, let us act together, and not try and ruin each other. All the same, I promise you to keep to myself all that I can see." "And I all that I can hear." "Is that agreed?" "It is agreed." "Your hand?" "Here it is."
And the hand of the first speaker, that is to say, 5 wide open fingers, vigorously shook the 2 fingers coolly extended by the other.
By the by,
said the first.
I was able this morning to telegraph the very words of the order to my cousin at 17 minutes past 10.
And I sent it to the Daily Telegraph at 13 minutes past 10.
Bravo, Mr. Blanc.
Very good, Monsieur Jolivet.
I will try and match that.
It will be difficult.
I can try, however.
So saying, the French correspondent familiarly saluted the Englishman, who bowed stiffly. The governor's proclamation did not concern these 2 news hunters, as they were neither Russians nor foreigners of Asiatic origin. However, being urged by the same instinct, they had left Nijni-Novgorod together. It was natural that they should take the same means of transport, and that they should follow the same route to the Siberian steppes. Travelling companions, whether enemies or friends, they had a week to pass together before
the hunt would be open.
And then success to the most expert. Alcide Jolivet had made the first advances, and Harry Blount had accepted them, though he had done so coldly. That first day at dinner, the Frenchmen, open as ever and even too loquacious, the English still silent and grave, were seen hobnobbing at the same table, drinking genuine Clicquot at 6 roubles the bottle, made from the fresh sap of the birch trees of the country. On hearing them chatting away together, Michael Strogoff said to himself,
"Those are inquisitive and indiscreet fellows, whom I shall probably meet again on the way. It will be prudent for me to keep them at a distance."
The young Livonian did not come to dinner. She was asleep in her cabin, and Michael did not like to awaken her. It was evening before she reappeared on the deck of the Caucasus. The long twilight imparted a coolness to the atmosphere eagerly enjoyed by the passengers after the stifling heat of the day. As the evening advanced, the greater number never even thought of going into the saloon. Stretched on the benches, they inhaled with delight the slight breeze caused by the speed of the steamer. At this time of year, and under this latitude, the sky scarcely darkened between sunset and dawn, and left the steersman light enough to guide his steamer among the numerous vessels going up and down the Volga. Between 11 and 2, however, the moon being new, it was almost dark. Nearly all the passengers were then asleep on the deck, and the silence was disturbed only by the noise of the paddles striking the water at regular intervals. Anxiety kept Michael Strogoff awake. He walked up and down, but always in the stern of the steamer. Once, however, he happened to pass the engine room. He then found himself in the part reserved for the 2nd and 3rd class passengers. There everyone was lying asleep, not only on the benches, but also on the bales, packages, and even the deck itself. Some care was necessary not to tread on the sleepers who were lying about everywhere. They were chiefly moujiks, accustomed to hard couches, and quite satisfied with the planks of the deck. But no doubt they would, all the same, have soundly abused the clumsy fellow who roused them with an accidental kick. Michael Strogoff took care, therefore, not to disturb anyone. By going thus to the end of the boat, he had no other idea but that of striving against sleep by a rather longer walk. He reached the forward deck, and was already climbing the forecastle ladder, when he heard someone speaking near him. He stopped. The voices appeared to come from a group of passengers enveloped in cloaks and wraps. It was impossible to recognize them in the dark, though it sometimes happened that, when the steamer's chimney sent forth a plume of ruddy flames, the sparks seemed to fall amongst the group as though thousands of spangles had been suddenly illuminated. Michael was about to set up the ladder, when a few words reached his ear, uttered in that strange tongue which he had heard during the night at the fair. Instinctively he stopped to listen. Protected by the shadow of the forecastle, he could not be perceived himself. As to seeing the passengers who were talking, that was impossible. He must confine himself to listening. The first words exchanged were of no importance, to him at least, but they allowed him to recognize the voices of the men and women whom he had heard at Nijni-Novgorod. This, of course, made him redouble his attention. It was, indeed, not at all impossible that those same Tziganes, now banished, should be on board the Caucasus. But it was well for him that he listened, for he distinctly heard this question and answer made in the Tartar idiom.
It is said that a courier has set out from Moscow for Irkutsk.
It is so said, Sangar. But either this courier will arrive too late, or he will not arrive at all.
Michael Strogoff started involuntarily at this reply, which concerned him so directly. He tried to see if the man and woman who had just spoken were really those whom he suspected, but he could not succeed. In a few moments Michael Strogoff had regained the stern of the vessel without having been perceived, and, taking a seat by himself, he buried his face in his hands. It might have been supposed that he was asleep. He was not asleep, however, and did not even think of sleeping. He was reflecting, not without a lively apprehension.
Who is it knows of my departure? And who can have any interest in knowing it?
End of chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8 Going Up the Kama. The next day, the 18th of July, at 20 minutes to 7 in the morning, the Caucasus reached the Kazan quay, 7 versts from the town. Kazan is situated at the confluence of the Volga and Kasanka. It is an important chief town of the government and a Greek archbishopric, as well as the seat of a university. The varied population preserves an Asiatic character. Although the town was so far from the landing place, a large crowd was collected on the quay. They had come for the news. The governor of the province had published an order identical to that of Nijni-Novgorod. Police officers and a few Cossacks kept order among the crowd and cleared the way both for the passengers who were disembarking and also for those who were embarking on board the Caucasus, minutely examining both classes of travelers. The one where the Asiatics were being expelled, the other mujiks stopping at Kazan. Michael Strogoff unconcernedly watched the bustle which occurs at all quays on the arrival of a steam vessel. The Caucasus would stay for an hour to renew her fuel. Michael did not even think of landing. He was unwilling to leave the young Livonian girl alone on board, as she had not yet reappeared on deck. The two journalists had risen at dawn, as all good huntsmen should do. They went on shore and mingled with the crowd, each keeping to his own peculiar mode of proceeding, Harry Blount sketching different types or noting some observations, Alcide Jolivet contenting himself with asking questions, confiding in his memory, which never failed him. There was a report along all the frontier that the insurrection and invasion had reached considerable proportions. Communication between Siberia and the Empire was already extremely difficult. All this Michael Strogoff heard from the new arrivals. The information could not but cause him great uneasiness, and increase his wish of being beyond the Ural mountains, so as to judge for himself of the truth of these rumours, and enable him to guard against any possible contingency. He was thinking of seeking more direct intelligence from some native of Kazan, when his attention was suddenly diverted. Among the passengers who were leaving the Caucasus, Michael recognized the troop of Tziganes, who the day before had appeared in the Nijni-Novgorod fair. There, on the deck of the steamboat, were the old Bohemian and the woman. With them, and no doubt under their direction, landed about 20 dancers and singers from 15 to 20 years of age, wrapped in old cloaks, which covered their spangled dresses. These dresses, just then glancing in the first rays of the sun, reminded Michael of the curious appearance which he had observed during the night. It must have been the glitter of those spangles in the bright flames issuing from the steamboat's funnel which had attracted his attention.
Evidently,
said Michael to himself,
this troop of Tziganes, after remaining below all day, crouched under the forecastle during the night. Were these gypsies trying to show themselves as little as possible? Such is not according to the usual custom of their race.
Michael Strogoff no longer doubted that the expressions he had heard had proceeded from the stony group, and had been exchanged between the old gypsy and the woman to whom he gave the Mongolian name of Sangare. Michael involuntarily moved towards the gangway, as the Bohemian troop was leaving the steamboat. The old Bohemian was there, in a humble attitude, little comfortable with the effrontery natural to his race. One would have said that he was endeavouring rather to avoid attention than to attract it. His battered hat, browned by the suns of every clime, was pulled forward over his wrinkled face. His arched back was bent under an old cloak, wrapped closely round him notwithstanding the heat. It would have been difficult in this miserable dress to judge of either his size or face. Near him was the Tsigane, Sangaré, a woman about 30 years old. She was tall and well made, with olive complexion, magnificent eyes, and golden hair. Many of the young dancers were remarkably pretty, all possessing the clear-cut features of their race. These Tsiganes are generally very attractive, and more than one of the great Russian nobles, who try to vie with the English in eccentricity, has not hesitated to choose his wife from among these gypsy girls. One of them was humming a song of strange rhythm, which might be thus rendered:
Glitters brightly the gold in my raven locks streaming, rich coral around, my graceful neck gleaming. Like a bird of the air, through the wide world I roam.
The laughing girl continued her song, but Michael Strogoff ceased to listen. It struck him just then that the Tsigane, Sangaré, was regarding him with a peculiar gaze, as if to fix his features indelibly in her memory. It was but for a few moments, when Sangaré herself followed the old man and his troop, who had already left the vessel.
"That's a bold gypsy,"
said Michael to himself.
"Could she have recognized me as the man whom she saw at Nijni-Novgorod? These confounded Tsigans have the eyes of a cat. They can see in the dark. And that woman there might well know."
Michael Strogoff was on the point of following Sangaré and the gypsy band, but he stopped.
No,
thought he.
No unguarded proceedings. If I were to stop that old fortune-teller and his companions, my incognito would run a risk of being discovered. Besides, now they have landed. Before they can pass the frontier, I shall be far beyond it. They may take the route from Kasan to Ishim, but that affords no resources to travellers. Besides, a Tarantass, drawn by good Siberian horses, will always go faster than a gypsy cart. Come, friend Korpanoff, be easy.
By this time the man and Sangaré had disappeared. Kazan is justly called the Gate of Asia, and considered as the central of Siberian and Bokharian commerce, for 2 roads begin here and lead across the Ural mountains. Michael Strogoff had very judiciously chosen the one by Perm and Yekaterinburg. It is the great stage road, well supplied with relays kept at the expense of the government, and is prolonged from Ishim to Irkutsk. It is true that a second route, the one of which Michael had just spoken, avoiding the slight detour by Perm, also connects Kazan with Ishim. It is perhaps shorter than the other, but this advantage is much diminished by the absence of post houses, the bad roads, and lack of villages. Michael Strogoff was right in the choice he had made, and if, as appeared probable, the gypsies should follow the second route from Kazan to Ishim, he had every chance of arriving before them. An hour afterwards the bell rang on board of the Caucasus, calling the new passengers and recalling the former ones. It was now 7 o'clock in the morning. The requisite fuel had been received on board. The whole vessel began to vibrate from the effects of the steam. She was ready to start. Passengers going from Kazan to Perm were crowding on the deck. Michael noticed that of the 2 reporters, Blount alone had rejoined the steamer. Was Alcide Jolivet about to miss his passage? But just as the ropes were being cast off, Jolivet appeared, tearing along. The steamer was already sheering off. The gangway had been drawn on the quay, but Alcide Jolivet would not stick at such a little thing as that. So, with a bound like a harlequin, he alighted on the deck of the Caucasus almost in his rival's arms.
"I thought the Caucasus was going without you,"
said the latter.
"Bah!"
answered Jolivet.
"I should soon have got you up again, by chartering a boat at ma cousine's expense, or by travelling post at 20 kopecks a verst and on horseback. What could I do? It was so long a way from the quay to the telegraph office."
"Have you been to the telegraph office?"
asked Harry Blount, biting his lips.
"That's exactly where I have been,"
answered Jolivet with his most amiable smile.
"And it is still working to Kolyvan?"
That I don't know, but I can assure you, for instance, that it is working from Cassan to Paris."
You sent a dispatch to your cousin.
With enthusiasm.
You had learnt then—
"Look here, little father, as you Russians say,"
replied Alcide Jolivet.
"I am a good fellow, and I don't wish to keep anything from you. The Tartars, and Feofar Khan at their head, have passed some people at Tinsk and are descending the Irtish. Do what you like with that."
What? Such important news, and Harry Blount had not known it, and his rival, who had probably learned it from some inhabitant of Kazan, had already transmitted it to Paris. The English paper was distanced. Harry Blount, crossing his hands behind him, walked off and seated himself in the stern without uttering a word. About 10 o'clock in the morning the young Livonian, leaving her cabin, appeared on deck. Michael Strogoff went forward and took her hand.
"Look, sister,"
said he, leading her to the bows of the Caucasus. The view was indeed well worth seeing. The Caucasus had reached the confluence of the Volga and the Kama. There she would leave the former river, after having descended it for nearly 300 miles, to ascend the latter for a full 300. The Kama was here very wide, and its wooded banks lovely. A few white sails enlivened the sparkling water. The horizon was closed by a line of hills covered with aspens, alders, and sometimes large oaks. But these beauties of nature could not distract the thoughts of the young Livonian even for an instant. She had left her hand in that of her companion, and turning to him—
"At what distance are we from Moscow?"
she asked.
900 versts,
answered Michael.
900 out of 7,000,
murmured the girl. The bell now announced the breakfast hour. Nadia followed Michael Strogoff to the restaurant. She ate little, and as a poor girl whose means are small would do. Michael thought it best to content himself with the fare which satisfied his companion, and in less than 20 minutes he and Nadia returned on deck. There they seated themselves in the stern, and without the preamble, Nadia, lowering her voice to be heard by him alone, began.
"Brother, I am the daughter of an exile. My name is Nadia Fedor. My mother died at Riga scarcely a month ago, and I am going to Irkutsk to rejoin my father and share his exile."
"I, too, am going to Irkutsk,"
answered Michael.
"and I shall thank heaven if it enables me to give Nadia Fedor safe and sound into her father's hands."
"Thank you, brother,"
replied Nadia. Michael Strogoff then added that he had obtained a special podorojna for Siberia, and that the Russian authorities could in no way hinder his progress. Nadia asked nothing more. She saw in this fortunate meeting with Michael a means only of accelerating her journey to her father.
"I had,"
said she,
"a permit which authorized me to go to Irkutsk, but the new order annulled that, and but for you, brother, I should have been unable to leave the town, in which, without doubt, I should have perished."
"And dared you, alone, Nadia,"
said Michael,
"attempt to cross the steppes of Siberia?"
"The Tartar invasion was not known when I left Riga. It was only at Moscow that I learnt the news."
"And despite it, you continued your journey?"
"It was my duty."
The words showed the character of the brave girl. She then spoke of her father, Vasil Fedor. He was a much esteemed physician at Riga, but his connection with some secret society having been asserted, he received orders to start for Irkutsk. The police who brought the order conducted him without delay beyond the frontier. Vasily Fedor had but time to embrace his sick wife and his daughter, so soon to be left alone, when, shedding bitter tears, he was led away. A year and a half after her husband's departure, Madame Fedor died in the arms of her daughter, who was thus left alone and almost penniless. Nadia Fedor then asked, and easily obtained from the Russian government, an authorization to join her father at Irkutsk. She wrote and told him she was starting. She had barely enough money for this long journey, and yet she did not hesitate to undertake it. She would do what she could do. God would do the rest. End of chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9: Day and Night in a Tarantass. The next day, the 19th of July, the Caucasus reached Perm, the last place at which she touched on the Kama. The government of which Perm is the capital is one of the largest in the Russian Empire, and, extending over the Ural mountains, encroaches on Siberian territory. Marble quarries, mines of salt, platina, gold, and coal are worked here on a large scale. Although Perm, by its situation, has become an important town, it is by no means attractive, being extremely dirty and without resources. This want of comfort is of no consequence to those going to Siberia, for they come from the more civilized districts and are supplied with all necessaries. At Perm, travellers from Siberia resell their vehicles, more or less damaged by the long journey across the plains. There, too, those passing from Europe to Asia purchase carriages or sleighs in the winter season. Michael Strogoff had already sketched out his programme. A vehicle carrying the mail usually runs across the Ural mountains, but this, of course, was discontinued. Even if it had not been so, he would have not taken it, as he wished to travel as fast as possible, without depending on anyone. He wisely preferred to buy a carriage and journey by stages, stimulating the zeal of the postillions by well applied navodku or tips. Unfortunately, in consequence of the measures taken against foreigners of Asiatic origin, a large number of travellers had already left Perm, and therefore conveyances were extremely rare. Michael was obliged to content himself with what had been rejected by others. As to horses, as long as the Tsar's courier was not in Siberia, he could exhibit his podorojna, and the postmasters would give him the preference. But once out of Europe, he had to depend alone on the power of his roubles. But to what sort of a vehicle should he harness his horses? To a telga or to a tarantass? The telga is nothing but an open four-wheeled cart, made entirely of wood, the pieces fastened together by means of strong rope. Nothing could be more primitive, nothing could be less comfortable, but, on the other hand, should any accident happen on the way, nothing could be more easily repaired. There is no want of fairs on the Russian frontier, and axle trees grow naturally in forests. The post extraordinary, known by the name of perkladnoi, is carried by the telga, as any road is good enough for it. It must be confessed that sometimes the ropes which fasten the concern together break, and whilst the hinder part remains stuck in some bog, the fore part arrives at the post house on two wheels. But this result is considered quite satisfactory. Michael Strogoff would have been obliged to employ a telga if he had not been lucky enough to discover a tarantass. It is to be hoped that the invention of Russian coach builders will devise some improvement in this last named vehicle. Springs are wanting in it as well as in the telga. In the absence of iron, wood is not spared, but its four wheels, with 8 or 9 feet between them, assure a certain equilibrium over the jolting rough roads. A splashboard protects the travellers from the mud, and a strong leathern hood, which may be pulled quite over the occupiers, shelters them from the great heat and violent storms of the summer. The tarantass is as solid and as easy to repair as the telga, and is, moreover, less addicted to leaving its hinder part in the middle of the road. It was not without careful search that Michael managed to discover this tarantass, and there was probably not a second to be found in all Perm. He haggled long about the price for form's sake, to act up on his part as Nicholas Korpanov, a plain merchant of Irkutsk. Nadia had followed her companion in his search after a suitable vehicle. Although the object of each was different, both were equally anxious to arrive at their goal. One would have said the same will animated them both.
"Sister,"
said Michael,
"I wish I could have found a more comfortable conveyance for you."
Do you say that to me, brother, when I would have gone on foot, if need were, to rejoin my father?
I do not doubt your courage, Nadia, but there are physical fatigues a woman may be unable to endure.
I shall endure them whatever they be,
replied the girl.
If you ever hear a complaint from me, you may leave me in the road and continue your journey alone.
Half an hour later, the podorojna being presented by Michael, 3 post horses were harnessed to the tarantass. These animals, covered with long hair, were very like long-legged bears. They were small but spirited, being of Siberian breed. The way in which the yemshik harnessed them was thus. One, the largest, was secured between two long shafts, on whose farther end was a hoop carrying tassels and bells. The two others were simply fastened by ropes to the steps of the tarantass. This was the complete harness, with mere strings for reins. Neither Michael Strogoff nor the young Livonian girl had any baggage. The rapidity with which one wished to make the journey, and the more than modest resources of the other, prevented them from embarrassing themselves with packages. It was a fortunate thing, under the circumstances, for the tarantass could not have carried both baggage and travellers. It was only made for 2 persons, without counting the yemshik, who kept his equilibrium on his narrow seat in a marvellous manner. The yemshik is changed at every relay. The man who drove the tarantass during the first stage was, like his horses, a Siberian, and no less shaggy than they. Long hair, cut square on the forehead, hat with a turned-up brim, red belt, coat with crossed facings, and buttons stamped with the imperial cipher. The yemshik, on coming up with his team, threw an inquisitive glance at the passengers of the tarantass. No luggage! And had there been, where in the world could he have stowed it? Rather shabby in appearance, too. He looked contemptuous.
"Crows,"
said he, without caring whether he was overheard or not.
"Crows, at 6 kopecks a verst."
"No, eagles,"
said Michael, who understood the yemshik's slang perfectly.
"Eagles, do you hear? At 9 kopecks a verst. And a tip besides."
He was answered by a merry crack of the whip. In the language of the Russian postillions, the crow is the stingy or poor traveller who at the post-houses only pays 2 or 3 kopecks a verst for the horses. The eagle is the traveller who does not mind expense, to say nothing of liberal tips. Therefore the crow could not came to fly as rapidly as the imperial bird. Nadia and Michael immediately took their places in the tarantass. A small store of provisions was put in the box, in case at any time they were delayed in reaching the post-houses, which are very comfortably provided under direction of the state. The hood was pulled up, as it was insupportably hot, and at 12 o'clock the tarantass left Perm in a cloud of dust. The way in which the yemshik kept up the pace of his team would have certainly astonished travellers, who, being neither Russian nor Siberian, were not accustomed to this sort of thing. The leader, rather larger than the others, kept to a steady long trot, perfectly regular, whether up or down hill. The other 2 horses seemed to know no other pace than the gallop, though they performed many an eccentric curvet as they went along. The yemshik, however, never touched them, only urging them on by startling cracks of his whip. But what epithets he lavished on them, including the names of all the saints in the calendar, when they behaved like docile and conscientious animals! The string which served as reins would have had no influence on the spirited beasts, but the words
"Направо,"
to the right,
"Налево,"
to the left, pronounced in a guttural tone, were more effectual than either bridle or snaffle. And what amiable expressions!
"Go on, my doves,"
the yemshik would say.
"Go on, pretty swallows. Fly, my little pigeons. Hold up, my cousin on the left. Gee up, my little father on the right."
But when the pace slackened, what insulting expressions instantly understood by the sensitive animals!
"Go on, you wretched snail. Confound you, you slug. I'll roast you alive, you tortoise, you."
Whether or not it was from this way of driving, which requires the yemshiks to possess strong throats more than muscular arms, the tarantass flew along at a rate of from 12 to 14 miles an hour. Michael Strogoff was accustomed both to the sort of vehicle and the mode of travelling. Neither jerks nor jolts incommoded him. He knew that a Russian driver never even tries to avoid either stones, ruts, bogs, fallen trees, or trenches, which may happen to be in the road. He was used to all that. His companion ran a risk of being hurt by the violent jolts of the tarantass, but she would not complain. For a little while Nadia did not speak. Then, possessed with the one thought, that of reaching her journey's end,
"I have calculated that there are 300 versts between Perm and Ekaterinburg, brother,"
said she.
"Am I right?"
"You are quite right, Nadia,"
answered Michael.
and when we have reached Ekaterinburg, we shall be at the foot of the Ural Mountains, on the opposite side.
How long will it take to get across the mountains?
48 hours, for we shall travel day and night. I say day and night, Nadia,
added he,
for I cannot stop even for a moment. I go on without rest to Irkutsk.
I shall not delay you, brother, no, not even for an hour, and we will travel day and night.
Well then, Nadia, if the Tartar invasion has only left the road open, we shall arrive in 20 days.
You have made this journey before?
Asked Nadia.
Many times.
During winter we should have gone more rapidly and surely, should we not?
Yes, especially with more rapidity. But you would have suffered much from the frost and snow.
What matter? Winter is the friend of Russia.
Yes, Nadia, but what a constitution anyone must have to endure such friendship. I have often seen the temperature in the Siberian steppes fall to more than 40 degrees below freezing point. I have felt, notwithstanding my reindeer coat, my heart growing chill, my limbs stiffening, my feet freezing in triple woolen socks. I have seen my sleigh horses covered with a coating of ice, their breath congealed at their nostrils. I have seen the brandy in my flask change into hard stone, on which not even my knife could make an impression. But my sleigh flew like the wind. Not an obstacle on the plain, white and level, farther than the eye could reach. No rivers to stop one, hard ice everywhere, the route open, the road sure. But at the price of what suffering, Nadia? Those alone could say, who have never returned, but whose bodies have been covered up by the snowstorm.
However, you have returned, brother,
said Nadia.
Yes, but I am a Siberian, and when quite a child, I used to follow my father to the chase, and so became inured to these hardships. But when you said to me, Nadia, that winter would not have stopped you, that you would have gone alone, ready to struggle against the frightful Siberian climate, I seemed to see you lost in the snow and falling, never to rise again.
How many times have you crossed the steppe in winter?
Asked the young Livonian.
3 times, Nadia, when I was going to Omsk.
And what were you going to do at Omsk?
See my mother, who was expecting me.
And I am going to Irkutsk, where my father expects me. I am taking him my mother's last words. That is as much as to tell you, brother, that nothing would have prevented me from setting out.
You are a brave girl, Nadia,
replied Michael.
God himself would have led you.
All day the Tarantass was driven rapidly by the yemshiks, who succeeded each other at every stage. The eagles of the mountain would not have found their name dishonored by these eagles of the highway. The high price paid for each horse, and the tips dealt out so freely, recommended the travellers in a special way. Perhaps the postmasters thought it singular that, after the publication of the order, a young man and his sister, evidently both Russians, could travel freely across Siberia, which was closed to everyone else, but their papers were all en règle, and they had the right to pass. However, Michael Strogoff and Nadia were not the only travellers on their way from Perm to Yekaterinburg. At the first stages, the courier of the Czar had learned that a carriage preceded them, but as there was no want of horses, he did not trouble himself about that. During the day halts were made for food alone. At the post houses could be found lodging and provision. Besides, if there was not an inn, the house of the Russian peasant would have been no less hospitable. In the villages, which are almost all alike, with their white-walled, green-roofed chapels, the traveller might knock at any door, and it would be opened to him. The mujik would come out, smiling and extending his hand to the guest. He would offer him bread and salt. The burning charcoal would be put into the samovar, and he would be made quite at home. The family would turn out themselves, rather than that he should have not a room. The stranger is the relation of all. He is one sent by God. On arriving that evening, Michael instinctively asked the postmaster how many hours ago the carriage which preceded them had passed that stage.
2 hours ago, little father,
replied the postmaster.
Is it a Berlin?
No, a telga.
How many travelers?
2.
And they are going fast?
Eagles.
Let them put the horses to as soon as possible.
Michael and Nadia, resolved not to stop even for an hour, travelled all night. The weather continued fine, though the atmosphere was heavy and becoming charged with electricity. It was to be hoped that a storm would not burst whilst they were among the mountains, for there it would be terrible. Being accustomed to read atmospheric signs, Michael Strogoff knew that a struggle of the elements was approaching. The night passed without incident. Notwithstanding the jolting of the Tarantass, Nadia was able to sleep for some hours. The hood was partly raised, so as to give as much air as there was in the stifling atmosphere. Michael kept awake all night, mistrusting the yamshiks who are apt to sleep at their posts. Not an hour was lost at the relays, not an hour on the road. The next day, the 20th of July, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, they caught the first glimpse of the Ural Mountains in the east. This important chain which separates Russia from Siberia was still at a great distance, and they could not hope to reach it until the end of the day. The passage of the mountains must necessarily be performed during the next night. The sky was cloudy all day, and the temperature was therefore more bearable, but the weather was very threatening. It would perhaps have been more prudent not to have ascended the mountains during the night, and Michael would not have done so had he been permitted to wait, but when, at the last stage, the yamshik drew his attention to a peal of thunder reverberating among the rocks, he merely said,
"Is a telga still before us?"
Yes.
How long is it in advance?
Nearly an hour.
Forward, and a triple tip if we are at Ekaterinburg tomorrow morning.
End of chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. A Storm in the Ural Mountains. The Ural Mountains extend in a length of over 2,000 miles between Europe and Asia. Whether they are called the Urals, which is the Tartar, or the Poyas, which is the Russian name, they are correctly so termed, for these names signify belt in both languages. Rising on the shores of the Arctic Sea, they reach the borders of the Caspian. This was the barrier to be crossed by Michael Strogoff before he could enter Siberian Russia. The mountains could be crossed in one night, if no accident happened. Unfortunately, thunder muttering in the distance announced that a storm was at hand. The electric tension was such that it could not be dispersed without a tremendous explosion, which, in the peculiar state of the atmosphere, would be very terrible. Michael took care that his young companion should be as well protected as possible. The hood, which might have been easily blown away, was fastened more securely with ropes, crossed above and at the back. The traces were doubled, and, as an additional precaution, the nave boxes were stuffed with straw, as much to increase the strength of the wheels as to lessen the jolting unavoidable on a dark night. Lastly, the fore and hinder parts, connected simply by the axles to the body of the Tarantass, were joined one to the other by a crossbar, fixed by means of pins and screws. Nadia resumed her place in the cart, and Michael took his seat beside her. Before the lowered hood hung two leathern curtains, which would in some degree protect the travellers against the wind and rain. Two great lanterns, suspended from the yamshik's seat, threw a pale glimmer scarcely sufficient to light the way, but serving as warning lights to prevent any other carriage from running into them. It was well that all these precautions were taken in expectation of a rough night. The road led them up towards dense masses of clouds, and should the clouds not soon resolve into rain, the fog would be such that the Tarantass would be unable to advance without danger of falling over some precipice. The Ural chain does not attain any very great height, the highest summit not being more than 5,000 feet. Eternal snow is there unknown, and what is piled up by the Siberian winter is soon melted by the summer sun. Shrubs and trees grow to a considerable height. The iron and copper mines, as well as those of precious stones, draw a considerable number of workmen to that region. Also those villages, termed gavody, are there met with pretty frequently, and the road through the great passes is easily practicable for post carriages. But what is easy enough in fine weather and broad daylight, offers difficulties and perils when the elements are engaged in fierce warfare, and the traveller is in the midst of it. Michael Strogoff knew from former experience what a storm in the mountain was, and perhaps this would be as terrible as the snowstorms which burst forth with such vehemence in the winter. Rain was not yet falling, so Michael raised the leathern curtains which protected the interior of the Tarantass, and looked out, watching the sides of the road, peopled with fantastic shadows caused by the wavering light of the lanterns. Nadia, motionless, her arms folded, gazed forth also, though without leaning forward, whilst her companion, his body half out of the carriage, examined both sky and earth. The calmness of the atmosphere was very threatening, the air being perfectly still. It was just as if nature were half stifled, and could no longer breathe, her lungs, that is to say those gloomy, dense clouds, not being able to perform their functions. The silence would have been complete but for the grindings of the wheels of the tarantass over the road, the creaking of the axles, the snorting of the horses, and the clattering of their iron hoofs among the pebbles, sparks flying out on every side. The road was perfectly deserted. The tarantass encountered neither pedestrians, nor horsemen, nor a vehicle of any description in the narrow defiles of the Ural on this threatening night. Not even the fire of a charcoal burner was visible in the woods, nor an encampment of miners near the mines, nor a hut among the brushwood. Under these peculiar circumstances it might have been allowable to postpone the journey until the morning. Michael Strogoff, however, had not hesitated. He had no right to stop. But then, and it began to cause him some anxiety, what possible reason could those travellers in the telga ahead have for being so imprudent? Michael remained thus on the lookout for some time. About 11 o'clock lightning began to blaze continuously in the sky. The shadows of huge pines appeared and disappeared in the rapid light. Sometimes, when the tarantass neared the side of the road, deep gulfs lit up by the flashes could be seen yawning beneath them. From time to time, on their vehicle giving a worse lurch than usual, they knew that they were crossing a bridge of roughly hewn planks thrown over some chasm, thunder appearing actually to be rumbling below them. Besides this, a booming sound filled the air, which increased as they mounted higher. With these different noises rose the shouts of the yemshik, sometimes scolding, sometimes coaxing his poor beasts, who were suffering more from the oppression of the air than the roughness of the roads. Even the bells on the shafts could no longer rouse them, and they stumbled every instant.
"At what time shall we reach the top of the ridge?" asked Michael of the yemshik.
"At 1 o'clock in the morning, if we ever get there at all,"
replied he with a shake of his head.
"Why, my friend, this will not be your first storm in the mountains, will it?"
"No, and pray God it may not be my last."
"Are you afraid?"
"No, I am not afraid. But I repeat that I think you were wrong in starting."
"I should have been still more wrong had I stayed."
"Hold up, my pigeons!"
cried the yemshik. It was his business to obey, not to question. Just then a distant noise was heard, shrill whistling through the atmosphere so calm a minute before. By the light of a dazzling flash, almost immediately followed by a tremendous clap of thunder, Michael could see huge pines on a high peak bending before the blast. The wind was unchained, but as yet it was the upper air alone which was disturbed. Successive crashes showed that many of the trees had been unable to resist the burst of the hurricane. An avalanche of shattered trunks swept across the road and dashed over the precipice on the left, 200 feet in front of the tarantass. The horses stopped short.
"Get up, my pretty doves!"
cried the yemshik, adding the cracking of his whip to the rumbling of the thunder. Michael took Nadia's hand.
"Are you asleep, sister?"
No, brother.
"Be ready for anything. Here comes the storm."
I am ready.
Michael Strogoff had only just time to draw the leathern curtains when the storm was upon them. The yemshik leaped from his seat and seized the horses' heads, for terrible danger threatened the whole party. The Tarantass was at a standstill at a turning of the road, down which swept the hurricane. It was absolutely necessary to hold the animals' heads to the wind, for if the carriage was taken broadside it must infallibly capsize, and be dashed over the precipice. The frightened horses reared, and their driver could not manage to quiet them. His friendly expressions had been succeeded by the most insulting epithets. Nothing was of any use. The unfortunate animals, blinded by the lightning, terrified by the incessant peals of thunder, threatened every instant to break their traces and flee. The yemshick had no longer any control over his team. At that moment Michael Strogoff threw himself from the Tarantass and rushed to his assistance. Endowed with more than common strength, he managed, though not without difficulty, to master the horses. The storm now raged with redoubled fury. A perfect avalanche of stones and trunks of trees began to roll down the slope above them.
"We cannot stop here,"
said Michael.
"We cannot stop anywhere,"
returned the yemshick, all his energies apparently overcome by terror.
"The storm will soon send us to the bottom of the mountain, and that by the shortest way."
"Take you that horse, coward,"
returned Michael.
"I'll look after this one."
A fresh burst of the storm interrupted him. The driver and he were obliged to crouch upon the ground to avoid being blown down. The carriage, notwithstanding their efforts and those of the horses, was gradually blown back, and had it not been stopped by the trunk of a tree, it would have gone over the edge of the precipice.
"Do not be afraid, Nadia,"
cried Michael Strogoff.
"I'm not afraid,"
replied the young Livonian, her voice not betraying the slightest emotion. The rumbling of the thunder ceased for an instant. The terrible blast had swept past into the gorge below.
"Will you go back?"
said the yemshick.
"No, we must go on. Once past this turning, we shall have the shelter of the slope."
"But the horses won't move."
"Do as I do, and drag them on."
"The storm will come back."
"Do you mean to obey?"
"Do you order it?"
"The Father orders it,"
answered Michael, for the first time invoking the all-powerful name of the Emperor.
"Forward, my swallows!"
cried the yemshick, seizing one horse, while Michael did the same to the other. Thus urged, the horses began to struggle forward. They could no longer rear, and the middle horse, not being hampered by the others, could keep in the center of the road. It was with the greatest difficulty that either man or beast could stand against the wind, and for every 3 steps they took in advance, they lost 1, and even 2, by being forced backwards. They slipped, they fell, they got up again. The vehicle ran a great risk of being smashed. If the hood had not been securely fastened, it would have been blown away long before. Michael Strogoff and the yemshick took more than 2 hours in getting up this bit of road, only half a verst in length, so directly exposed was it to the lashing of the storm. The danger was not only from the wind, which battered against the travelers, but from the avalanche of stones and broken trunks which were hurtling through the air. Suddenly, during a flash of lightning, one of these masses was seen crashing and rolling down the mountain towards the Tarantass. The yemshick uttered a cry. Michael Strogoff in vain brought his whip down on the team. They refused to move. A few feet farther on, and the mass would pass behind them. Michael saw the Tarantass struck. His companion crushed. He saw there was no time to drag her from the vehicle. Then, possessed in this hour of peril with superhuman strength, he threw himself behind it, and planting his feet on the ground, by main force placed it out of danger. The enormous mass, as it passed, grazed his chest, taking away his breath as though it had been a cannon ball. Then, crashing to powder the flints on the road, it bounded into the abyss below.
"Oh, brother!"
cried Nadia, who had seen it all by the light of the flashes.
"Nadia,"
replied Michael,
"fear nothing."
"It is not on my own account that I fear."
"God is with us, sister."
"With me truly, brother, since he has sent thee in my way,"
murmured the young girl. The impetus the Tarantass had received was not to be lost, and the tired horses once more moved forward. Dragged, so to speak, by Michael and the yemshick, they toiled on towards a narrow pass, lying north and south, where they would be protected from the direct sweep of the tempest. At one end a huge rock jutted out, round the summit of which whirled an eddy. Behind the shelter of the rock there was a comparative calm. Yet once within the circumference of the cyclone, neither man nor beast could resist its power. Indeed, some firs which towered above this protection were in a trice shorn of their tops, as though a gigantic scythe had swept across them. The storm was now at its height. The lightning filled the defile, and the thunderclaps had become one continued peal. The ground, struck by the concussion, trembled as though the whole Ural chain was shaken to its foundations. Happily the Tarantass could be so placed that the storm might strike it obliquely. But the counter-currents, directed towards it by the slope, could not be so well avoided, and so violent were they that every instant it seemed as though it would be dashed to pieces. Nadia was obliged to leave her seat, and Michael, by the light of one of the lanterns, discovered an excavation bearing the marks of a miner's pick, where the young girl could rest in safety until they could once more start. Just then, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, the rain began to fall in torrents, and this, in addition to the wind and lightning, made the storm truly frightening. To continue the journey at present was utterly impossible. Besides, having reached this pass, they had only to descend the slopes of the Ural mountains, and to descend now, with the road torn up by 1,000 mountain torrents, in these eddies of wind and rain, was utter madness.
To wait is indeed serious,
said Michael.
But it must certainly be done, to avoid still longer detentions. The very violence of the storm makes me hope that it will not last long. About 3 o'clock the day will begin to break, and the descent, which we cannot risk in the dark, we shall be able, if not with ease, at least without such danger, to attempt after sunrise.
Let us wait, brother,
replied Nadia.
But if you delay, let it not be to spare me fatigue or danger.
Nadia, I know that you are ready to brave everything, but in exposing both of us, I risk more than my life, more than yours. I am not fulfilling my task, that duty which before everything else I must accomplish.
Duty,
murmured Nadia. Just then a bright flash lit up the sky. A loud clap followed. The air was filled with sulphurous suffocating vapor, and a clump of huge pines, struck by the electric fluid, scarcely 20 feet from the Tarantass, flared up like a gigantic torch. The yemshick was struck to the ground by a counter-shock, but, regaining his feet, found himself happily unhurt. Just as the last growlings of the thunder were lost in the recesses of the mountain, Michael felt Nadia's hand pressing his, and he heard her whisper these words in his ear.
"Cries, brother, listen."
End of chapter 10. Book 1, Chapter 11 of Michael Strogoff, by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11 Travelers in Distress. During the momentary lull which followed, shouts could be distinctly heard from farther on, at no great distance from the Tarantass. It was an earnest appeal, evidently from some traveler in distress. Michael listened attentively. The yemshick also listened, but shook his head as though it was impossible to help.
"They are travelers calling for aid,"
cried Nadia.
"They can expect nothing,"
replied the yemshick.
"Why not?"
cried Michael.
"Ought not we do for them what they would do for us under similar circumstances?"
"Surely you will not risk the carriage and horses?"
"I will go on foot,"
replied Michael, interrupting the yemshick.
"I will go too, brother,"
said the young girl.
"No, remain here, Nadia. The imshik will stay with you. I do not wish to leave him alone."
"I will stay,"
replied Nadia.
"Whatever happens, do not leave this spot."
"You will find me where I now am."
Michael pressed her hand, and turning the corner of the slope, disappeared in the darkness.
"Your brother is wrong,"
said the yemshick.
"He is right,"
replied Nadia simply. Meanwhile Strogoff strode rapidly on. If he was in a great hurry to aid the travelers, he was also very anxious to know who it was that had not been hindered from starting by the storm, for he had no doubt that the cries came from the telga which had so long preceded him. The rain had stopped, but the storm was raging with redoubled fury. The shouts, borne on the air, became more distinct. Nothing was to be seen of the pass in which Nadia remained. The road wound along, and the squalls, checked by the corners, formed eddies highly dangerous, to pass which, without being taken off his legs, Michael had to use his utmost strength. He soon perceived that the travellers whose shouts he had heard were at no great distance. Even then, on account of the darkness, Michael could not see them, yet he heard distinctly their words. This is what he heard, and what caused him some surprise.
"Are you coming back, blockhead?"
You shall have a taste of the knot at the next stage.
"Do you hear, you devil's postillion? Hullo, below!"
This is how a carriage takes you in this country?
Yes, this is what you call a telga.
Oh, that abominable driver! He goes on and does not appear to have discovered that he has left us behind.
To deceive me too, me, an honourable Englishman! I will make a complaint at the Chancellor's office and have the fellow hanged.
This was said in a very angry tone, but was suddenly interrupted by a burst of laughter from his companion, who exclaimed,
"Well, this is a good joke, I must say."
"You venture to laugh,"
said the Briton angrily.
"Certainly, my dear confrère, and that most heartily. Upon my word, I never saw anything to come up to it."
Just then a crashing clap of thunder re-echoed through the defile, and then died away among the distant peaks. When the sound of the last growl had ceased, the merry voice went on.
"Yes, it is undoubtedly a good joke. This machine certainly never came from France."
"Nor from England,"
replied the other. On the road, by the light of the flashes, Michael saw, 20 yards from him, 2 travellers seated side by side in a most peculiar vehicle, the wheels of which were deeply embedded in the ruts formed in the road. He approached them, the one grinning from ear to ear and the other gloomily contemplating his situation, and recognized them as the 2 reporters who had been his companions on board the Caucasus.
"Good morning to you, sir,"
cried the Frenchman.
"Delighted to see you here. Let me introduce you to my intimate enemy, Monsieur Blount."
The English reporter bowed, and was about to introduce in his turn his companion, Alcide Jolivet, in accordance with the rules of society, when Michael interrupted him.
"Perfectly unnecessary, sir. We already know each other, for we travelled together on the Volga."
"Ah, yes, exactly so, monsieur."
"Nicholas Korpanoff, merchant, of Irkutsk. But may I know what has happened, which, though a misfortune to your companion, amuses you so much?"
"Certainement, Monsieur Korpanoff,"
replied Alcide.
"Fancy, our driver has gone off with the front part of this carriage, and left us quietly seated in the back part. So here we are, in the worst half of a telga, no driver, no horses. Is it not a joke?"
"No joke at all,"
said the Englishman.
"Indeed it is, my dear fellow. You do not know how to look at the bright side of things."
"How, pray, are we to go on?"
asked Blount.
"This is the easiest thing in the world,"
replied Alcide.
"Go and harness yourself to what remains of our cart. I will take the reins and call you my little pigeon like a true yamschik, and you will trot off like a real post horse."
"Mr. Jolivet,"
replied the Englishman,
"this joking is going too far. It passes all limits, and—"
"Now do be quiet, my dear sir. When you are done up, I will take your place, and call me a broken-winded snail and faint-hearted tortoise if I don't take you over the ground at a rattling pace."
Alcide said all this with such perfect good humour that Michael could not help smiling.
"Gentlemen,"
said he,
"here is a better plan. We have now reached the highest ridge of the Ural chain, and thus have merely to descend the slopes of the mountain. My carriage is close by, only 200 yards behind. I will lend you one of my horses, harness it to the remains of the telga, and tomorrow, if no accident befalls us, we will arrive together at Ekaterinburg."
"That, Monsieur Korpanoff,"
said Alcide,
"is indeed a generous proposal."
"Indeed, sir,"
replied Michael.
"I would willingly offer you places in my Tarantass, but it will only hold 2, and my sister and I already fill it."
"Really, sir?"
answered Alcide.
"With our horse and our demi-telga we will go to the world's end."
"Sir,"
said Harry Blount,
"we most willingly accept your kind offer, and as to that yamschik—"
"Oh, I assure you that you are not the first travellers who have met with a similar misfortune," replied Michael.
"But why should not our driver come back? He knows perfectly well that he has left us behind, wretch that he is."
He never suspected such a thing."
"What, the fellow not know that he was leaving the better half of his telga behind?"
"Not a bit, and in all good faith is driving the forepart into Ekaterinburg."
Did I not tell you that it was a good joke, confrère?
cried Alcide.
Then, gentlemen, if you will follow me,
said Michael.
We will return to my carriage and—
But the telga,
observed the Englishman.
There is not the slightest fear that it will fly away, my dear Blount,
exclaimed Alcide.
It has taken such good root in the ground that if we left here until next spring it would begin to bud.
Come then, gentlemen,
said Michael Strogoff,
and we will bring up the Tarantass.
The Frenchman and the Englishman descending from their seats, no longer the hinder one, since the front had taken its departure, followed Michael. Walking along, Alcide Jolivet chattered away as usual, with his invariable good humour.
"Faith, Monsieur Korpanoff,"
said he,
"you have indeed got us out of a bad scrape."
I have only done, sir,
replied Michael,
what anyone would have done in my place.
"Well, sir, you have done us a good turn, and if you're going farther we may possibly meet again, and—"
Alcide Jolivet did not put any direct question to Michael as to where he was going, but the latter, not wishing it to be suspected that he had anything to conceal, at once replied,
I am bound for Omsk, gentlemen.
"Monsieur Blount and I,"
replied Alcide,
"go where danger is certainly to be found, and without doubt news also."
To the invaded provinces?
asked Michael with some earnestness.
"Exactly so, Monsieur Korpanoff, and we may possibly meet there."
Indeed, sir,
replied Michael.
I have little love for cannonballs or lance points, and am by nature too great a lover of peace to venture where fighting is going on.
"I am sorry, sir, extremely sorry. We must only regret that we shall separate so soon. But on leaving Ekaterinburg, it may be our fortunate fate to travel together, if only for a few days."
Do you go on to Omsk?
asked Michael after a moment's reflection.
"We know nothing as yet,"
replied Alcide,
"but we will certainly go on as far as Ishim, and once there, our movements must depend on circumstances."
Well then, gentlemen,
said Michael,
we will be fellow travellers as far as Ishim.
Michael would certainly have preferred to travel alone, but he could not, without appearing at least singular, seek to separate himself from the two reporters who were taking the same road that he was. Besides, since Alcide and his companion intended to make some stay at Ishim, he thought it rather convenient than otherwise to make that part of the journey in their company. Then, in an indifferent tone, he asked,
Do you know, with any certainty, where this Tartar invasion is?
"Indeed, sir,"
replied Alcide,
"we only know what they said at Pram. Feofarkan's Tartars have invaded the whole province of Semipalatinsk, and for some days, by forced marches, have been descending the Irtish. You must hurry if you wish to get to Omsk before them."
Indeed, I must,
replied Michael.
"It is reported also that Colonel Ogareff has succeeded in passing the frontier in disguise, and that he will not be slow in joining the Tartar chief in the revolted country."
But how do they know it?
asked Michael, whom this news, more or less true, so directly concerned.
"Oh, as these things are always known,"
replied Alcide.
"It is in the air."
Then, have you really reason to think that Colonel Ogareff is in Siberia?
"I myself have heard it said that he was to take the road from Kazan to Ekaterinburg."
"Ah, you know that, Mr. Jolivet,"
said Harry Blount, roused from his silence.
"I knew it,"
replied Alcide.
"And do you know that he went disguised as a gypsy?"
asked Blount.
As a gypsy!
exclaimed Michael almost involuntarily, and he suddenly remembered the look of the old Bohemian at Nijni-Novgorod, his voyage on board the Caucasus, and his disembarking at Kazan.
"Just well enough to take a few remarks on the subject in a letter to Makozim,"
replied Alcide, smiling.
"You lost no time at Kazan,"
dryly observed the Englishman.
"No, my dear fellow, and while the Caucasus was lying in her supply of fuel, I was employed in obtaining a store of information."
Michael no longer listened to the repartee which Harry Blount and Alcide exchanged. He was thinking of the gypsy troupe, of the old Tsigane whose face he had not been able to see, and of the strange woman who accompanied him, and then of the peculiar glance which she had cast at him. Suddenly, close by, he heard a pistol shot.
Ah! Forward, sirs!
cried he.
"Hello?"
said Alcide to himself.
"This quiet merchant, who always avoids violence, is in a great hurry to go where they are flying about just now."
Quickly followed by Harry Blount, who was not a man to be behind in danger, he dashed after Michael. In another instant the three were opposite the projecting rock which protected the Tarantass at the turning of the road. A clump of pines struck by the lightning was still burning. There was no one to be seen. However, Michael was not mistaken. Suddenly a dreadful growling was heard, and then another report.
"A bear!"
cried Michael, who could not mistake the growling.
"Nadia! Nadia!"
And drawing his cutlass from his belt, Michael bounded round the buttress behind which the young girl had promised to wait. The pines, completely enveloped in flames, threw a wild glare on the scene. As Michael reached the tarantass, a huge animal retreated towards him. It was a monstrous bear. The tempest had driven it from the woods, and it had come to seek refuge in this cave, doubtless its habitual retreat, which Nadia then occupied. Two of the horses, terrified at the presence of the enormous creature, breaking their traces, had escaped, and the yemshick, thinking only of his beasts, leaving Nadia face to face with the bear, had gone in pursuit of them. But the brave girl had not lost her presence of mind. The animal, which had not at first seen her, was attacking the remaining horse. Nadia, leaving the shelter in which she had been crouching, had run to the carriage, taken one of Michael's revolvers, and, advancing resolutely towards the bear, had fired close to it. The animal, slightly wounded in the shoulder, turned on the girl, who rushed for protection behind the tarantass. But then, seeing that the horse was attempting to break its traces, and knowing that if it did so, and the others were not recovered, their journey could not be continued, with the most perfect coolness she again approached the bear, and, as it raised its paws to strike her down, gave it the contents of the second barrel. This was the report which Michael had just heard. In an instant he was on the spot. Another bound, and he was between the bear and the girl. His arm made one movement upwards, and the enormous beast, ripped up by that terrible knife, fell to the ground a lifeless mass. He had executed in splendid style the famous blow of the Siberian hunters, who endeavour not to damage the precious fur of the bear, which fetches a high price.
"You were not wounded, sister?"
said Michael, springing to the side of the young girl.
"No, brother,"
replied Nadia. At that moment the two journalists came up. Alcide seized the horse's head, and, in an instant, his strong wrist mastered it. His companion and he had seen Michael's rapid stroke.
"Bravo!"
cried Alcide.
"For a simple merchant, Monsieur Kopanov, you handle the hunter's knife in the most masterly fashion."
"Most masterly indeed,"
added Blount.
"In Siberia,"
replied Michael,
"we are obliged to do a little of everything."
Alcide regarded him attentively. Seen in the bright glare, his knife dripping with blood, his tall figure, his foot firm on the huge carcass, he was indeed worth looking at.
"A formidable fellow,"
said Alcide to himself. Then, advancing respectfully, he saluted the young girl. Nadia bowed slightly. Alcide turned towards his companion.
"The sister worthy of the brother,"
said he.
"No, were I a bear, I should not meddle with two so brave and so charming."
Harry Blount, perfectly upright, stood hat in hand at some distance. His companion's easy manners only increased his usual stiffness. At that moment the yemshick, who had succeeded in recapturing his two horses, reappeared. He cast a regretful glance at the magnificent animal lying on the ground, loth to leave it to the birds of prey, and then proceeded once more to harness his team. Michael acquainted him with the traveller's situation, and his intention of loaning one of the horses.
"As you please,"
replied the yemshick.
"Only, 2 carriages instead of 1.
"All right, my friends,"
said Alcide, who understood the insinuation.
"we will play devil."
"Then gee up, my turtle doves,"
cried the yemshick. Nadia again took her place in the tarantass. Michael and his companions followed on foot. It was 3 o'clock. The storm still swept with terrific violence across the defile. When the first streaks of daybreak appeared, the tarantass had reached the telga, which was still conscientiously embedded as far as the centre of the wheel. Such being the case, it can be easily understood how a sudden jerk would separate the front from the hinder part. One of the horses was now harnessed by means of cords to the remains of the telga. The reporters took their place on the singular equipage, and the 2 carriages started off. They had now only to descend the Ural slopes, in doing which there was not the slightest difficulty. 6 hours afterwards the 2 vehicles, the tarantass preceding the telga, arrived at Yekaterinburg, nothing worthy of note having happened in the descent. The first person the reporters perceived at the door of the post house was their yemshick, who appeared to be waiting for them. This worthy Russian had a fine open countenance, and he smilingly approached the travellers, and, holding out his hand, in a quiet tone he demanded the usual pourboire. This very cool request roused Blount's ire to its highest pitch, and had not the yemshick prudently retreated, a straight-out blow of the fist, in true British boxing style, would have paid his claim of na vodku. Alcide Jolivet, at this burst of anger, laughed as he had never laughed before.
"But the poor devil is quite right,"
he cried.
"He is perfectly right, my dear fellow. It is not his fault if we did not know how to follow him."
Then, drawing several kopecks from his pocket,
"Here, my friend,"
said he, handing them to the yemshick.
"take them. If you have not earned them, that is not your fault."
This redoubled Mr. Blount's irritation. He even began to speak of a lawsuit against the owner of the telga.
"A lawsuit in Russia, my dear fellow!"
cried Alcide.
"Things must indeed change should it ever be brought to a conclusion. Did you never hear the story of the vet nurse who claimed payment of 12 months' nursing of some poor little infant?"
"I never heard it,"
replied Harry Blount.
"Then you do not know what that suckling had become by the time judgment was given in favour of the nurse?"
"What was he, pray?"
"Colonel of the Imperial Guard."
At this reply all burst into a laugh. Alcide, enchanted with his own joke, drew out his notebook, and in it wrote the following memorandum, destined to figure in a forthcoming French and Russian dictionary.
"Telga, a Russian carriage with 4 wheels. That is when it starts. With 2 wheels when it arrives at its destination."
End of chapter 11. Book 1, Chapter 12 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12 Provocation. Yekaterinburg geographically is an Asiatic city, for it is situated beyond the Ural Mountains on the farthest eastern slopes of the chain. Nevertheless, it belongs to the government of Perm, and consequently is included in one of the great divisions of European Russia. It is as though a morsel of Siberia lay in Russian jaws. Neither Michael nor his companions were likely to experience the slightest difficulty in obtaining means of continuing their journey in so large a town as Yekaterinburg. It was founded in 1723, and has since become a place of considerable size, for in it is the chief mint of the empire. There also are the headquarters of the officials employed in the management of the mines. Thus the town is the center of an important district, abounding in manufactories, principally for working and refining of gold and platina. Just now the population of Yekaterinburg had greatly increased, many Russians and Siberians, menaced by the Tartar invasion, having collected there. Thus, though it had been so troublesome a matter to find horses and vehicles when going to Yekaterinburg, there was no difficulty in leaving it, for under present circumstances few travellers cared to venture on the Siberian roads. So it happened that Blount and Alcide had not the slightest trouble in replacing, by a sound telga, the famous demi carriage which had managed to take them to Yekaterinburg. As to Michael, he retained his Tarantass, which was not much the worse for its journey across the Urals, and he had only to harness 3 good horses to it to take him swiftly over the road to Irkutsk. As far as Tyumeny and even up to Novozaimskoye, this road has slight inclines, which gentle undulations are the first signs of the slopes of the Ural mountains. But after Novozaimskoye begins the immense steppe. At Ichim, as we have said, the reporters intended to stop, that is, at about 420 miles from Yekaterinburg. There they intended to be guided by circumstances as to their route across the invaded country, either together or separately, according as their news-hunting instinct sent them on one track or another. This road from Yekaterinburg to Ichim, which passes through Irkutsk, was the only one which Michael could take. But as he did not run after news, and wished on the contrary to avoid the country devastated by the invaders, he determined to stop nowhere.
"I am very happy to make part of my journey in your company,"
said he to his new companions.
"But I must tell you that I am most anxious to reach Omsk, for my sister and I are going to rejoin our mother. Who can say whether we shall arrive before the Tartars reach the town? I must therefore stop at the post houses only long enough to change horses, and must travel day and night.
That is exactly what we intend doing,
replied Blount.
Good,
replied Michael.
But do not lose an instant. Buy or hire a carriage whose
hind wheels,
added Alcide,
are warranted to arrive at the same time as its front wheels.
Half an hour afterwards the energetic Frenchman had found a tarantass in which he and his companions at once seated themselves. Michael and Nadia once more entered their own carriage, and at 12 o'clock the two vehicles left the town of Yekaterinburg together. Nadia was at last in Siberia, on that long road which led to Irkutsk. What must then have been the thoughts of the young girl? 3 strong, swift horses were taking her across that land of exile where her parent was condemned to live, for how long she knew not, and so far from his native land. But she scarcely noticed those long steppes over which the tarantass was rolling, and which at one time she had despaired of ever seeing, for her eyes were gazing at the horizon, beyond which she knew her banished father was. She saw nothing of the country across which she was travelling at the rate of 15 versts an hour, nothing of these regions of western Siberia, so different from those of the east. Here indeed were few cultivated lands. The soil was poor, at least at the surface, but in its bowels lay hid quantities of iron, copper, platina, and gold. How can hands be found to cultivate the land, when it pays better to burrow beneath the earth? The pickaxe is everywhere at work, the spade nowhere. However, Nadia's thoughts sometimes left the provinces of Lake Baikal and returned to her present situation. Her father's image faded away, and was replaced by that of her generous companion, as he first appeared on the Vladimir railroad. She recalled his attentions during that journey, his arrival at the police station, the hearty simplicity with which he had called her sister, his kindness to her in the descent of the Volga, and then all that he did for her on that terrible night of the storm in the Urals, when he saved her life at the peril of his own. Thus Nadia thought of Michael. She thanked God for having given her such a gallant protector, a friend so generous and wise. She knew that she was safe with him, under his protection. No brother could have done more than he. All obstacles seemed cleared away. The performance of her journey was but a matter of time. Michael remained buried in thought. He also thanked God for having brought about this meeting with Nadia, which at the same time enabled him to do a good action, and afforded him additional means for concealing his true character. He delighted in the young girl's calm intrepidity. Was she not indeed his sister? His feelings towards his beautiful and brave companion was rather respect than affection. He felt that hers was one of those pure and rare hearts which are held by all in high esteem. However, Michael's dangers were now beginning, since he had reached Siberian ground. If the reporters were not mistaken, if Ivan Ogariev had really passed the frontier, all his actions must be made with extreme caution. Things were now altered. Tartar spies swarmed in the Siberian provinces. His incognito once discovered, his character as courier of the Czar known, there was an end of his journey and probably of his life. Michael felt now more than ever the weight of his responsibilities. While such were the thoughts of those occupying the first carriage, what was happening in the second? Nothing out of the way. Alcide spoke in sentences, Blount replied in monosyllables. Each looked at everything in his own light, and made notes of such incidents as occurred on the journey, few and but slightly varied, while they crossed the provinces of western Siberia. At each relay the reporters descended from their carriage and found themselves with Michael. Except when meals were to be taken at the post houses, Nadia did not leave the tarantass. When obliged to breakfast or dine, she sat at the table, but was always very reserved, and seldom joined in conversation. Alcide, without going beyond the limits of strict propriety, showed that he was greatly struck by the young girl. He admired the silent energy which she showed in bearing all the fatigues of so difficult a journey. The forced stoppages were anything but agreeable to Michael, so he hastened the departure at each relay, roused the innkeepers, urged on the yemshiks, and expedited the harnessing of the tarantass. Then, the hurried meal over, always much too hurried to agree with Blount, who was a methodical eater, they started, and were driven as eagles for their paid like princes. It need scarcely be said that Blount did not trouble himself about the girl at table. That gentleman was not in the habit of doing two things at once. She was also one of the few subjects of conversation which he did not care to discuss with his companion. Alcide having asked him on one occasion how old he thought the girl,
What girl?
he replied quite seriously,
Why, Nicholas Korpanov's sister.
Is she his sister?
No, his grandmother.
replied Alcide, angry at his indifference.
What age should you consider her?
Had I been present at her birth, I might have known.
Very few of the Siberian peasants were to be seen in the fields. These peasants are remarkable for their pale, grave faces, which a celebrated traveller has compared to those of the Castilians, without the haughtiness of the latter. Here and there some villages, already deserted, indicated the approach of the Tartar hordes. The inhabitants, having driven off their flocks of sheep, their camels, and their horses, were taking refuge in the plains of the north. Some tribes of the wandering Kirghiz, who remained faithful, had transported their tents beyond the Irtish, to escape the depredations of the invaders. Happily post travelling was as yet uninterrupted, and telegraphic communication could still be effected between places connected with the wire. At each relay horses were to be had on the usual conditions. At each telegraphic station the clerks transmitted messages delivered to them, delaying for state dispatches alone. Thus far, then, Michael's journey had been accomplished satisfactorily. The courier of the Czar had in no way been impeded, and if he could only get on to Krasnoyarsk, which seemed the farthest point attained by Feofar Khan's Tatars, he knew that he could arrive at Irkutsk before them. The day after the two carriages had left Yekaterinburg, they reached the small town of Tuluguysk at 7 o'clock in the morning, having covered 220 versts, no event worthy of mention having occurred. The same evening, the 22nd of July, they arrived at Tyumeny. Tyumeny, whose population is usually 10,000 inhabitants, then contained double that number. This, the first industrial town established by the Russians in Siberia, in which may be seen a fine metal refining factory and a bell foundry, had never before presented such an animated appearance. The correspondents immediately went off after news. That brought by Siberian fugitives from the seat of war was far from reassuring. They said, amongst other things, that Feofar Khan's army was rapidly approaching the valley of the Ichim, and they confirmed the report that the Tartar chief was soon to be joined by Colonel Ogariev, if he had not been so already. Hence the conclusion was that operations would be pushed in eastern Siberia with the greatest activity. However, the loyal Cossacks of the government of Tobolsk were advancing by forced marches towards Tomsk, in the hope of cutting off the Tartar columns. At midnight the town of Novosaimsk was reached, and the travellers now left behind them the country broken by tree-covered hills, the last remains of the Urals. Here began the regular Siberian steppe, which extends to the neighborhood of Krasnoyarsk. It is a boundless plain, a vast grassy desert. Earth and sky here form a circle as distinct as that traced by a sweep of the compasses. The steppe presents nothing to attract notice but the long line of the telegraph posts, their wires vibrating in the breeze like the strings of a harp. The road could be distinguished from the rest of the plain only by the clouds of fine dust which rose under the wheels of the Tarantass. Had it not been for this wide riband which stretched away as far as the eye could reach, the travellers might have thought themselves in a desert. Michael and his companions again pressed rapidly forward. The horses, urged on by the yemshick, seemed to fly over the ground, for there was not the slightest obstacle to impede them. The Tarantass was going straight for Ichim, where the two correspondents intended to stop, if nothing happened to make them alter their plans. 120 miles separated Novosaimsk from the town of Ichim, and before 8 o'clock the next evening the distance could and should be accomplished if no time was lost. In the opinion of the yemshiks, should the travellers not be great lords or high functionaries, they were worthy of being so, if it was only for their generosity in the matter of navodku. On the afternoon of the next day, the 23rd of July, the two carriages were not more than 30 versts from Ichim. Suddenly Michael caught sight of a carriage, scarcely visible among the clouds of dust, preceding them along the road. As his horses were evidently less fatigued than those of the other traveller, he would not be long in overtaking it. This was neither a Tarantass nor a telga, but a post-berlin, which looked as if it had made a long journey. The postillion was thrashing his horses with all his might, and only kept them at a gallop by dint of abuse and blows. The berlin had certainly not passed through Novosaimsk, and could only have struck the Irkutsk road by some less frequented route across the steppe. Our traveller's first thought on seeing this berlin was to get in front of it, and arrive first at the relay, so as to make sure of the fresh horses. They said a word to the yemshik, who soon brought them up with the berlin. Michael Strogoff came up first. As he passed, a head was thrust out of the window of the berlin. He had not time to see what it was like, but as he dashed by, he distinctly heard this word uttered in an imperious tone.
"Stop!"
But they did not stop. On the contrary, the berlin was soon distanced by the two tarantasses. It now became a regular race, for the horses of the berlin, no doubt excited by the sight and pace of the others, recovered their strength and kept up for some minutes. The three carriages were hidden in a cloud of dust. From this cloud issued the cracking of whips mingled with excited shouts and exclamations of anger. Nevertheless, the advantage remained with Michael and his companions, which might be very important to them if the relay was poorly provided with horses. 2 carriages were perhaps more than the postmaster could provide for, at least in a short space of time. Half an hour after the berlin was left far behind, looking only a speck on the horizon of the steppe. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when the 2 carriages reached Ishim. The news was worse and worse with regard to the invasion. The town itself was menaced by the Tartar vanguards, and 2 days before the authorities had been obliged to retreat to Tobolsk. There was not an officer nor a soldier left in Ishim. On arriving at the relay, Michael Strogoff immediately asked for horses. He had been fortunate in distancing the berlin. Only 3 horses were fit to be harnessed. The other had just come in, worn out from a long stage. As the 2 correspondents intended to stop at Ishim, they had not to trouble themselves to find transport, and had their carriage put away. In 10 minutes Michael was told that his tarantass was ready to start.
"Good,"
said he. Then turning to the 2 reporters,
"Well, gentlemen, the time has come for us to separate."
"What, Monsieur Kopanov?"
said Alcide Jolivet.
"Shall you not stop even for an hour at Ishim?"
"No, sir. And I also wish to leave the post house before the arrival of the berlin which we distanced."
"Are you afraid that the traveller will dispute the horses with you?"
"I particularly wish to avoid any difficulty."
"Then, Monsieur Kopanov,"
said Jolivet,
"it only remains for us to thank you once more for the service you rendered us, and the pleasure we have had in travelling with you."
"It is possible that we shall meet you again in a few days at Omsk,"
added Blount.
"It is possible,"
answered Michael,
"since I am going straight there."
"Well, I wish you a safe journey, Monsieur Kopanov,"
said Alcide,
"and heaven preserve you from telgas."
The 2 reporters held out their hands to Michael with the intention of cordially shaking his, when the sound of a carriage was heard outside. Almost immediately the door was flung open and a man appeared. It was the traveller of the berlin, a military-looking man, apparently about 40 years of age, tall, robust in figure, broad-shouldered, with a strongly set head and thick moustaches meeting red whiskers. He wore a plain uniform. A cavalry sabre hung at his side, and in his hand he held a short-handled whip.
"Horses,"
he demanded with the air of a man accustomed to command.
"I have no more disposable horses,"
answered the postmaster, bowing.
"I must have some this moment."
"It is impossible."
"What are those horses which have just been harnessed to the Tarantass I saw at this door?"
"They belong to this traveller,"
answered the postmaster, pointing to Michael Strogoff.
"Take him out,"
said the traveller in a tone which admitted of no reply. Michael then advanced.
"These horses are engaged by me,"
he said.
"What does that matter? I must have them. Come, be quick. I have no time to lose."
"I have no time to lose either,"
replied Michael, restraining himself with difficulty. Nadia was near him, calm also, but secretly uneasy at the scene which it would have been better to avoid.
"Enough,"
said the traveller. Then going up to the postmaster,
"Let the horses be put into my berlin,"
he exclaimed with a threatening gesture. The postmaster, much embarrassed, did not know whom to obey, and looked at Michael, who evidently had the right to resist the unjust demands of the traveller. Michael hesitated an instant. He did not wish to make use of his podorojna, which would have drawn attention to him, and he was most unwilling also, by giving up his horses, to delay his journey, and yet he must not engage in a struggle which might compromise his mission. The two reporters looked at him, ready to support him should he appeal to them.
"My horses will remain in my carriage,"
said Michael, but without raising his tone more than would be suitable for a plain Irkutsk merchant. The traveller advanced towards Michael and laid his hand heavily on his shoulder.
"Is it so?"
he said roughly.
"You will not give up your horses to me?"
"No,"
answered Michael.
"Very well. They shall belong to whichever of us is able to start. Defend yourself. I shall not spare you."
So saying, the traveller drew his sabre from his sheath, and Nadia threw herself before Michael. Blount and Alcide Jolivet advanced towards him.
"I shall not fight,"
said Michael quietly, folding his arms across his chest.
"You will not fight?"
"No."
"Not even after this?"
exclaimed the traveller, and before anyone could prevent him, he struck Michael's shoulder with the handle of the whip. At this insult Michael turned deadly pale. His hands moved convulsively, as if he would have knocked the brute down. But by a tremendous effort he mastered himself. A duel! It was more than a delay, it was perhaps the failure of his mission. It would be better to lose some hours. Yes, but to swallow this affront.
"Will you fight now, coward?" repeated
the traveller, adding coarseness to brutality.
"No,"
answered Michael, without moving, but looking the other straight in the face.
"The horses, this moment,"
said the man, and left the room. The postmaster followed him, after shrugging his shoulders and bestowing on Michael a glance of anything but approbation. The effect produced on the reporters by this incident was not to Michael's advantage. Their discomfiture was visible. How could this strong young man allow himself to be struck like that, and not demand satisfaction for such an insult? They contented themselves with bowing to him, and retired, Jolivet remarking to Harry Blount:
"I could not have believed that of a man who is so skilful in finishing up Ural mountain bears. Is it the case that a man can be courageous at one and a coward at the other? It is quite incomprehensible."
A moment afterwards the noise of wheels and whip showed that the berlin, drawn by the Tarantass's horses, was driving rapidly away from the post house. Nadia, unmoved, and Michael, still quivering, remained alone in the room. The courier of the Czar, his arms crossed over his chest, was seated motionless as a statue. A color, which could not have been the blush of shame, had replaced the paleness on his countenance. Nadia did not doubt that powerful reasons alone could have allowed him to suffer so great a humiliation from such a man. Going up to him as he had come to her in the police station at Nijni-Novgorod,
"Your hand, brother,"
said she. And at the same time her hand, with an almost maternal gesture, wiped away a tear which sprang to her companion's eye. End of chapter 12. Book 1, Chapter 13 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Duty Before Everything. Nadia, with the clear perception of a right-minded woman, guessed that some secret motive directed all Michael Strogoff's actions, that he, for a reason unknown to her, did not belong to himself, and that in this instance especially he had heroically sacrificed to duty even his resentment at the gross injury he had received. Nadia therefore asked no explanation from Michael. Had not the hand which she had extended to him already replied to all that he might have been able to tell her? Michael remained silent all the evening. The postmaster not being able to supply them with fresh horses until the next morning, a whole night must be passed at the house. Nadia could profit by it to take some rest, and a room was therefore prepared for her. The young girl would no doubt have preferred not to leave her companion, but she felt that he would rather be alone, and she made ready to go to her room. Just as she was about to retire, she could not refrain from going up to Michael to say good night.
"Brother," she
whispered, but he checked her with a gesture. The girl sighed and left the room. Michael Strogoff did not lie down. He could not have slept even for an hour. The place on which he had been struck by the brutal traveller felt like a burn.
"For my country and the father,"
he murmured as he ended his evening prayer. He especially felt a great wish to know who was that man who had struck him, whence he came, and where he was going. As to his face, the features of it were so deeply engraven on his memory that he had no fear of ever forgetting them. Michael Strogoff at last asked for the postmaster. The latter, a Siberian of the old type, came directly, and looking rather contemptuously at the young man, waited to be questioned.
"You belong to the country?"
asked Michael.
Yes.
"Do you know that man who took my horses?"
No.
"Had you never seen him before?"
Never.
"Who do you think he was?"
A man who knows how to make himself obeyed.
Michael fixed his piercing gaze upon the Siberian, but the other did not quail before it.
"Do you dare to judge me?"
exclaimed Michael.
Yes,
answered the Siberian.
There are some things even a plain merchant cannot receive without returning.
"Blows?"
"Blows, young man. I am of an age and strength to tell you so."
Michael went up to the postmaster and laid his two powerful hands on his shoulders. Then, in a peculiarly calm tone,
"Be off, my friend,"
said he.
"Be off. I could kill you."
The postmaster understood.
"I like him better for that,"
he muttered, and retired without another word. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the 24th of July, 3 strong horses were harnessed to the Tarantass. Michael Strogoff and Nadia took their places, and Ichim, with its disagreeable remembrances, was soon left far behind. At the different relays at which they stopped during the day, Strogoff ascertained that the berlins still preceded them on the road to Irkutsk, and that the traveller, as harried as they were, never lost a minute in pursuing his way across the steppe. At 4 o'clock in the evening they reached Abatskaya, 50 miles further on, where the Ichim, one of the principal affluents of the Irtysh, had to be crossed. This passage was rather more difficult than that of the Tobol. Indeed, the current of the Ichim was very rapid just at that place. During the Siberian winter, the rivers being all frozen to a thickness of several feet, they are easily practicable, and the traveller even crosses them without being aware of the fact, for their beds have disappeared under the snowy sheets spread uniformly over the steppe, but in summer the difficulties of crossing are sometimes great. In fact, 2 hours were taken up in making the passage of the Ichim, which much exasperated Michael, especially as the boatmen gave them alarming news of the Tartar invasion. Some of Feofar Khan's scouts had already appeared on both banks of the lower Ichim, in the southern parts of the government of Tobolsk. Omsk was threatened. They spoke of an engagement which had taken place between the Siberian and Tartar troops on the frontier of the great Kirghiz horde, an engagement not to the advantage of the Russians, who were weak in numbers. The troops had retreated thence, and in consequence there had been a general emigration of all the peasants of the province. The boatmen spoke of terrible atrocities committed by the invaders: pillage, theft, incendiarism, murder. Such was the system of Tartar warfare. The people all fled before Feofar Khan. Michael Strogoff's great fear was lest, in the depopulation of the towns, he should be unable to obtain the means of transport. He was therefore extremely anxious to reach Omsk. Perhaps there they would get the start of the Tartar scouts, who were coming down the valley of the Irtysh, and would find the road open to Irkutsk. Just at the place where the Tarantass crossed the river, ended what is called in military language the Ichim chain, a chain of towers or little wooden forts extending from the southern frontier of Siberia for a distance of nearly 400 versts. Formerly these forts were occupied by detachments of Cossacks, and they protected the country against the Kirghiz as well as against the Tartars. But since the Muscovite government had believed these hordes reduced to absolute submission, they had been abandoned, and now could not be used, just at the time when they were needed. Many of these forts had been reduced to ashes, and the boatmen even pointed out the smoke to Michael, rising in the southern horizon and showing the approach of the Tartar advance guard. As soon as the ferry boat landed the Tarantass on the right bank of the Ichim, the journey across the steppe was resumed with all speed. Michael Strogoff remained very silent. He was, however, always attentive to Nadia, helping her to bear the fatigue of this long journey without break or rest. But the girl never complained. She longed to give wings to the horses. Something told her that her companion was even more anxious than herself to reach Irkutsk, and how many versts were still between. It also occurred to her that if Omsk was entered by the Tartars, Michael's mother, who lived there, would be in danger, and that this was sufficient to explain her son's impatience to get to her. Nadia at last spoke to him of old Marfa, and of how unprotected she would be in the midst of all these events.
"Have you received any news of your mother since the beginning of the invasion?" she asked.
"None, Nadia. The last letter my mother wrote to me contained good news. Marfa is a brave and energetic Siberian woman. Notwithstanding her age, she has preserved all her moral strength. She knows how to suffer."
"I shall see her, brother,"
said Nadia quickly.
"Since you give me the name of sister, I am Marfa's daughter."
And as Michael did not answer, she added,
"Perhaps your mother has been able to leave Omsk."
"It is possible, Nadia,"
replied Michael.
"and I hope she may have reached Tobolsk. Marfa hates the Tartars. She knows the steppe, and would have no fear in just taking her staff and going down the banks of the Irtish. There is not a spot in all the province unknown to her. Many times she has traveled all over the country with my father, and many times I myself, when a mere child, have accompanied them across the Siberian desert. Yes, Nadia, I trust that my mother has left Omsk."
"And when shall you see her?"
"I shall see her on my return."
"If, however, your mother is still at Omsk, you will be able to spare an hour to go to her?"
"I shall not go and see her."
"You will not see her?"
"No, Nadia,"
said Michael, his chest heaving as he felt he could not go on replying to the girl's questions.
"You say no? Why, brother, if your mother is still at Omsk, for what reason could you refuse to see her?"
"For what reason, Nadia? You ask me for what reason?"
exclaimed Michael, in so changed a voice that the young girl started.
"For the same reason as that which made me patient, even to cowardice, with the villain who—"
He could not finish his sentence.
"Calm yourself, brother," said
Nadia in a gentle voice.
"I only know one thing, or rather I do not know it, I feel it. It is that all your conduct is now directed by the sentiment of a duty more sacred, if there can be one, than that which unites the son to the mother."
Nadia was silent, and from that moment avoided every subject which in any way touched on Michael's peculiar situation. He had a secret motive which she must respect. She respected it. The next day, July the 25th, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the Tarantass arrived at Tukalmsk, having accomplished a distance of 80 miles since it had crossed the Ichim. They rapidly changed horses. Here, however, for the first time, the yemshik made difficulties about starting, declaring that detachments of Tartars were roving across the steppe, and that travellers, horses, and carriages would be a fine price for them. Only by dint of a large bribe could Michael get over the unwillingness of the yemshik, for in this instance, as in many others, he did not wish to show his podorojna. The last ukase, having been transmitted by telegraph, was known in the Siberian provinces, and a Russian exempt from obeying these words would certainly have drawn public attention to himself, a thing above all to be avoided by the Tsar's courier. As to the yemshik's hesitation, either the rascal traded on the traveller's impatience, or he really had good reason to fear. However, at last the Tarantass started, and made such good way that by 3 in the afternoon it had reached Kulatsinkoye, 50 miles further on. An hour after this it was on the banks of the Irtish. Omsk was now only 14 miles distant. The Irtish is a large river, and one of the principal of those which flow towards the north of Asia. Rising in the Altai mountains, it flows from the southeast to the northwest, and empties itself into the Obi after a course of 400 miles. At this time of year, when all the rivers of the Siberian basin are much swollen, the waters of the Irtish were very high. In consequence, the current was changed to a regular torrent, rendering the passage difficult enough. A swimmer could not have crossed, however powerful, and even in a ferry boat there would be some danger. But Michael and Nadia, determined to brave all perils, whatever they might be, did not dream of shrinking from this one. Michael proposed to his young companion that he should cross first, embarking in the ferry boat with the tarantass and horses, as he feared that the weight of this load would render it less safe. After landing the carriage he would return and fetch Nadia. The girl refused. It would be the delay of an hour, and she would not, for her safety alone, be the cause of it. The embarkation was made not without difficulty, for the banks were partly flooded, and the boat could not get in near enough. However, after half an hour's exertion, the boatmen got the tarantass and the 3 horses on board. The passengers embarked also, and they shoved off. For a few minutes all went well. A little way up the river the current was broken by a long point projecting from the bank, and forming an eddy easily crossed by the boat. The 2 boatmen propelled their barge with long poles, which they handled cleverly, but as they gained the middle of the stream it grew deeper and deeper, until at last they could only just reach the bottom. The ends of the poles were not a foot above the water, which rendered their use difficult. Michael and Nadia, seated in the stern of the boat, and always in dread of a delay, watched the boatmen with some uneasiness.
"Look out!"
cried one of them to his comrade. The shout was occasioned by a new direction the boat was rapidly taking. It had got into the direct current, and was being swept down the river. By diligent use of the poles, putting the ends in a series of notches cut below the gunwale, the boatmen managed to keep the craft against the stream, and slowly urged it in a slanting direction towards the right bank. They calculated on reaching it some 5 or 6 versts below the landing place, but after all that would not matter so long as men and beasts could disembark without accident. The 2 stout boatmen, stimulated moreover by the promise of double fare, did not doubt of succeeding in this difficult passage of the Irtish. But they reckoned without an accident which they were powerless to prevent, and neither their zeal nor their skilfulness could, under the circumstances, have done more. The boat was in the middle of the current, at nearly equal distances from either shore, and being carried down at the rate of 2 versts an hour, when Michael, springing to his feet, bent his gaze up the river. Several boats, aided by oars as well as by current, were coming swiftly down upon them. Michael's brow contracted, and a cry escaped him.
"What's the matter?" asked
the girl. But before Michael had time to reply, one of the boatmen exclaimed in an accent of terror,
"The Tartars! The Tartars!"
There were indeed boats full of soldiers, and in a few minutes they must reach the ferry boat, it being too heavily laden to escape from them. The terrified boatmen uttered exclamations of despair and dropped their poles.
"Courage, my friends!"
cried Michael.
"Courage! 50 rubles for you if we reach the right bank before the boats overtake us."
Incited by these words, the boatmen again worked manfully, but it soon became evident that they could not escape the Tartars. It was scarcely probable that they would pass without attacking them. On the contrary, there was everything to be feared from robbers such as these.
"Do not be afraid, Nadia,"
said Michael.
"but be ready for anything."
"I am ready,"
replied Nadia.
"Even to leap into the water when I tell you?"
"Whenever you tell me."
"Have confidence in me, Nadia."
"I have, indeed."
The Tartar boats were now only 100 feet distant. They carried a detachment of Bokharian soldiers, on their way to reconnoiter around Omsk. The ferry boat was still 2 lengths from the shore. The boatmen redoubled their efforts. Michael himself seized a pole and wielded it with superhuman strength. If he could land the tarantass and horses, and dash off with them, there was some chance of escaping the Tartars, who were not mounted. But all their efforts were in vain.
"Sarinakichu!"
shouted the soldiers from the first boat. Michael recognized the Tartar war cry, which is usually answered by lying flat on the ground. As neither he nor the boatmen obeyed, a volley was let fly, and 2 of the horses were mortally wounded. At the next moment a violent blow was felt. The boats had run into the ferry boat.
"Come, Nadia!"
cried Michael, ready to jump overboard. The girl was about to follow him, when a blow from a lance struck him, and he was thrown into the water. The current swept him away, his hand raised for an instant above the waters, and then he disappeared. Nadia uttered a cry, but before she had time to throw herself after him, she was seized and dragged into one of the boats. The boatmen were killed, the ferry boat left to drift away, and the Tartars continued to descend the Irtysh. End of chapter 13. Book 1, Chapter 14 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14, Mother and Son. Omsk is the official capital of Western Siberia. It is not the most important city of the government of that name, for Tomsk has more inhabitants and is larger. But it is at Omsk that the Governor-General of this first half of Asiatic Russia resides. Omsk, properly so called, is composed of two distinct towns. One which is exclusively inhabited by the authorities and officials, the other more especially devoted to the Siberian merchants, although, indeed, the trade of the town is of small importance. This city has about 12,000 to 13,000 inhabitants. It is defended by walls, but these are merely of earth, and could afford only insufficient protection. The Tartars, who were well aware of this fact, consequently tried at this period to carry it by main force, and in this they succeeded, after an investment of a few days. The garrison of Omsk, reduced to 2,000 men, resisted valiantly, but driven back, little by little, from the mercantile portion of the place, they were compelled to take refuge in the upper town. It was there that the Governor-General, his officers and soldiers had entrenched themselves. They had made the upper quarter of Omsk a kind of citadel, and hitherto they held out well in this species of improvised Kreml, but without much hope of the promised succour. The Tartar troops who were descending the Irtysh received every day fresh reinforcements, and, what was more serious, they were led by an officer, a traitor to his country, but a man of much note, and of an audacity equal to any emergency. This man was Colonel Ivan Ogariev. Ivan Ogariev, terrible as any of the most savage Tartar chieftains, was an educated soldier. Possessing on his mother's side some Mongolian blood, he delighted in deceptive strategy and ambuscades, stopping short of nothing when he desired to fathom some secret or to set some trap. Deceitful by nature, he willingly had recourse to the vilest trickery, lying when occasion demanded, excelling in the adoption of all disguises and in every species of deception. Further, he was cruel, and had even acted as an executioner. Feofar Khan possessed in him a lieutenant well capable of seconding his designs in this savage war. When Michael Strogoff arrived on the banks of the Irtysh, Ivan Ogariev was already master of Omsk, and was pressing the siege of the upper quarter of the town all the more eagerly because he must hasten to Tomsk, where the main body of the Tartar army was concentrated. Tomsk, in fact, had been taken by Feofar Khan some days previously, and it was thence that the invaders, masters of central Siberia, were to march upon Irkutsk. Irkutsk was the real object of Ivan Ogariev. The plan of the traitor was to reach the Grand Duke under a false name, to gain his confidence, and to deliver into Tartar hands the town and the Grand Duke himself. With such a town and such a hostage, all Asiatic Siberia must necessarily fall into the hands of the invaders. Now it was known that the Czar was acquainted with this conspiracy, and that it was for the purpose of baffling it that a courier had been entrusted with the important warning. Hence, therefore, the very stringent instructions which had been given to the young courier to pass incognito through the invaded district. This mission he had so far faithfully performed, but now could he carry it to a successful completion? The blow which had struck Michael Strogoff was not mortal. By swimming in a manner by which he had effectually concealed himself, he had reached the right bank, where he fell exhausted among the bushes. When he recovered his senses, he found himself in the cabin of a mujik, who had picked him up and cared for him. For how long a time had he been the guest of this brave Siberian he could not guess. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the handsome, bearded face bending over him and regarding him with pitying eyes.
"Do not speak, little father,"
said the mujik.
"Do not speak. Thou art still too weak. I will tell you where thou art, and everything that has passed."
And the mujik related to Michael Strogoff the different incidents of the struggle which he had witnessed, the attack upon the ferry by the Tartar boats, the pillage of the Tarantass, and the massacre of the boatmen. But Michael Strogoff listened no longer, and slipping his hand under his garment, he felt the imperial letter still secured in his breast. He breathed a sigh of relief, but that was not all.
"A young girl accompanied me,"
said he.
"They have not killed her,"
replied the mujik, anticipating the anxiety which he read in the eyes of his guest.
"They have carried her off in their boat, and have continued the descent of the Irtych. It is only one prisoner more to join the many they are taking to Tomsk."
Michael Strogoff was unable to reply. He pressed his hand upon his heart to restrain its beating. But, notwithstanding these many trials, the sentiment of duty mastered his whole soul.
"Where am I?"
asked he.
"Upon the right bank of the Irtych, only 5 versts from Omsk,"
replied the mujik.
"What wound can I have received which could have thus prostrated me? It was not a gunshot wound."
"No, a lance thrust in the head, no healing,"
replied the mujik.
"After a few days' rest, little father, thou wilt be able to proceed. Thou didst fall into the river, but the Tartars neither touch nor search thee, and thy purse is still in thy pocket."
Michael Strogoff gripped the mujik's hand. Then, recovering himself with a sudden effort,
"Friend,"
said he,
"how long have I been in thy hut?"
3 days.
3 days lost.
3 days hast thou lain unconscious.
Hast thou a horse to sell me?
Thou wishest to go?
At once.
I have neither horse nor carriage, little father. Where the Tartar has passed, there remains nothing.
Well, I will go on foot to Omsk to find a horse.
A few more hours of rest, and thou wilt be in a better condition to pursue thy journey.
Not an hour.
Come now,
replied the mujik, recognizing the fact that it was useless to struggle against the will of his guest.
I will guide thee myself. Besides,
he added,
the Russians are still in great force at Omsk, and thou couldst perhaps pass unperceived.
Friend,
replied Michael Strogoff,
heaven reward thee for all thou hast done for me.
Only fools expect reward on earth,
replied the mujik. Michael Strogoff went out of the hut. When he tried to walk, he was seized with such faintness that, without the assistance of the mujik, he would have fallen. But the fresh air quickly revived him. He then felt the wound in his head, the violence of which his fur cap had lessened. With the energy which he possessed, he was not a man to succumb under such a trifle. Before his eyes lay a single goal, far distant Irkutsk. He must reach it, but he must pass through Omsk without stopping there.
God protect my mother and Nadia,
he murmured.
I have no longer the right to think of them.
Michael Strogoff and the mujik soon arrived in the mercantile quarter of the lower town. The surrounding earthwork had been destroyed in many places, and there were the breaches through which the marauders who followed the armies of Feofar Khan had penetrated. Within Omsk, in its streets and squares, the Tartar soldiers swarmed like ants. But it was easy to see that a hand of iron imposed upon them a discipline to which they were little accustomed. They walked nowhere alone, but in armed groups, to defend themselves against surprise. In the chief square, transformed into a camp, guarded by many sentries, 2,000 Tartars bivouacked. The horses, picketed but all saddled, were ready to start at the first order. Omsk could only be a temporary halting place for this Tartar cavalry which preferred the rich plains of eastern Siberia, where the towns were more wealthy and consequently pillage more profitable. Above the mercantile town rose the upper quarter, which Ivan Ogariev, notwithstanding several assaults vigorously made but bravely repelled, had not yet been able to reduce. Upon its embattled walls floated the national colors of Russia. It was not without a legitimate pride that Michael Strogoff and his guide, vowing fidelity, saluted them. Michael Strogoff was perfectly acquainted with the town of Omsk, and he took care to avoid those streets which were much frequented. This was not from any fear of being recognized. In the town his old mother only could have called him by name, but he had sworn not to see her, and he did not. Besides, and he wished it with his whole heart, she might have fled into some quiet portion of the steppe. The mujik very fortunately knew a postmaster who, if well paid, would not refuse, at his request, either to let or to sell a carriage or horses. There remained the difficulty of leaving the town, but the breaches in the fortifications would, of course, facilitate his departure. The mujik was accordingly conducting his guests straight to the posting house, when, in a narrow street, Michael Strogoff, coming to a sudden stop, sprang behind a jutting wall.
What is the matter?
asked the astonished mujik.
Silence,
replied Michael with his finger on his lips. At this moment a detachment debouched from the principal square into the street which Michael Strogoff and his companion had just been following. At the head of the detachment, composed of 20 horsemen, was an officer dressed in a very simple uniform. Although he glanced rapidly from one side to the other, he could not have seen Michael Strogoff, owing to his precipitous retreat. The detachment went at full trot into the narrow street. Neither the officer nor his escort concerned themselves about the inhabitants. Several unlucky ones had scarcely time to make way for their passage. There were a few half-stifled cries, to which thrusts of the lance gave an instant reply, and the street was immediately cleared. When the escort had disappeared,
"Who is that officer?"
asked Michael Strogoff, and while putting the question, his face was pale as that of a corpse.
"It is Ivan Ogareff,"
replied the Siberian in a deep voice which breathed hatred.
"He!"
cried Michael Strogoff, from whom the word escaped with a fury he could not conquer. He had just recognized in this officer the traveller who had struck him at the posting house of Ichim, and although he had only caught a glimpse of him, it burst upon his mind at the same time that this traveller was the old Zingari whose words he had overheard in the market-place of Nijni-Novgorod. Michael Strogoff was not mistaken. The two men were one and the same. It was under the garb of a Zingari, mingling with the band of Sangaré, that Ivan Ogariev had been able to leave the town of Nijni-Novgorod, where he had gone to seek his confidence. Sangaré and her Zingari, well-paid spies, were absolutely devoted to him. It was he who, during the night, on the fair ground, had uttered that singular sentence, which Michael Strogoff could not understand. It was he who was voyaging on board the Caucasus, with the whole of the Bohemian band. It was he who, by this other route, from Kazan to Ichim, across the Urals, had reached Omsk, where now he held supreme authority. Ivan Ogariev had been barely 3 days at Omsk, and had it not been for their fatal meeting at Ichim, and for the event which had detained him 3 days on the banks of the Irtish, Michael Strogoff would have evidently beaten him on the way to Irkutsk. And who knows how many misfortunes would have been avoided in the future? In any case, and now more than ever, Michael Strogoff must avoid Ivan Ogariev and contrive not to be seen. When the moment of encountering him face to face should arrive, he knew how to meet it, even should the traitor be master of the whole of Siberia. The mujik and Michael resumed their way and arrived at the posting house. To leave Omsk by one of the bridges would not be difficult after nightfall. As for purchasing a carriage to replace the Tarantass, that was impossible. There were none to be let or sold. But what want had Michael Strogoff now for a carriage? Was he not alone, alas? A horse would suffice him, and very fortunately a horse could be had. It was an animal of strength and mettle, and Michael Strogoff, accomplished horseman as he was, could make good use of it. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Michael Strogoff, compelled to wait till nightfall, in order to pass the fortifications, but not desiring to show himself, remained in the posting house, and there partook of food. There was a great crowd in the public room. They were talking of the expected arrival of a corps of Muscovite troops, not at Omsk, but at Tomsk, a corps intended to recapture that town from the Tartars of Feofar Khan. Michael Strogoff lent an attentive ear, but took no part in the conversation. Suddenly a cry made him tremble, a cry which penetrated to the depths of his soul, and these 2 words rushed into his ear.
"My son!"
His mother, the old woman Marfa, was before him. Trembling, she smiled upon him. She stretched forth her arms to him. Michael Strogoff arose. He was about to throw himself. The thought of duty, the serious danger for his mother and himself in this unfortunate meeting, suddenly stopped him, and such was his command over himself that not a muscle of his face moved. There were 20 people in the public room. Among them were perhaps spies, and was it not known in the town that the son of Marfa Strogoff belonged to the corps of the couriers of the Czar? Michael Strogoff did not move.
"Michael!"
cried his mother.
"Who are you, my good lady?"
Michael Strogoff stammered, unable to speak in his usual firm tone.
"Who am I, thou askest? Dost thou no longer know thy mother?"
"You are mistaken,"
coldly replied Michael Strogoff.
"A resemblance deceives you."
The old Marfa went up to him, and, looking straight into his eyes, said,
"Thou art not the son of Peter and Marfa Strogoff?"
Michael Strogoff would have given his life to have locked his mother in his arms, but if he yielded it was all over with him, with her, with his mission, with his oath. Completely master of himself, he closed his eyes, in order not to see the inexpressible anguish which agitated the revered countenance of his mother. He drew back his hands, in order not to touch those trembling hands which sought him.
"I do not know in truth what it is you say, my good woman,"
he replied, stepping back.
"Michael!"
again cried his aged mother.
"My name is not Michael. I never was your son. I am Nicholas Korpanoff, a merchant at Irkutsk."
And suddenly he left the public room, whilst for the last time the words re-echoed,
"My son! My son!"
Michael Strogoff, by a desperate effort, had gone. He did not see his old mother, who had fallen back almost inanimate upon a bench. But when the postmaster hastened to assist her, the aged woman raised herself. Suddenly a thought occurred to her. She denied by her son! It was not possible, and for being herself deceived, and taking another for him, equally impossible. It was certainly her son whom she had just seen, and if he had not recognized her, it was because he would not, it was because he ought not, it was because he had some cogent reasons for acting thus. And then, her mother's feelings arising within her, she had only one thought.
"Can I unwittingly have ruined him? I am mad,"
she said to her interrogators.
"My eyes have deceived me. This young man is not my child. He had not his voice. Let us think no more of it. If we do, I shall end by finding him everywhere."
Less than 10 minutes afterwards, a Tartar officer appeared in the posting-house.
"Marfa Strogoff?"
he asked.
"It is I,"
replied the old woman, in a tone so calm, and with a face so tranquil, that those who had witnessed the meeting with her son would not have known her.
"Come,"
said the officer. Marfa Strogoff, with firm step, followed the Tartar. Some moments afterwards she found herself in the chief square in the presence of Ivan Ogariev, to whom all the details of this scene had been immediately reported. Ogariev, suspecting the truth, interrogated the old Siberian woman.
"Thy name?"
he asked in a rough voice.
"Marfa Strogoff."
"Thou hast a son?"
"Yes."
"He is a courier of the Czar?"
"Yes."
"Where is he?"
"At Moscow."
"Thou hast no news of him?"
"No news."
"Since how long?"
"Since 2 months."
"Who, then, was that young man whom you didst call thy son a few moments ago at the posting-house?"
"A young Siberian whom I took for him,"
replied Marfa Strogoff.
"This is the 10th man in whom I have thought I recognized my son, since the town has been so full of strangers. I think I see him everywhere."
"So this young man was not Michael Strogoff?"
"It was not Michael Strogoff."
"Dost thou know, old woman, that I can torture thee until thou avowest the truth?"
"I have spoken the truth, and torture will not cause me to alter my words in any way."
"This Siberian was not Michael Strogoff, eh?"
asked a second time Ivan Ogariev.
"No, it was not he,"
replied a second time Marfa Strogoff.
"Do you think that for anything in the world I would deny a son whom God has given me?"
Ivan Ogariev regarded with an evil eye the old woman who braved him to the face. He did not doubt but that she had recognized her son in this young Siberian. Now, if this son had first renounced his mother, and if his mother renounced him in her turn, it could occur only from the most weighty motive. Ogariev had therefore no doubt that the pretended Nicholas Korpanoff was Michael Strogoff, courier of the Czar, seeking concealment under a false name, and charged with some mission which it would have been important for him to know. He therefore at once gave orders for his pursuit. Then,
"Let this woman be conducted to Tomsk,"
he said. While the soldiers brutally dragged her off, he added between his teeth,
"When the moment arrives, I shall know how to make her speak. This old sorceress."
End of chapter 14. Book 1, Chapter 15 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15 The Marshes of the Baraba. It was fortunate that Michael Strogoff had left the posting-house so promptly. The orders of Ivan Ogariev had been immediately transmitted to all the approaches of the city, and a full description of Michael sent to all the various commandants, in order to prevent his departure from Omsk. But he had already passed through one of the breaches in the wall, his horse was galloping over the steppe, and the chances of escape were in his favour. It was on the 29th of July, at 8 o'clock in the evening, that Michael Strogoff had left Omsk. This town is situated about half-way between Moscow and Irkutsk, where it was necessary that he should arrive within 10 days if he wished to get ahead of the Tartar columns. It was evident that the unlucky chance which had brought him into the presence of his mother had betrayed his incognito. Ivan Ogariev was no longer ignorant of the fact that a courier of the Czar had just passed Omsk, taking the direction of Irkutsk. The dispatches which this courier bore must have been of immense importance. Michael Strogoff knew, therefore, that every effort would be made to capture him. But what he did not know, and could not know, was that Marfa Strogoff was in the hands of Ivan Ogariev, and that she was about to atone, perhaps with her life, for that natural exhibition of her feelings which she had been unable to restrain when she suddenly found herself in the presence of her son. And it was fortunate that he was ignorant of it. Could he have withstood this fresh trial? Michael Strogoff urged on his horse, imbuing him with all his own feverish impatience, requiring of him one thing only, namely to bear him rapidly to the next posting-house, where he could be exchanged for a quicker conveyance. At midnight he had cleared 50 miles, and halted at the station of Ulikovo. But there, as he had feared, he found neither horses nor carriages. Several Tartar detachments had passed along the highway of the steppe. Everything had been stolen or requisitioned, both in the villages and in the posting-houses. It was with difficulty that Michael Strogoff was even able to obtain some refreshments for his horse and himself. It was of great importance, therefore, to spare his horse, for he could not tell when or how he might be able to replace it. Desiring, however, to put the greatest possible distance between himself and the horsemen, who had no doubt been dispatched in pursuit, he resolved to push on. After 1 hour's rest, he resumed his course across the steppe. Hitherto the weather had been propitious for his journey. The temperature was endurable. The nights at this time of the year are very short, and as they are lighted by the moon, the route over the steppe is practicable. Michael Strogoff, moreover, was a man certain of his road and devoid of doubt or hesitation, and in spite of the melancholy thoughts which possessed him, he had preserved his clearness of mind, and made for his destination point as though it were visible upon the horizon. When he did halt for a moment at some turn in the road, it was to breathe his horse. Now he would dismount to ease his steed for a moment, and again he would place his ear to the ground to listen for the sound of galloping horses upon the steppe. Nothing arousing his suspicion, he resumed his way. On the 30th of July, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Michael Strogoff passed through the station of Turumov and entered the swampy district of the Baraba. There, for a distance of 300 versts, the natural obstacles would be extremely great. He knew this, but he also knew that he would certainly surmount them. These vast marshes of the Baraba form the reservoir to all the rain water which finds no outlet either towards the Obi or towards the Irtysh. The soil of this vast depression is entirely argillaceous, and therefore impermeable, so that the waters remain there, and make of it a region very difficult to cross during the hot season. There, however, lies the way to Irkutsk, and it is in the midst of ponds, pools, lakes, and swamps, from which the sun draws poisonous exhalations, that the road winds, and entails upon the traveller the greatest fatigue and danger. Michael Strogoff spurred his horse into the midst of a grassy prairie, differing greatly from the close-cropped sod of the steppe, where feed the immense Siberian herds. The grass here was 5 or 6 feet in height, and had made room for swamp plants, to which the dampness of the place, assisted by the heat of summer, had given giant proportions. These were principally canes and rushes, which formed a tangled network, an impenetrable undergrowth, sprinkled everywhere with 1,000 flowers, remarkable for the brightness of their colour. Michael Strogoff, galloping amongst this undergrowth of cane, was no longer visible from the swamps which bordered the road. The tall grass rose above him, and his track was indicated only by the flight of innumerable aquatic birds, which rose from the side of the road, and dispersed into the air in screaming flocks. The way, however, was clearly traceable. Now it would lie straight between the dense thicket of marsh plants, again it would follow the winding shores of vast pools, some of which, several versts in length and breadth, deserve the name of lakes. In other localities the stagnant waters through which the road lay had been avoided, not by bridges, but by tottering platforms ballasted with thick layers of clay, whose joists shook like a too-weak plank thrown across an abyss. Some of these platforms extended over 300 feet, and travellers by Tarantass, when crossing them, have experienced a nausea-like seasickness. Michael Strogoff, whether the soil beneath his feet was solid or whether it sank under him, galloped on without halt, leaping the space between the rotten joists, but however fast they travelled, the horse and the horseman were unable to escape from the sting of the two-winged insects which infest this marshy country. Travellers who are obliged to cross the Baraba during the summer take care to provide themselves with masks of horsehair, to which is attached a coat of mail of very fine wire, which covers their shoulders. Notwithstanding these precautions, there are few who come out of these marshes without having their faces, necks, and hands covered with red spots. The atmosphere there seems to bristle with fine needles, and one would almost say that a knight's armour would not protect him against the darts of these dipterals. It is a dreary region, which man dearly disputes with tupulae, gnats, mosquitoes, horseflies, and millions of microscopic insects, which are not visible to the naked eye, but, although they are not seen, they make themselves felt by their intolerable stinging, to which the most callous Siberian hunters have never been able to inure themselves. Michael Strogoff's horse, stung by these venomous insects, sprang forward as if the rowels of 1,000 spurs had pierced his flanks. Mad with rage, he tore along over verst after verst with the speed of an express train, lashing his sides with his tail, seeking by the rapidity of his pace an alleviation of his torture. It required as good a horseman as Michael Strogoff not to be thrown by the plungings of his horse and the sudden stops and bounds which he made to escape from the stings of his persecutors. Having become insensible, so to speak, to physical suffering, possessed only with the one desire to arrive at his destination at whatever cost, he saw during this mad race only one thing, that the road flew rapidly behind him. Who would have thought that this district of the Baraba, so unhealthy during the summer, could have afforded an asylum for human beings? Yet it did so. Several Siberian hamlets appeared from time to time among the giant canes. Men, women, children, and old men, clad in the skins of beasts, their faces covered with hardened blisters of skin, pastured their poor herds of sheep. In order to preserve the animals from the attack of the insects, they drove them to the leeward of fires of green wood, which were kept burning night and day, and the pungent smoke of which floated over the vast swamp. When Michael Strogoff perceived that his horse, tired out, was on the point of succumbing, he halted at one of these wretched hamlets, and there, forgetting his own fatigue, he himself rubbed the wounds of the poor animal with hot grease, according to the Siberian custom. Then he gave him a good feed, and it was only after he had well groomed and provided for him that he thought of himself, and recruited his strength by a hasty meal of bread and meat and a glass of kvass. 1 hour afterwards, or at the most 2, he resumed with all speed the interminable road to Irkutsk. On the 30th of July, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Michael Strogoff, insensible of every fatigue, arrived at Elamsk. There it became necessary to give a night's rest to his horse. The brave animal could no longer have continued the journey. At Elamsk, as indeed elsewhere, there existed no means of transport. For the same reasons as at the previous villages, neither carriages nor horses were to be had. Michael Strogoff resigned himself therefore to pass the night at Elamsk, to give his horse 12 hours' rest. He recalled the instructions which had been given to him at Moscow, to cross Siberia incognito, to arrive at Irkutsk, but not to sacrifice success to the rapidity of the journey. And consequently it was necessary that he should husband the sole means of transport which remained to him. On the morrow, Michael Strogoff left Elamsk at the moment when the first Tartar scouts were signalled 10 versts behind upon the road to the Baraba, and he plunged again into the swampy region. The road was level, which made it easy but very tortuous and therefore long. It was impossible, moreover, to leave it and to strike a straight line across that impassable network of pools and bogs. On the next day, the 1st of August, 80 miles farther, Michael Strogoff arrived at midday at the town of Spasskoye, and at 2 o'clock he halted at Pokrovskoye. His horse, jaded since departure from Elamsk, could not have taken a single step more. There Michael Strogoff was again compelled to lose, for necessary rest, the end of that day and the entire night, but starting again on the following morning, and still traversing the semi-inundated soil, on the 2nd of August, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after a stage of 50 miles, he reached Kamsk. The country had changed. This little village of Kamsk lies, like an island, habitable and healthy, in the midst of the uninhabitable district. It is situated in the very centre of the Baraba. The immigration caused by the Tartar invasion had not yet depopulated this little town of Kamsk. Its inhabitants probably fancied themselves safe in the centre of the Baraba, whence at least they thought they would have time to flee if they were directly menaced. Michael Strogoff, although exceedingly anxious for news, could ascertain nothing at this place. It would have been rather to him that the governor would have addressed himself had he known who the pretended merchant of Irkutsk really was. Kamsk, in fact, by its very situation, seemed to be outside the Siberian world, and the grave events which troubled it. Besides, Michael Strogoff showed himself little, if at all. To be unperceived was not now enough for him; he would have wished to be invisible. The experience of the past made him more and more circumspect in the present and the future. Therefore he secluded himself, and, not caring to traverse the streets of the village, he would not even leave the inn at which he had halted. As for his horse, he did not even think of exchanging him for another animal. He had become accustomed to this brave creature. He knew to what extent he could rely upon him. In buying him at Omsk he had been lucky, and in taking him to the postmaster the generous mujik had rendered him a great service. Besides, if Michael Strogoff had already become attached to his horse, the horse himself seemed to become inured by degrees to the fatigue of such a journey, and provided that he got several hours of repose daily, his rider might hope that he would carry him beyond the invaded provinces. So during the evening and night of the 2nd of August, Michael Strogoff remained confined to his inn at the entrance of the town, which was little frequented and out of the way of the importunate and curious. Exhausted with fatigue, he went to bed after having seen that his horse lacked nothing. But his sleep was broken. What he had seen since his departure from Moscow showed him the importance of his mission. The rising was an extremely serious one, and the treachery of Ogariev made it still more formidable. And when his eyes fell upon the letter bearing upon it the authority of the imperial seal, the letter which, no doubt, contained the remedy for so many evils, the safety of all the war-ravaged country, Michael Strogoff felt within himself a fierce desire to dash on across the steppe, to accomplish the distance which separated him from Irkutsk as the crow would fly it, to be an eagle that he might overtop all obstacles, to be a hurricane that he might sweep through the air at 100 versts an hour, and to be at last face to face with the Grand Duke, and to exclaim,
"Your Highness, from His Majesty the Czar."
On the next morning, at 6 o'clock, Michael Strogoff started off again. Thanks to his extreme prudence, this part of the journey was signalized by no incident whatever. At Ubinsk he gave his horse a whole night's rest, for he wished on the next day to accomplish the 100 versts which lie between Ubinsk and Ikulskoye without halting. He started therefore at dawn, but unfortunately the Baraba proved more detestable than ever. In fact, between Ubinsk and Kamakore the very heavy rains of some previous weeks were retained by this shallow depression in a watertight bowl. There was, for a long distance, no break in the succession of swamps, pools, and lakes. One of these lakes, large enough to warrant its geographical nomenclature, Chang, Chinese in name, had to be coasted for more than 20 versts, and this with the greatest difficulty. Hence certain delays occur, which all the impatience of Michael Strogoff could not avoid. He had been well advised in not taking a carriage at Kamsk, for his horse passed places which would have been impracticable for a conveyance on wheels. In the evening, at 9 o'clock, Michael Strogoff arrived at Ikulskoye and halted there overnight. In this remote village of the Baraba, news of the war was utterly wanting. From its situation, this part of the province, lying in the fork formed by the two Tartar columns which had bifurcated, one upon Omsk and the other upon Tomsk, had hitherto escaped the horrors of the invasion. But the natural obstacles were now about to disappear, for, if he experienced no delay, Michael Strogoff should on the morrow be free of the Baraba and arrive at Kolyvan. There he would be within 80 miles of Tomsk. He would then be guided by circumstances, and very probably he would decide to go around Tomsk, which, if the news were true, was occupied by Feofar Khan. But if the small towns of Ikulskoye and Karguinsk, which he passed on the next day, were comparatively quiet, owing to their position in the Baraba, was it not to be dreaded that, upon the right banks of the Obi, Michael Strogoff would have much more to fear from men? It was probable. However, should it become necessary, he would not hesitate to abandon the beaten path to Irkutsk. To journey then across the steppe, he would, no doubt, run the risk of finding himself without supplies. There would be, in fact, no longer a well-marked road. Still, there must be no hesitation. Finally, towards 3:30 in the afternoon, Michael Strogoff left the last depression of the Baraba, and the dry and hard soil of Siberia rang out once more beneath his horse's hoofs. He had left Moscow on the 15th of July. Therefore, on this day, the 5th of August, including more than 70 hours lost on the banks of the Irtysh, 20 days had gone by since his departure. 1,000 miles still separated him from Irkutsk. End of chapter 15. Book 1, Chapter 16 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. A Final Effort. Michael's fear of meeting the Tartars in the plains beyond the Baraba was by no means ungrounded. The fields, trodden down by horses' hoofs, afforded but too clear evidence that their hordes had passed that way. The same, indeed, might be said of these barbarians as of the Turks. Where the Turk goes, no grass grows. Michael saw at once that in traversing the country the greatest caution was necessary. Wreaths of smoke curling upwards on the horizon showed that huts and hamlets were still burning. Had these been fired by the advance guard, or had the Emir's army already advanced beyond the boundaries of the province? Was Feofar Khan himself in the government of Yeniseisk? Michael could settle on no line of action until these questions were answered. Was the country so deserted that he could not discover a single Siberian to enlighten him? Michael rode on for 2 versts without meeting a human being. He looked carefully for some house which had not been deserted. Every one was tenantless. One hut, however, which he could just see between the trees, was still smoking. As he approached, he perceived, at some yards from the ruins of the building, an old man surrounded by weeping children. A woman still young, evidently his daughter and the mother of the poor children, kneeling on the ground, was gazing on the scene of desolation. She had at her breast a baby but a few months old. Shortly she would not have even that nourishment to give it. Ruin and desolation were all around. Michael approached the old man.
"Will you answer me a few questions?"
he asked.
"Speak,"
replied the old man.
"Have the Tartars passed this way?"
"Yes, for my house is in flames."
"Was it an army or a detachment?"
"An army, for as far as I can reach our fields are laid waste."
"Commanded by the Emir?"
"By the Emir, for the Obi's waters are red."
"Has Feofar Khan entered Tomsk?"
"He has."
"Do you know if his men have entered Kolyvan?"
"No, for Kolyvan does not yet burn."
"Thanks, friend. Can I aid you and yours?"
"No."
"Goodbye."
"Farewell."
And Michael, having presented 25 rubles to the unfortunate woman, who had not even strength to thank him, put spurs to his horse once more. One thing he knew: he must not pass through Tomsk. To go to Kolyvan, which the Tartars had not yet reached, was possible. Yes, that is what he must do. There he must prepare himself for another long stage. There was nothing for it but, having crossed the Obi, to take the Irkutsk road and avoid Tomsk. This new route decided on, Michael must not delay an instant. Nor did he, but, putting his horse into a steady gallop, he took the road towards the left bank of the Obi, which was still 40 versts distant. Would there be a ferry boat there, or should he, finding that the Tartars had destroyed all the boats, be obliged to swim across? As to his horse, it was by this time pretty well worn out, and Michael intended to make it perform this stage only, and then to exchange it for a fresh one at Kolyvan. Kolyvan would be like a fresh starting point, for on leaving that town his journey would take a new form. So long as he traversed a devastated country, the difficulties must be very great; but if, having avoided Tomsk, he could resume the road to Irkutsk across the province of Yeniseisk, which was not yet laid waste, he would finish his journey in a few days. Night came on, bringing with it refreshing coolness after the heat of the day. At midnight the steppe was profoundly dark. The sound of the horse's hoofs alone was heard on the road, except when, every now and then, its master spoke a few encouraging words. In such darkness as this, great care was necessary lest he should leave the road, bordered by pools and streams, tributaries of the Obi. Michael therefore advanced as quickly as was consistent with safety. He trusted no less to the excellence of his eyes, which penetrated the gloom, than to the well-proved sagacity of his horse. Just as Michael dismounted to discover the exact direction of the road, he heard a confused murmuring sound from the west. It was like the noise of horses' hoofs at some distance on the parched ground. Michael listened attentively, putting his ear to the ground.
"It is a detachment of cavalry coming by the road from Omsk,"
he said to himself.
"They are marching very quickly, for the noise is increasing. Are they Russians or Tartars?"
Michael again listened.
"Yes,"
said he.
"They are at a sharp trot. My horse cannot outstrip them. If they are Russians, I will join them. If Tartars, I must avoid them. But how? Where can I hide in this steppe?"
He gave a look around, and, through the darkness, discovered a confused mass at 100 paces before him on the left of the road.
"There is a copse,"
he exclaimed.
"To take refuge there is to run the risk of being caught if they are in search of me. But I have no choice."
In a few moments Michael, dragging his horse by the bridle, reached a little larch wood, through which the road lay. Beyond this it was destitute of trees, and wound among bogs and pools, separated by dwarfed bushes, whins, and heather. The ground on either side was quite impracticable, and the detachment must necessarily pass through the wood. They were pursuing the high road to Irkutsk. Plunging in about 40 feet, he was stopped by a stream running under the brushwood, but the shadow was so deep that Michael ran no risk of being seen, unless the wood should be carefully searched. He therefore led his horse to the stream and fastened him to a tree, returning to the edge of the road to listen and ascertain with what sort of people he had to do. Michael had scarcely taken up his position behind a group of larches when a confused light appeared, above which glared brighter lights, waving about in the shadow.
"Torches!"
said he to himself, and he drew quickly back, gliding like a savage into the thickest underwood. As they approached the wood, the horse's pace was slackened. The horsemen were probably lighting up the road with the intention of examining every turn. Michael feared this, and instinctively drew near to the bank of the stream, ready to plunge in if necessary. Arrived at the top of the wood, the detachment halted. The horsemen dismounted. There were about 50. A dozen of them carried torches, lighting up the road. By watching their preparations, Michael found to his joy that the detachment were not thinking of visiting the copse, but only bivouacking near, to rest their horses and allow the men to take some refreshment. The horses were soon unsaddled, and began to graze on the thick grass which carpeted the ground. The men meantime stretched themselves by the side of the road, and partook of the provisions they produced from their knapsacks. Michael's self-possession had never deserted him, and creeping amongst the high grass, he endeavored not only to examine the newcomers, but to hear what they said. It was a detachment from Omsk, composed of Uzbek horsemen, a race of the Mongolian type. These men, well built, above the medium height, rough, and wild featured, wore on their heads the talpak, or black sheepskin cap, and on their feet yellow high-heeled boots with turned-up toes, like the shoes of the Middle Ages. Their tunics were close-fitting, and confined at the waist by a leathern belt braided with red. They were armed defensively with a shield, and offensively with a curved sword, and a flintlock musket slung at the saddle-bow. From their shoulders hung gay-coloured cloaks. The horses, which were feeding at liberty at the edge of the wood, were, like their masters, of the Uzbek race. These animals are rather smaller than the Turkomanian horses, but are possessed of remarkable strength, and know no other pace than the gallop. This detachment was commanded by a penjabashi, this is to say, a commander of 50 men, having under him a derbashi, or simple commander of 10 men. These 2 officers wore helmets and half-coats of mail. Little trumpets, fastened to their saddle-bows, were the distinctive signs of their rank. The penjabashi had been obliged to let his men rest, fatigued with a long stage. He and the second officer, smoking bang, the leaf which forms the base of the hashish, strolled up and down the wood, so that Michael Strogoff, without being seen, could catch and understand their conversation, which was spoken in the Tartar language. Michael's attention was singularly excited by their very first words. It was of him they were speaking.
"This courier cannot be much in advance of us,"
said the penjabashi.
"And, on the other hand, it is absolutely impossible that he can have followed any other route than that of the Baraba."
"Who knows if he has left Omsk?"
replied the derbashi.
"Perhaps he is still hidden in the town."
"That is to be wished, certainly. Colonel Ogareff would have no fear then that the dispatches he bears should ever reach the destination."
"They say that he is a native, a Siberian,"
resumed the derbashi.
"If so, he must be well acquainted with the country, and it is possible that he has left the Irkutsk road, depending on rejoining it later."
"But then we should be in advance of him,"
answered the penjabashi.
"for we left Omsk within an hour of his departure, and have since followed the shortest road with all the speed of our horses. He has either remained in Omsk, or we shall arrive at Tomsk before him, so as to cut him off. In either case he will not reach Irkutsk."
"A rugged woman, that old Siberian, who is evidently his mother,"
said the derbashi. At this remark Michael's heart beat violently.
"Yes,"
answered the penjabashi.
"She stuck to it well that the pretended merchant was not her son, but it was too late. Colonel Ogareff was not to be taken in, and, as he said, he will know how to make the old witch speak when the time comes."
These words were so many dagger thrusts for Michael. He was known to be a courier of the Czar. A detachment of horsemen on his track could not fail to cut him off. And, worst of all, his mother was in the hands of the Tartars, and the cruel Ogariev had undertaken to make her speak when he wished. Michael well knew that the brave Siberian would sacrifice her life for him. He had fancied that he could not hate Ivan Ogariev more, yet a fresh tide of hate now rose in his heart. The wretch who had betrayed his country now threatened to torture his mother. The conversation between the 2 officers continued, and Michael understood that an engagement was imminent in the neighborhood of Kolyvan, between the Muscovite troops coming from the north and the Tartars. A small Russian force of 2,000 men, reported to have reached the lower course of the Obi, were advancing by forced marches towards Tomsk. If such was the case, this force, which would soon find itself engaged with the main body of Feofar Khan's army, would be inevitably overwhelmed, and the Irkutsk road would be in the entire possession of the invaders. As to himself, Michael learned, by some words from the penjabashi, that a price was set on his head, and that orders had been given to take him, dead or alive. It was necessary, therefore, to get the start of the Uzbek horsemen on the Irkutsk road, and put the Obi between himself and them. But to do that he must escape before the camp was broken up. His determination taken, Michael prepared to execute it. Indeed, the halt would not be prolonged, and the penjabashi did not intend to give his men more than an hour's rest, although their horses could not have been changed for fresh ones since Omsk, and must be as much fatigue as that of Michael Strogoff. There was not a moment to lose. It was within an hour of morning. It was needful to profit by the darkness to leave the little wood and dash along the road; but although night favoured it, the success of such a flight appeared to be almost impossible. Not wishing to do anything at random, Michael took time for reflection, carefully weighing the chances so as to take the best. From the situation of the place the result was this, that he could not escape through the back of the wood, the stream which bordered it being not only deep but very wide and muddy. Beneath this thick water was a slimy bog, on which the foot could not rest. There was only one way open, the high road. To endeavour to reach it by creeping round the edge of the wood, without attracting attention, and then to gallop at headlong speed, required all the remaining strength and energy of his noble steed. Too probably it would fall dead on reaching the banks of the Obi, when, either by boat or by swimming, he must cross this important river. This was what Michael had before him. His energy and courage increased in sight of danger. His life, his mission, his country, perhaps the safety of his mother, were at stake. He could not hesitate. There was not a moment to be lost. Already there was a slight movement among the men of the detachment. A few horsemen were strolling up and down the road in front of the wood. The rest were still lying at the foot of the trees, but their horses were gradually penetrating towards the center of the wood. Michael had at first thought of seizing one of these horses, but he recollected that, of course, they would be as fatigued as his own. It was better to trust to his own brave steed, which had already rendered him such important service. The good animal, hidden behind a thicket, had escaped the sight of the Uzbeks. They, besides, had not penetrated so far into the wood. Michael crawled up to his horse through the grass, and found him lying down. He patted and spoke gently to him, and managed to raise him without noise. Fortunately the torches were entirely consumed, and now went out, the darkness being still profound under shelter of the larches. After replacing the bit, Michael looked to his girths and stirrups, and began to lead his horse quietly away. The intelligent animal followed his master, without even making the least neigh. A few Uzbek horses raised their heads and began to wander towards the edge of the wood. Michael held his revolver in his hand, ready to blow out the brains of the first Tartar who should approach him. But happily the alarm was not given, and he was able to gain the angle made by the wood where it joined the road. To avoid being seen, Michael's intention was not to mount until after turning a corner some 200 feet from the wood. Unfortunately, just at the moment that he was issuing from the wood, an Uzbek horse, scenting him, neighed and began to trot along the road. His master ran to catch him, and seeing a shadowy form moving in the dim light,
"Look out!"
he shouted. At the cry all the men of the bivouac jumped up and ran to seize their horses. Michael leaped on his steed and galloped away. The two officers of the detachment urged on their men to follow. Michael heard a report and felt a ball pass through his tunic. Without turning his head, without replying, he spurred on, and clearing the brushwood with a tremendous bound, he galloped at full speed towards the Obi. The Uzbek's horses being unsaddled gave him a small start, but in less than 2 minutes he heard the tramp of several horses gradually gaining on him. Day was now beginning to break, and objects at some distance were becoming visible. Michael turned his head and perceived a horseman rapidly approaching him. It was the Debashi. Being better mounted, this officer had distanced his detachment. Without drawing rein, Michael extended his revolver and took a moment's aim. The Uzbek officer, hit in the breast, rolled on the ground. But the other horsemen followed him closely, and without waiting to assist the Debashi, exciting each other by their shouts, digging their spurs into the horses' sides, they gradually diminished the distance between themselves and Michael. For half an hour only was the latter able to keep out of the range of the Tartars, but he well knew that his horse was becoming weaker, and dreaded every instant that he would stumble never to rise again. It was now light, although the sun had not yet risen above the horizon. 2 versts distant could be seen a pale line bordered by a few trees. This was the Obi, which flows from the southwest to the northeast, the surface almost level with the ground, its bed being but the steppe itself. Several times shots were fired at Michael, but without hitting him, and several times too he discharged his revolver on those of the soldiers who pressed him too closely. Each time an Uzbek rolled on the ground midst cries of rage from his companions. But this pursuit could only terminate to Michael's disadvantage. His horse was almost exhausted. He managed to reach the bank of the river. The Uzbek detachment was now not more than 50 paces behind him. The Obi was deserted, not a boat of any description which could take him over the water.
"Courage, my brave horse!"
cried Michael.
"Come, a last effort!"
And he plunged into the river, which here was half a verst in width. It would have been difficult to stand against the current. Indeed, Michael's horse could get no footing. He must therefore swim across the river, although it was rapid as a torrent. Even to attempt it showed Michael's marvellous courage. The soldiers reached the bank, but hesitated to plunge in. The Pendjabashi seized his musket and took aim at Michael, whom he could see in the middle of the stream. The shot was fired, and Michael's horse, struck in the side, was borne away by the current. His master, speedily disentangling himself from his stirrups, struck out boldly for the shore. In the midst of a hailstorm of balls he managed to reach the opposite side and disappeared in the rushes. End of chapter 16. Book 1, Chapter 17 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17 The Rivals. Michael was in comparative safety, though his situation was still terrible. Now that the faithful animal who had so bravely borne him had met his death in the waters of the river, how was he to continue his journey? He was on foot, without provisions, in a country devastated by the invasion, overrun by the Emir's scouts, and still at a considerable distance from the place he was striving to reach.
"By heaven, I will get there!"
he exclaimed, in reply to all the reasons for faltering.
"God will protect our sacred Russia."
Michael was out of reach of the Uzbek horsemen. They had not dared to pursue him through the river. Once more on solid ground, Michael stopped to consider what he should do next. He wished to avoid Tomsk, now occupied by the Tartar troops. Nevertheless, he must reach some town, or at least a post house, where he could procure a horse. A horse once found, he would throw himself out of the beaten track, and not again take to the Irkutsk road until in the neighborhood of Krasnoyarsk. From that place, if he were quick, he hoped to find the way still open, and he intended to go through the Lake Baikal provinces in a southeasterly direction. Michael began by going eastward. By following the course of the Obi 2 versts further, he reached a picturesque little town lying on a small hill. A few churches with Byzantine cupolas colored green and gold stood up against the grey sky. This is Kolyvan, where the officers and people employed at Kamsk and other towns take refuge during the summer from the unhealthy climate of the Baraba. According to the latest news obtained by the Tsar's courier, Kolyvan could not be yet in the hands of the invaders. The Tartar troops, divided into 2 columns, had marched to the left on Omsk, to the right on Tomsk, neglecting the intermediate country. Michael Strogoff's plan was simply this: to reach Kolyvan before the arrival of the Uzbek horsemen, who would ascend the other bank of the Obi to the ferry. There he would procure clothes and a horse, and resume the road to Irkutsk across the southern steppe. It was now 3 o'clock in the morning. The neighborhood of Kolyvan was very still, and appeared to have been totally abandoned. The country population have evidently fled to the northwards, to the province of Yeniseisk, dreading the invasion which they could not resist. Michael was walking at a rapid pace towards Kolyvan when distant firing struck his ear. He stopped and clearly distinguished the dull roar of artillery, and above it a crisp rattle which could not be mistaken.
"It is cannon and musketry,"
said he.
"The little Russian body is engaged with the Tartar army. Pray heaven that I may arrive at Kolyvan before them."
The firing became gradually louder, and soon to the left of Kolyvan a mist collected, not smoke, but those great white clouds produced by discharges of artillery. The Uzbek horsemen stopped on the left of the Obi to await the result of the battle. From them Michael had nothing to fear as he hastened towards the town. In the meanwhile the firing increased, and became sensibly nearer. It was no longer a confused roar, but distinct reports. At the same time the smoke partially cleared, and it became evident that the combatants were rapidly moving southwards. It appeared that Kolyvan was to be attacked on the north side. But were the Russians defending it, or the Tartars? It being impossible to decide this, Michael became greatly perplexed. He was not more than half a verst from Kolyvan when he observed flames shooting up among the houses of the town, and the steeple of a church fell in the midst of clouds of smoke and fire. Was the struggle then in Kolyvan? Michael was compelled to think so. It was evident that Russians and Tartars were fighting in the streets of the town. Was this a time to seek refuge there? Would he not run a risk of being taken prisoner? Should he succeed in escaping from Kolyvan as he had escaped from Omsk? He hesitated and stopped a moment. Would it not be better to try, even on foot, to reach some small town and then procure a horse at any price? This was the only thing to be done, and Michael, leaving the Obi, went forward to the right of Kolyvan. The firing had now increased in violence. Flames soon sprang up on the left of the town. Fire was devouring one entire quarter of Kolyvan. Michael was running across the steppe, endeavoring to gain the cover of some trees, when a detachment of Tartar cavalry appeared on the right. He dared not continue in that direction. The horsemen advanced rapidly, and it would have been difficult to escape them. Suddenly, in a thick clump of trees, he saw an isolated house, which it would be possible to reach before he was perceived. Michael had no choice but to run there, hide himself, and ask or take something to recruit his strength, for he was exhausted with hunger and fatigue. He accordingly ran on towards this house, still about half a verst distant. As he approached, he could see that it was a telegraph office. 2 wires left it in westerly and easterly directions, and a third went towards Kolyvan. It was to be supposed that under the circumstances the station was abandoned, but even if it was, Michael could take refuge there, and wait till nightfall if necessary, to again set out across the steppe covered with Tartar scouts. He ran up to the door and pushed it open. A single person was in the room whence the telegraphic messages were dispatched. This was a clerk, calm, phlegmatic, indifferent to all that was passing outside. Faithful to his post, he waited behind his little wicket until the public claimed his services. Michael ran up to him, and, in a voice broken by fatigue,
"What do you know?"
he asked.
Nothing,
answered the clerk, smiling.
"Are the Russians and Tartars engaged?"
They say so.
"But who are the victors?"
I don't know.
Such calmness, such indifference in the midst of these terrible events was scarcely credible.
"And is not the wire cut?" said
Michael.
It is cut between Kolyvan and Krasnoyarsk, but it is still working between Kolyvan and the Russian frontier.
"For the government?"
For the government, when it thinks proper. For the public, when they pay. 10 kopecks a word, whenever you like, sir."
Michael was about to reply to this strange clerk that he had no message to send, that he only implored a little bread and water, when the door of the house was again thrown open. Thinking that it was invaded by Tartars, Michael made ready to leap out of the window, when the 2 men only entered the room who had nothing of the Tartar soldier about them. One of them held a dispatch, written in pencil, in his hand, and passing the other, he hurried up to the wicket of the imperturbable clerk. In these 2 men Michael recognized with astonishment, which everyone will understand, 2 personages of whom he was not thinking at all, and whom he had never expected to see again. They were the 2 reporters, Harry Blount and Alcide Jolivet, no longer traveling companions, but rivals, enemies, now that they were working on the field of battle. They had left Ichim only a few hours after the departure of Michael Strogoff, and they had arrived at Kolyvan before him by following the same road, in consequence of his losing 3 days on the banks of the Irtysh. And now, after being both present at the engagement between the Russians and Tartars before the town, they had left just as the struggle broke out in the streets, and ran to the telegraph office so as to send off their rival dispatches to Europe, and forestall each other in their report of events. Michael stood aside in the shadow, and without being seen himself, he could see and hear all that was going on. He would now hear interesting news, and would find out whether or not he could enter Kolyvan. Blount, having distanced his companion, took possession of the wicket, whilst Alcide Jolivet, contrary to his usual habit, stamped with impatience.
10 kopecks a word,
said the clerk. Blount deposited a pile of roubles on the shelf, whilst his rival looked on with a sort of stupefaction.
Good,
said the clerk, and with the greatest coolness in the world he began to telegraph the following dispatch.
Daily Telegraph, London. From Kolyvan, Government of Omsk, Siberia, 6th August. Engagement between Russian and Tartar troops.
The reading was in a distinct voice, so that Michael heard all that the English correspondent was sending to his paper.
Russians repulsed with great loss. Tartars entered Kolyvan today.
These words ended the dispatch.
My turn now,
cried Alcide Jolivet, anxious to send off his dispatch addressed to his cousin. But that was not Blount's idea, who did not intend to give up the wicket, but have it in his power to send off the news just as the events occurred. He would therefore not make way for his companion.
But you have finished,
exclaimed Jolivet.
I have not finished,
returned Harry Blount quietly. And he proceeded to write some sentences which he handed in to the clerk, who read out in his calm voice.
John Gilpin was a citizen of credit and renown. A train-band captain eke was he of famous London town.
Harry Blount was telegraphing some verses learned in his childhood, in order to employ the time and not give up his place to his rival. It would perhaps cost his paper some thousands of roubles, but it would be the first informed. France could wait. Jolivet's fury may be imagined, though under any other circumstances he would have thought it fair warfare. He even endeavoured to force the clerk to take his dispatch in preference to that of his rival.
It is that gentleman's right,
answered the clerk coolly, pointing to Blount, and smiling in the most amiable manner. And he continued faithfully to transmit to the Daily Telegraph the well-known verses of Cowper. Whilst he was working, Blount walked to the window and, his field-glass to his eyes, watched all that was going on in the neighbourhood of Kolyvan, so as to complete his information. In a few minutes he resumed his place at the wicket, and added to his telegram,
2 churches are in flames. The fire appears to gain on the right. John Gilpin's spouse said to her dear, Though wedded we have been these twice 10 tedious years, yet we no holiday have seen.
Alcide Jolivet would have liked to strangle the honourable correspondent of the Daily Telegraph. He again interrupted the clerk, who, quite unmoved, merely replied,
It is his right, sir. It is his right, at 10 kopecks a word.
And he telegraphed the following news, just brought him by Blount.
Russian fugitives are escaping from the town. Away went Gilpin, who but he? His fame soon spread around. He carries weight, he rides a race, 'tis for 1,000 pound.
And Blount turned round with a quizzical look at his rival. Alcide Jolivet fumed. In the meanwhile Harry Blount had returned to the window, but this time his attention was diverted by the interest of the scene before him. Therefore, when the clerk had finished telegraphing the last lines dictated by Blount, Alcide Jolivet noiselessly took his place at the wicket, and, just as his rival had done, after quietly depositing a respectable pile of roubles on the shelf, he delivered his dispatch, which the clerk read aloud.
Madeleine Jolivet, 10, Faubourg Montmartre, Paris. From Kolyvan, Government of Omsk, Siberia, 6th August. Fugitives are escaping from the town. Russians defeated. First pursuit by the Tartar cavalry.
And as Harry Blount returned, he heard Jolivet completing his telegram by singing in a mocking tone,
Il est un petit homme to habiller de gris dans Paris.
Imitating his rival, Alcide Jolivet had used a merry refrain of Béranger.
Hallo,
said Harry Blount.
Je sais,
answered Jolivet. In the meantime the situation at Kolyvan was alarming in the extreme. The battle was raging nearer, and the firing was incessant. At that moment the telegraph office shook to its foundations. A shell had made a hole in the wall, and a cloud of dust filled the office. Alcide was just finishing writing his lines, but to stop, dart on the shell, seize it in both hands, throw it out of the window, and return to the wicket was only the affair of the moment. 5 seconds later the shell burst outside. Continuing with the greatest possible coolness, Alcide wrote,
A 16 shell has just blown up the wall of the telegraph office, expecting a few more of the same size.
Michael Strogoff had no doubt that the Russians were driven out of Kolyvan. His last resource was to set out across the southern steppe. Just then renewed firing broke out close to the telegraph house, and a perfect shower of bullets smashed all the glass in the windows. Harry Blount fell to the ground, wounded in the shoulder. Jolivet, even at such a moment, was about to add this postscript to his dispatch,
Harry Blount, correspondent of the Daily Telegraph, has fallen at my side, struck by...
When the imperturbable clerk said calmly,
Sir, the wire has broken.
And leaving his wicket, he quietly took his hat, brushed it round with his sleeve, and, still smiling, disappeared through a little door which Michael had not before perceived. The house was surrounded by Tartar soldiers, and neither Michael nor the reporters could effect their retreat. Alcide Jolivet, his useless dispatch in his hand, had run to Blount, stretched on the ground, and had bravely lifted him on his shoulders, with the intention of flying with him. He was too late. Both were prisoners, and at the same time Michael, taken unawares as he was about to leap from the window, fell into the hands of the Tartars. End of chapter 17. End of book 1. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 2, Chapter 1 A Tartar Camp. At a day's march from Kolyvan, several versts beyond the town of Dyachinsk, stretches a wide plain, planted here and there with great trees, principally pines and cedars. This part of the steppe is usually occupied during the warm season by Siberian shepherds and their numerous flocks, but now it might have been searched in vain for one of its nomad inhabitants. Not that the plain was deserted. It presented a most animate appearance. There stood the Tartar tents. There Feofar Khan, the terrible Emir of Bokhara, was encamped. And there, on the following day, the 7th of August, were brought the prisoners taken at Kolyvan after the annihilation of the Russian force, which had vainly attempted to oppose the progress of the invaders. Of the 2,000 men who had engaged with the two columns of the enemy, the bases of which rested on Tomsk and Omsk, only a few hundred remained. Thus events were going badly, and the imperial government appeared to have lost its power beyond the frontiers of the Ural, for a time at least, for the Russians could not fail eventually to defeat the savage hordes of the invaders. But in the meantime the invasion had reached the center of Siberia, and it was spreading through the revolted country both to the eastern and to the western provinces. If the troops of the Amur and the province of Takutsk did not arrive in time to occupy it, Irkutsk, the capital of Asiatic Russia, being insufficiently garrisoned, would fall into the hands of the Tartars, and the Grand Duke, brother of the Emperor, would be sacrificed to the vengeance of Ivan Ogariev. What had become of Michael Strogoff? Had he broken down under the weight of so many trials? Did he consider himself conquered by the series of disasters which, since the adventure of Ichim, had increased in magnitude? Did he think his cause lost? That his mission had failed? That his orders could no longer be obeyed? Michael was one of those men who never give in while life exists. He was yet alive, he still had the imperial letter safe, his disguise had been undiscovered. He was included amongst the numerous prisoners whom the Tartars were dragging with them like cattle, but by approaching Tomsk he was at the same time drawing nearer to Irkutsk. Besides, he was still in front of Ivan Ogariev.
I will get there,
he repeated to himself. Since the affair of Kolyvan, all the powers of his mind were concentrated on one object, to become free. How should he escape from the Emir's soldiers? Feofar's camp presented a magnificent spectacle. Numberless tents of skin, felt, or silk glistened in the rays of the sun. The lofty plumes which surmounted their conical tops waved amidst banners, flags, and pennons of every color. The richest of these tents belonged to the Seyds and Khojas, who are the principal personages of the Khanate. A special pavilion, ornamented with a horse's tail issuing from a sheaf of red and white sticks artistically interlaced, indicated the high rank of these Tartar chiefs. Then in the distance rose several thousand of the Turkoman tents, called karaoi, which had been carried on the backs of camels. The camp contained at least 150,000 soldiers, as many foot as horse soldiers, collected under the name of alamans. Amongst them, and as the principal types of Turkestan, would have been directly remarked the Tajiks, from their regular features, white skin, tall forms, and black eyes and hair. They formed the bulk of the Tartar army, and of them the Khanates of Kokand and Kunduz had furnished a contingent nearly equal to that of Bokhara. With the Tajiks were mingled specimens of different races who either reside in Turkestan or whose native countries border on it. There were Uzbeks, red-bearded, small in stature, similar to those who had pursued Michael. Here were Kirghiz, with flat faces like the Kalmucks, dressed in coats of mail. Some carried the lance, bows, and arrows of Asiatic manufacture; some the sabre, a matchlock gun, and the chakane, a little short-handled axe, the wounds from which invariably prove fatal. There were Mongols, of middle height, with black hair plaited into pigtails, which hung down their backs. Round faces, swarthy complexions, lively deep-set eyes, scanty beards, dressed in blue nankin, trimmed with black plush, sword belts of leather with silver buckles, coats gaily braided, and silk caps edged with fur and 3 ribbons fluttering behind. Brown-skinned Afghans too might have been seen, Arabs having the primitive type of the beautiful Semitic races, and Turkomans with eyes which looked as if they had lost the pupil, all enrolled under the Emir's flag, the flag of incendiaries and devastators. Among these free soldiers were a certain number of slave soldiers, principally Persians, commanded by officers of the same nation, and they were certainly not the least esteemed of Feofar Khan's army. If to this list are added the Jews, who acted as servants, their robes confined with a cord, and wearing on their heads, instead of a turban, which is forbidden them, little caps of dark cloth; if with these groups are mingled some hundreds of calendars, a sort of religious mendicants clothed in rags, covered by a leopard skin, some idea might be formed of the enormous agglomeration of different tribes included under the general denomination of the Tartar army. Nothing could be more romantic than this picture, in delineating which the most skilful artist would have exhausted all the colours of his palette. Feofar's tent overlooked the others. Draped in large folds of a brilliant silk looped with golden cords and tassels, surmounted by tall plumes which waved in the wind like fans, it occupied the centre of a wide clearing, sheltered by a grove of magnificent birch and pine trees. Before this tent, on a japanned table inlaid with precious stones, was placed the sacred book of the Koran, its pages being of thin gold leaf delicately engraved. Above floated the Tartar flag, quartered with the Emir's arms. In a semicircle round the clearing stood the tents of the great functionaries of the Bokhara. There resided the chief of the stables, who has the right to follow the Emir on horseback even into the court of his palace, the grand falconer, the Hushbegui, bearer of the royal seal, the Topchi Bashi, grand master of the artillery, the Khoja, chief of the council, who receives the prince's kiss and may present himself before him with his girdle untied, the Sheikh ul Salam, chief of the ulemas, representing the priests, the Kazi Askef, who in the Emir's absence settles all disputes raised among the soldiers, and lastly the chief of the astrologers, whose great business is to consult the stars every time the Khan thinks of changing his quarters. When the prisoners were brought into the camp, the Emir was in his tent. He did not show himself. This was fortunate in doubt. A sign, a word from him might have been the signal for some bloody execution. But he entrenched himself in that isolation which constitutes in part the majesty of Eastern kings. He who does not show himself is admired, and above all feared. As to the prisoners, they were to be penned up in some enclosure, where, ill-treated, poorly fed, and exposed to all the inclemencies of the weather, they would await Feofar's pleasure. The most docile and patient of them all was undoubtedly Michael Strogoff. He allowed himself to be led, for they were leading him where he wished to go, and under conditions of safety which free he could not have found on the road from Kolyvan to Tomsk. To escape before reaching that town was to risk again falling into the hands of the scouts, who were scouring the steppe. The most eastern line occupied by the Tartar columns was not situated beyond the 85th meridian, which passes through Tomsk. This meridian once passed, Michael considered that he should be beyond the hostile zones, that he could traverse Genishi without danger, and gain Krasnoyarsk before Feofar Khan had invaded the province.
Once at Tomsk?
He repeated to himself, to repress some feelings of impatience which he could not entirely master.
In a few minutes I should be beyond the outposts, and 12 hours gained on Feofar, 12 hours on Ogareff. That surely would be enough to give me a start of them to Irkutsk.
The thing that Michael Strogoff dreaded more than everything else was the presence of Ivan Ogarieff in the Tartar camp. Besides the danger of being recognized, he felt, by a sort of instinct, that this was the traitor whom it was especially necessary to precede. He understood, too, that the union of Ogarieff's troops with those of Feofar would complete the invading army, and that the junction once effected, the army would march en masse on the capital of Eastern Siberia. All his apprehensions came from this quarter, and he dreaded every instant to hear some flourish of trumpets announcing the arrival of the lieutenant of the Emir. To this was added the thought of his mother, of Nadia, the one a prisoner at Omsk, the other dragged on board the Irtish boats, and no doubt a captive, as Marfa Strogoff was. He could do nothing for them. Should he ever see them again? At this question, to which he dared not reply, his heart sank very low. At the same time, with Michael Strogoff and so many other prisoners, Harry Blount and Alcide Jolivet had been taken to the Tartar camp. Their former travelling companion, captured like them at the telegraph office, knew that they were penned up with him in the enclosure, guarded by numerous sentinels, but he did not wish to accost them. It mattered little to him, at this time especially, what they might think of him since the affair of Ichim. Besides, he desired to be alone, that he might act alone, if necessary. He therefore held himself aloof from his former acquaintances. From the moment that Harry Blount had fallen by his side, Jolivet had not ceased his attentions to him. During the journey from Kolyvan to the camp, that is to say, for several hours, Blount, by leaning on his companion's arm, had been enabled to follow the rest of the prisoners. He tried to make known that he was a British subject, but it had no effect on the barbarians, who only replied by prods with a lance or sword. The correspondent of the Daily Telegraph was therefore obliged to submit to the common lot, resolving to protest later, and obtain satisfaction for such treatment. But the journey was not the less disagreeable to him, for his wound caused him much pain, and without Alcide Jolivet's assistance he might never have reached the camp. Jolivet, whose practical philosophy never abandoned him, had physically and morally strengthened his companion by every means in his power. His first care, when they found themselves definitely established in the enclosure, was to examine Blount's wounds. Having managed carefully to draw off his coat, he found that the shoulder had been only grazed by a shot.
"This is nothing,"
he said.
"a mere scratch. After 2 or 3 dressings you will be to all rights."
"But these dressings?"
asked Blount.
"I will make them for you myself."
"Then you are something of a doctor."
"All Frenchmen are something of doctors."
And on this affirmation Alcide, tearing his handkerchief, made lint of one piece, bandages of the other, took some water from a well dug in the middle of the enclosure, bathed the wound, and skilfully placed the wet rag on Harry Blount's shoulder.
"I treat you with water,"
he said.
"This liquid is the most efficacious sedative known for the treatment of wounds, and is the most employed now. Doctors have taken 6,000 years to discover that. Yes, 6,000 years on round numbers."
"I thank you, Monsieur Jolivet,"
answered Harry, stretching himself on a bed of dry leaves which his companion had arranged for him in the shade of a birch tree.
"Bah, it's nothing. You would do as much for me."
"I am not quite so sure,"
said Blount candidly.
"Nonsense, stupid. All English are generous."
"Doubtless, but the French?"
"Well, the French, they are brutes if you like, but what redeems them is that they are French. Say nothing more about that, or rather, say nothing more at all. Rest is absolutely necessary for you."
But Harry Blount had no wish to be silent. If the wound, in prudence, required rest, the correspondent of the Daily Telegraph was not a man to indulge himself.
"Monsieur Jolivet,"
he asked,
"do you think that our last dispatches have been able to pass the Russian frontier?"
"Why not?"
answered Alcide.
"By this time you may be sure that my beloved cousin knows all about the affair at Kolyvan."
"How many copies does your cousin work off her dispatches?"
asked Blount, for the first time putting his question direct to his companion.
"Well,"
answered Alcide, laughing,
"my cousin is a very discreet person, who does not like to be talked about, and who would be in despair if she troubled the sleep of which you are in need."
"I don't wish to sleep,"
replied the Englishman.
"What will your cousin think of the affairs of Russia?"
"That they seem for the time in a bad way. But, bah, the Muscovite government is powerful. It cannot really be uneasy at the invasion of barbarians."
Too much ambition has lost the greatest empires,
answered Blount, who was not exempt from a certain English jealousy with regard to Russian pretensions in Central Asia.
"Oh, not let us talk politics,"
cried Jolivet.
"It is forbidden by the faculty. Nothing can be worse for wounds in the shoulder, unless it was to put you to sleep."
"Let us, then, talk of what we ought to do,"
replied Blount.
"Monsieur Jolivet, I have no intention at all of remaining a prisoner to these Tartars for an indefinite time."
"Nor I either, by Jove."
"We will escape on the first opportunity?"
"Yes, if there is no other way of regaining our liberty."
"Do you know of any other?"
asked Blount, looking at his companion.
"Certainement. We are not belligerents, we are neutral, and we will claim our freedom."
"From that brute of a Feofar Khan?"
"No, he would not understand,"
answered Jolivet.
"but from his lieutenant, Ivan Ogrev."
"He is a villain."
"No doubt, but the villain is a Russian. He knows that it is not due to trifle with the rights of men, and he has no interest to retain us. On the contrary. But to ask a favour of that gentleman does not quite suit my taste."
"But that gentleman is not in the camp, or at least I have not seen him here,"
observed Blount.
"He will come. He will not fail to do that. He must join the Emir. Siberia is cut in two now, and very certainement Feofar's army is only waiting for him to advance on Irkutsk."
"And once free, what shall we do?"
"Once free, we will continue our campaign, and follow the Tartars until the time comes when we can make our way into the Russian camp. We must not give up the game. No, indeed, we have only just begun. You, friend, have already had the honour of being wounded in the service of the Daily Telegraph, whilst I have as yet suffered nothing in my cousin's service." Well, good,"
murmured Alcide Jolivet.
"There he is asleep. A few hours' sleep and a few cold water compresses are all that are required to set an Englishman on his legs again. These fellows are made of cast iron."
And whilst Harry Blount rested, Alcide watched near him, after having drawn out his notebook, which he loaded with notes, determined besides to share them with his companion for the greater satisfaction of the readers of the Daily Telegraph. Events had united them one with the other, they were no longer jealous of each other. So, then, the thing that Michael Strogoff dreaded above everything was the most lively desire of the two correspondents. Ivan Ogariev's arrival would evidently be of use to them. Blount and Jolivet's interest was, therefore, contrary to that of Michael. The latter well understood the situation, and it was one reason, added to many others, which prevented him from approaching his former travelling companions. He therefore managed so as not to be seen by them. 4 days passed thus, without the state of things being in anywise altered. The prisoners heard no talk of the breaking up of the Tartar camp. They were strictly guarded. It would have been impossible for them to pass the cordon of foot and horse soldiers, which watched them night and day. As to the food which was given them, it was barely sufficient. Twice in the 24 hours they were thrown a piece of the intestines of goats, grilled on the coals, and a few bits of that cheese called krute, made of sour ewe's milk, and which, soaked in Mars milk, form the Kirghiz dish commonly called kumis, and this was all. It may be added that the weather had become detestable. There were considerable atmospheric commotions, bringing squalls mingled with rain. The unfortunate prisoners, destitute of shelter, had to bear all the inclemencies of the weather, nor was there the slightest alleviation to this misery. Several wounded women and children died, and the prisoners were themselves compelled to dig graves for the bodies of those whom their jailers would not even take the trouble to bury. During this trying period, Alcide Jolivet and Michael Strogoff worked hard, each in the portions of the enclosure in which they found themselves. Healthy and vigorous, they suffered less than so many others, and could better endure the hardships to which they were exposed. By their advice, and the assistance they rendered, they were of the greatest possible use to their suffering and despairing fellow captives. Was this state of things to last? Would Feofar Khan, satisfied with his first success, wait some time before marching on Irkutsk? Such, it was to be feared, would be the case. But it was not so. The event so much wished for by Jolivet and Blount, so much dreaded by Michael, occurred on the morning of the 12th of August. On that day the trumpets sounded, the drums beat, the cannon roared. A huge cloud of dust swept along the road from Kolyvan. Ivan Ogariev, followed by several thousand men, made his entry into the Tartar camp. End of chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. Correspondents in Trouble. Ivan Ogariev was bringing up the main body of the army of the Emir. The cavalry and infantry now under him had formed part of the column which had taken Omsk. Ogariev, not having been able to reduce the high town in which, it must be remembered, the governor and garrison had sought refuge, had decided to pass on, not wishing to delay operations which ought to lead to the conquest of the eastern Siberia. He therefore left a garrison in Omsk, and reinforcing himself en route with the conquerors of Kolyvan, joined Feofar's army. Ivan Ogariev's soldiers halted at the outposts of the camp. They received no orders to bivouac. Their chief's plan, doubtless, was not to halt there, but to press on and reach Tomsk in the shortest possible time, it being an important town, naturally intended to become the center of future operations. Besides his soldiers, Ogariev was bringing a convoy of Russian and Siberian prisoners, captured either at Omsk or Kolyvan. These unhappy creatures were not led to the enclosure, already too crowded, but were forced to remain at the outposts without shelter, almost without nourishment. What fate was Feofar Khan reserving for these unfortunates? Would he imprison them in Tomsk, or would some bloody execution, familiar to the Tartar chiefs, remove them when they were found too inconvenient? This was the secret of the capricious Emir. This army had not come from Omsk and Kolyvan without bringing in its train the usual crowd of beggars, freebooters, peddlers, and gypsies, which compose the rear guard of an army on the march. All these people lived on the country traversed, and left little of anything behind them. There was, therefore, a necessity for pushing forward, if only to secure provisions for the troops. The whole region between Ichim and the Obi, now completely devastated, no longer offered any resources. The Tartars left a desert behind them. Conspicuous among the gypsies who had hastened from the western provinces was the Tsigane troop, who had accompanied Michael Strogoff as far as Perm. Sangaré was there. This fierce spy, the tool of Ivan Ogariev, had not deserted her master. Ogariev had travelled rapidly to Ichim, whilst Sangaré and her band had proceeded to Omsk, by the southern part of the province. It may be easily understood how useful this woman was to Ogariev. With her gypsy band she could penetrate anywhere. Ivan Ogariev was kept acquainted with all that was going on in the very heart of the invaded provinces. There were 100 eyes, 100 ears open in his service. Besides, he paid liberally for this espionage, from which he derived so much advantage. Once Sangaré, being implicated in a very serious affair, had been saved by a Russian officer. She had never forgot what she owed him, and had devoted herself to his service, body and soul. When Ivan Ogariev entered on the path of treason, he saw at once how he might turn this woman to account. Whatever order he might give her, Sangaré would execute it. An inexplicable instinct, more powerful still than that of gratitude, had urged her to make herself the slave of the traitor to whom she had been attached since the very beginning of his exile in Siberia. Confidant and accomplice, Sangaré, without country, without family, had been delighted to put her vagabond life to the service of the invaders thrown by Ogariev on Siberia. To the wonderful cunning, natural to her race, she added a wild energy, which knew neither forgiveness nor pity. She was a savage worthy to share the wigwam of an Apache or the hut of an Andaman. Since her arrival at Omsk, where she had rejoined him with her Tsiganes, Sangaré had not again left Ogariev. The circumstance that Michael and Marfa Strogoff had met was known to her. She knew, and she shared Ogariev's fears, concerning the journey of a courier of the Czar. Having Marfa Strogoff in her power, she would have been the woman to torture her with all the refinement of a redskin, in order to wrest her secrets from her. But the hour had not yet come in which Ogariev wished the old Siberian to speak. Sangaré had to wait. And she waited, without losing sight of her whom she was watching, observing her slightest gestures, her slightest words, endeavoring to catch the word "son" escaping from her lips, but as yet always baffled by Marfa's taciturnity. At the first flourish of the trumpets, several officers of high rank, followed by a brilliant escort of Uzbek horsemen, moved to the front of the camp to receive Ivan Ogariev. Arrived in his presence, they paid him the greatest respect, and invited him to accompany them to Feofar Khan's tent. Imperturbable as usual, Ogariev replied coldly to the deference paid to him. He was plainly dressed, but, from a sort of imprudent bravado, he still wore the uniform of a Russian officer. As he was about to enter the camp, Sangaré, passing among the officers, approached and remained motionless before him.
Nothing?
Asked Ogariev.
Nothing.
Have patience.
Is the time approaching when you will force the old woman to speak?
It's approaching, Sangar.
When will the old woman speak?
When we reach Tomsk.
And we shall be there.
In 3 days.
A strange gleam shot from Sangare's great black eye, and she retired with a calm step. Ogariev pressed his spurs into his horse's flanks, and, followed by his staff of Tartar officers, rode towards the Emir's tent. Feofar Khan was expecting his lieutenant. The council, composed of the bearer of the royal seal, the Khodja, and some high officers, had taken their places in the tent. Ivan Ogariev dismounted and entered. Feofar Khan was a man of 40, tall, rather pale, of a fierce countenance and evil eyes. A curly black beard flowed over his chest. With his war costume, coat of mail of gold and silver, cross-belt and scabbard glistening with precious stones, boots with golden spurs, helmet ornamented with an aigrette of brilliant diamonds, Feofar presented an aspect rather strange than imposing for a Tartar Sardanapalus, an undisputed sovereign who directs at his pleasure the life and fortune of his subjects. When Ivan Ogariev appeared, the great dignitaries remained seated on their gold-embroidered cushions, but Feofar rose from a rich divan, which occupied the back part of the tent, the ground being hidden under the thick velvet pile of a Bokharian carpet. The Emir approached Ogariev and gave him a kiss, the meaning of which he could not mistake. This kiss made the lieutenant chief of the council, and placed him temporarily above the Khodja. Then Feofar spoke.
"I have no need to question you,"
said he.
"Speak, Ivan. You will find here ears very ready to listen to you."
Takshir,
answered Ogariev.
This is what I have to make known to you.
He spoke in the Tartar language, giving to his phrases the emphatic turn which distinguishes the languages of the Orientals.
Takshir, this is not the time for unnecessary words. What I have done at the head of your troops, you know. The lines of the Ishim and the Irtish are now in our power, and the Turkoman horsemen can bathe their horses in the now Tartar waters. The Kirghiz hordes rose at the voice of Feofar Khan. You can now push your troops towards the east and where the sun rises, or towards the west when he sets.
"And if I march with the sun?"
asked the Emir, without his countenance betraying any of his thoughts.
The march with the sun,
answered Ogariev,
is to throw yourself towards Europe. It is to conquer rapidly the Siberian provinces of Tobolsk, as far as the Ural mountains.
"And if I go to meet this luminary of the heavens?"
It is to subdue to the Tartar dominion with Irkutsk, the richest countries of Central Asia.
"But the armies of the Sultan of St. Petersburg,"
said Feofar Khan, designating the Emperor of Russia by this strange title.
You have nothing to fear from them,
replied Ivan Ogariev.
The invasion has been sudden, and before the Russian army can succor them, Irkutsk or Tobolsk will have fallen into your power. The Tsar's troops have been overwhelmed at Kolivany, as they will be everywhere where yours meet them.
"And what advice does your devotion to the Tartar cause suggest?"
asked the Emir, after a few moments' silence.
My advice,
answered Ivan Ogariev quickly,
is to march to meet the sun. It is to give the grass of the eastern steppes to the Turkoman horses to consume. It is to take Irkutsk, the capital of the eastern provinces, and with it a hostage, the possession of whom is worth a whole country. In the place of the Czar, the Grand Duke, his brother, must fall into your hands.
This was the great result aimed at by Ivan Ogariev. To listen to him, one would have taken him for one of the cruel descendants of Stefan Razin, the celebrated pirate who ravaged southern Russia in the 18th century. To seize the Grand Duke, murder him pitilessly, would fully satisfy his hatred. Besides, with the capture of Irkutsk, all eastern Siberia would pass to the Tartars.
"It shall be thus, Ivan,"
replied Feofar.
What are your orders, Takshir?
"Today our headquarters shall be removed to Tomsk."
Ogariev bowed, and followed by Hushbeji, he retired to execute the emir's orders. As he was about to mount his horse, to return to his outposts, a tumult broke out at some distance, in the part of the camp reserved for the prisoners. Shouts were heard, and 2 or 3 shots fired. Perhaps it was an attempt at revolt or escape, which must be summarily suppressed. Ivan Ogariev and the Hushbegi walked forward, and almost immediately 2 men, whom the soldiers had not been able to keep back, appeared before them. The Hushbegi, without more information, made a sign which was an order for death, and the heads of the 2 prisoners would have rolled on the ground had not Ogariev uttered a few words which arrested the swords already raised aloft. The Russian had perceived that these prisoners were strangers, and he ordered them to be brought to him. They were Harry Blount and Alcide Jolivet. On Ogariev's arrival in the camp, they had demanded to be conducted to his presence. The soldiers had refused. In consequence, a struggle, an attempted flight, shots fired, which happily missed the 2 correspondents, but their execution would not have been long delayed if it had not been for the intervention of the emir's lieutenant. The latter observed the prisoners for some moments, they being absolutely unknown to him. They had been present at that scene, in the post house at Ichim, in which Michael Strogoff had been struck by Ogariev, but the brutal traveler had paid no attention to the persons then collected in the common room. Blount and Jolivet, on the contrary, recognized him at once, and the latter said in a low voice,
"Hullo, it seems that Colonel Ogarev and the rude personage of Ishim are one."
Then he added in his companion's ear,
"Explain our affair, Blount. You will do me a service. This Russian colonel in the midst of a Tartar camp disgusts me, and although, thanks to him, my head is still on my shoulders, my eyes would exhibit my feelings were I to attempt to look him in the face."
So saying, Alcide Jolivet assumed a look of complete and haughty indifference. Whether or not Ivan Ogariev perceived that the prisoner's attitude was insulting towards him, he did not let it appear.
"Who are you, gentlemen?"
he asked in Russian, in a cold tone, but free from its usual rudeness.
"2 correspondents of English and French newspapers,"
replied Blount laconically.
"You have doubtless papers which will establish your identity?"
"Here are letters which will accredit us in Russia from the English and French Chancellor's office."
Ivan Ogariev took the letters which Blount held out, and read them attentively.
"You ask," said he, "authorization to follow our military operations in Siberia?"
"We ask to be free, that is all,"
answered the English correspondent dryly.
"You are so, gentlemen,"
answered Ogariev.
"I'm curious to read your articles in the Daily Telegraph."
"Sir,"
replied Blount with the most imperturbable coolness,
"it is 6 pence a number, including postage."
And thereupon he returned to his companion, who appeared to approve completely of his replies. Ivan Ogariev, without frowning, mounted his horse, and going to the head of his escort, soon disappeared in a cloud of dust.
"Well, Jolivet, what do you think of Colonel Ivan Ogareff, General-in-Chief of the Tartar troops?"
asked Blount.
"I think, my dear friend,"
replied Alcide, smiling,
"that the Hushbegi made a very graceful gesture when he gave the order for our heads to be cut off."
Whatever was the motive which led Ogariev to act thus in regard to the 2 correspondents, they were free and could rove at their pleasure over the scene of war. Their intention was not to leave it. The sort of antipathy which formerly they had entertained for each other had given place to a sincere friendship. Circumstances having brought them together, they no longer thought of separating. The petty questions of rivalry were forever extinguished. Harry Blount could never forget what he owed his companion, who, on the other hand, never tried to remind him of it. This friendship, too, assisted the reporting operations, and was thus to the advantage of their readers.
"And now,"
asked Blount,
"what shall we do with our liberty?"
"Take advantage of it, of course,"
replied Alcide,
"and go quietly to Tomsk to see what is going on there."
"Until the time, very near I hope, when we may rejoin some Russian regiment?"
"As you say, my dear Blount, it won't do to Tartarize ourselves too much. The best side is that of the most civilized army, and it is evident that the people of Central Asia will have everything to lose and absolutely nothing to gain from this invasion, for the Russians will soon repulse them. It is only a matter of time."
The arrival of Ivan Ogariev, which had given Jolivet and Blount their liberty, was to Michael Strogoff, on the contrary, a serious danger. Should chance bring the Czar's courier into Ogariev's presence, the latter could not fail to recognize in him the traveller whom he had so brutally treated at the Ichim post house, and although Michael had not replied to the insult as he would have done under any other circumstances, attention would be drawn to him, and at once the accomplishment of his plan would be rendered more difficult. This was the unpleasant side of the business. A favourable result of his arrival, however, was the order which was given to raise the camp that very day, and remove the headquarters to Tomsk. This was the accomplishment of Michael's most fervent desire. His intention, as has been said, was to reach Tomsk concealed amongst the other prisoners, that is to say, without any risk of falling into the hands of the scouts who swarmed about the approaches to this important town. However, in consequence of the arrival of Ivan Ogariev, he questioned whether it would not be better to give up his first plan and attempt to escape during the journey. Michael would no doubt have kept to the latter plan, had he not learned that Feofar Khan and Ogariev had already set out for the town with some thousands of horsemen.
"I will wait, then,"
said he to himself.
"At least, unless some exceptional opportunity for escape occurs. The adverse chances are numerous on this side of Tomsk, while beyond I shall in a few hours have passed the most advanced Tartar posts to the east. Still 3 days of patience, and may God aid me."
It was indeed a journey of 3 days, which the prisoners, under the guard of a numerous detachment of Tartars, were to make across the steppe. 150 versts lay between the camp and the town, an easy march for the Emir's soldiers, who wanted for nothing, but a wretched journey for these people enfeebled by privations. More than one corpse would show the road they had traversed. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on the 12th of August, under a hot sun and cloudless sky, that the Topcipashi gave the order to start. Alcide and Blount, having bought horses, had already taken the road to Tomsk, where events were to unite the principal personages of this story. Amongst the prisoners brought by Ivan Ogariev to the Tartar camp was an old woman, whose taciturnity seemed to keep her apart from all those who shared her fate. Not a murmur issued from her lips. She was like a statue of grief. This woman was more strictly guarded than anyone else, and, without her appearing to notice, was constantly watched by the Tsigane Sangarre. Notwithstanding her age, she was compelled to follow the convoy of prisoners on foot, without any alleviation of her suffering. However, a kind Providence had placed near her a courageous, kind-hearted being to comfort and assist her. Amongst her companions in misfortune, a young girl, remarkable for beauty and taciturnity, seemed to have given herself the task of watching over her. No words had been exchanged between the two captives, but the girl was always at the old woman's side when help was useful. At first the mute assistance of the stranger was accepted with some mistrust. Gradually, however, the young girl's clear glance, her reserve, and the mysterious sympathy which draws together those who are in misfortune, thawed Marfa Strogoff's coldness. Nadia, for it was she, was thus able, without knowing it, to render to the mother those attentions which she had herself received from her son. Her instinctive kindness had doubly inspired her. In devoting herself to her service, Nadia secured to her youth and beauty the protection afforded by the age of the old prisoner. On the crowd of unhappy people, embittered by sufferings, this silent pair, one seeming to be the grandmother, the other the granddaughter, imposed a sort of respect. After being carried off by the Tartar scouts on the Irtysh, Nadia had been taken to Omsk. Kept prisoner in the town, she shared the fate of all those captured by Ivan Ogariev, and consequently that of Marfa Strogoff. If Nadia had been less energetic, she would have succumbed to this double blow. The interruption to her journey, the death of Michael, made her both desperate and excited. Divided perhaps forever from her father, after so many happy efforts had brought her near him, and, to crown her grief, separated from the intrepid companion whom God seemed to have placed in her way to lead her. The image of Michael Strogoff, struck before her eyes with a lance and disappearing beneath the waters of the Irtysh, never left her thoughts. Could such a man have died thus? For whom was God reserving his miracles, if this good man, whom a noble object was urging onwards, had been allowed to perish so miserably? Then anger would prevail over grief. The scene of the affront, so strangely borne by her companion at the Ichim relay, returned to her memory. Her blood boiled at that recollection.
"Who will avenge him who can no longer avenge himself?" she said.
And in her heart she cried,
"May it be I!"
If before his death Michael had confided his secret to her, woman, a girl though she was, she might have been able to carry to a successful conclusion the interrupted task of that brother whom God had so soon taken from her. Absorbed in these thoughts, it can be understood how Nadia could remain insensible to the miseries even of her captivity. Thus chance had united her to Marfa Strogoff, without her having the least suspicion of who she was. How could she imagine that this old woman, a prisoner like herself, was the mother of him whom she only knew as the merchant Nicholas Korpanov? And on the other hand, how could Marfa guess that a bond of gratitude connected this young stranger with her son? The thing that first struck Nadia in Marfa Strogoff was the similarity in the way in which each bore her hard fate. This stoicism of the old woman under the daily hardships, this contempt of bodily suffering, could only be caused by a moral grief equal to her own. So Nadia thought, and she was not mistaken. It was an instinctive sympathy for that part of her misery which Marfa did not show, which first drew Nadia towards her. This way of bearing her sorrow went to the proud heart of the young girl. She did not offer her services, she gave them. Marfa had neither to refuse nor accept them. In the difficult parts of the journey, the girl was there to support her. When the provisions were given out, the old woman would not have moved, but Nadia shared her small portion with her, and thus this painful journey was performed. Thanks to her companion, Marfa was able to follow the soldiers who guarded the prisoners without being fastened to a saddle-bow, as were many other unfortunate wretches, and thus dragged along this road of sorrow.
May God reward you, my daughter, for what you have done for my old age,"
said Marfa Strogoff once, and for some time these were the only words exchanged between the two unfortunate beings. During these few days, which to them appeared like centuries, it would seem that the old woman and the girl would have been led to speak of their situation. But Marfa Strogoff, from a caution which may be easily understood, never spoke about herself, except with the greatest brevity. She never made the smallest allusion to her son, nor to the unfortunate meeting. Nadia also, if not completely silent, spoke little. However, one day her heart overflowed, and she told all the events which had occurred from her departure from Vladimir to the death of Nicholas Korpanov. All that her young companion told intensely interested the old Siberian.
"Nicholas Korpanov,"
said she.
"Tell me again about this Nicholas. I know only one man, one alone, in whom such conduct would not have astonished me. Nicholas Korpanov, was that really his name? Are you sure of it, my daughter?"
"Why should he have deceived me in this?"
replied Nadia.
"When he deceived me in no other way."
Moved, however, by a kind of presentiment, Marfa Strogoff put questions upon questions to Nadia.
"You told me he was fearless, my daughter. You have proof that he has been so?"
asked she.
"Yes, fearless indeed,"
replied Nadia.
"It was just what my son would have done,"
said Marfa to herself. Then she resumed.
"Did you not say that nothing stopped him, nor astonished him, That he was so gentle in his strength that you had a sister as well as a brother in him, and he watched over you like a mother?
Yes, yes,
said Nadia.
brother, sister, mother, he has been all to me.
And defended you like a lion?
A lion indeed,
replied Nadia.
a lion, a hero.
My son,
thought the old Siberian.
But you said, however, that he bore a terrible insult at that post-house in Ichim.
He did bear it,
answered Nadia, looking down.
He bore it,
murmured Marfa, shuddering.
Mother, mother,
cried Nadia.
do not blame him. He had a secret of which God alone is as yet the judge.
And,
said Marfa, raising her head and looking at Nadia as though she would read the depths of her heart.
In that hour of humiliation, did you not despise this Nicholas Korpanov?
I admired without understanding him,
replied the girl.
I never felt him more worthy of respect.
The old woman was silent for a minute.
Was he tall?
She asked.
Very tall.
And very handsome? Come, speak, my daughter.
He was very handsome,
replied Nadia, blushing.
It was my son. I tell you, it was my son,
exclaimed the old woman, embracing Nadia.
Your son?
said Nadia, amazed.
Your son?
Come,
said Marfa.
Let us get to the bottom of this, my child. Your companion, your friend, your protector had a mother. Did he never speak to you of his mother?
Of his mother?
said Nadia.
Spoke to me of his mother as I spoke to him of my father. Often, always. He adored her.
Nadia, Nadia, you have just told me about my own son,
said the old woman. And she added impetuously,
Was he not going to see this mother, whom you say he loved, in Omsk?
No,
answered Nadia.
No, he was not.
Not?
cried Marfa.
You dare to tell me not?
I say so, but it remains to me to tell you that for motives which outweighed everything else, motives which I do not know, I understand that Nicholas Korpanov had to traverse the country completely in secret. To him it was a question of life and death, and still more a question of duty and honor.
Duty, indeed, imperious duty,
said the old Siberian.
Of those who sacrifice everything, even the joy of giving a kiss, perhaps the last, to his old mother. All that you do not know, Nadia, all that I did not know myself, I now know. You have made me understand everything. But the light which you have thrown on the mysteries of my heart, I cannot return on yours. Since my son has not told you his secret, I must keep it. Forgive me, Nadia. I can never repay what you have done for me.
Mother, I ask you nothing,
replied Nadia. All was thus explained to the old Siberian, all, even the conduct of her son with regard to herself, in the inn at Omsk. There was no doubt that the young girl's companion was Michael Strogoff, and that a secret mission in the invaded country obliged him to conceal his quality of the Tsar's courier.
Ah, my brave boy,
thought Marfa.
No, I will not betray you, and tortures shall not wrest from me the avowal that it was you whom I saw at Omsk.
Marfa could with a word have paid Nadia for all her devotion to her. She could have told her that her companion, Nicholas Korpanov, or rather Michael Strogoff, had not perished in the waters of the Irtysh, since it was some days after that incident that she had met him, that she had spoken to him. But she restrained herself. She was silent, and contented herself with saying,
Hope, my child. Misfortune will not overwhelm you. You will see your father again, I feel it. And perhaps he who gave you the name of sister is not dead. God cannot have allowed your brave companion to perish. Hope, my child, hope. Do as I do. The mourning which I wear is not yet for my son.
End of chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3 Blow for Blow. Such were now the relative situations of Marfa Strogoff and Nadia. All was understood by the old Siberian, and though the young girl was ignorant that her much-regretted companion still lived, she at least knew his relationship to her whom she had made her mother, and she thanked God for having given her the joy of taking the place of the son whom the prisoner had lost. But what neither of them could know was that Michael, having been captured at Kolyvan, was in the same convoy and was on his way to Tomsk with them. The prisoners brought by Ivan Ogariev had been added to those already kept by the Emir in the Tartar camp. These unfortunate people, consisting of Russians, Siberians, soldiers, and civilians, numbered some thousands, and formed a column which extended over several versts. Some among them, being considered dangerous, were handcuffed and fastened to a long chain. There were, too, women and children, many of the latter suspended to the pommels of the saddles, while the former were dragged mercilessly along the road on foot, or driven forward as if they were animals. The horsemen compelled them to maintain a certain order, and there were no laggards with the exception of those who fell never to rise again. In consequence of this arrangement, Michael Strogoff, marching in the first ranks of those who had left the Tartar camp, this is to say among the Kolyvan prisoners, was unable to mingle with the prisoners who had arrived after him from Tomsk. He had therefore no suspicion that his mother and Nadia were present in the convoy, nor did they suppose that he was among those in front. This journey from the camp to Tomsk, performed under the lashes and spear points of the soldiers, proved fatal to many and terrible to all. The prisoners travelled across the steppe, over a road made still more dusty by the passage of the Emir and his vanguard. Orders had been given to march rapidly. The short halts were rare. The 100 miles under a burning sky seemed interminable, though they were performed as rapidly as possible. The country, which extends from the right of the Obi to the base of the spur detached from the Sanayok mountains, is very sterile. Only a few stunted and burnt-up shrubs here and there break the monotony of the immense plain. There was no cultivation, for there was no water, and it was water that the prisoners, parched by their painful march, most needed. To find a stream they must have diverged 50 versts eastward, to the very foot of the mountains. There flows the Tom, a little affluent of the Obi, which passes near Tomsk, before losing itself in one of the great northern arteries. There water would have been abundant, the steppes less arid, the heat less severe. But the strictest orders had been given to the commanders of the convoy to reach Tomsk by the shortest way, for the Emir was much afraid of being taken in the flank and cut off by some Russian columns descending from the northern provinces. It is useless to dwell upon the sufferings of the unhappy prisoners. Many hundreds fell on the steppe, where their bodies would lie until winter, when the wolves would devour the remnants of their bones. As Nadia helped the old Siberian, so in the same way did Michael render to his more feeble companions in misfortune such services as the situation allowed. He encouraged some, supported others going to and fro, until a prick from a soldier's lance obliged him to resume the place which had been assigned to him in the ranks. Why did he not endeavor to escape? The reason was that he had now quite determined not to venture until the steppe was safe for him. He was resolved in his idea of going as far as Tomsk,
at the Emir's expense.
And indeed he was right. As he observed the numerous detachments which scoured the plain on the convoy's flanks, now to the south, now to the north, it was evident that before he could have gone 2 versts he must have been recaptured. The Tartar horsemen swarmed; it actually appeared as if they sprang from the earth like insects which a thunderstorm brings to the surface of the ground. Flight under these conditions would have been extremely difficult, if not impossible. The soldiers of the escort displayed excessive vigilance, for they would have paid for the slightest carelessness with their heads. At nightfall of the 15th of August, the convoy reached the little village of Zabediero, 30 versts from Tomsk. The prisoners' first movement would have been to rush into the river, but they were not allowed to leave the ranks until the halt had been organized. Although the current of the Tom was now just like a torrent, it might have favored the flight of some bold or desperate men, and the strictest measures of vigilance were taken. Boats requisitioned at Zabediero were brought up to the Tom and formed a line of obstacles impossible to pass. As to the encampment on the outskirts of the village, it was guarded by a cordon of sentinels. Michael Strogoff, who now naturally thought of escape, saw, after carefully surveying the situation, that under these conditions it was perfectly impossible, So, not wishing to compromise himself, he waited. The prisoners were to encamp for the whole night on the banks of the Tom, for the Emir had put off the entrance of his troops into Tomsk. It had been decided that a military fête should mark the inauguration of the Tartar headquarters in this important city. Feofar Khan already occupied the fortress, but the bulk of his army bivouacked under its walls, waiting until the time came for them to make a solemn entry. Ivan Ogariev left the Emir at Tomsk, where both had arrived the evening before, and returned to the camp at Zabediero. From here he was to start the next day with the rear guard of the Tartar army. A house had been arranged for him in which to pass the night. At sunrise, horse and foot soldiers were to proceed to Tomsk, where the Emir wished to receive them with the pomp usual to Asiatic sovereigns. As soon as the halt was organized, the prisoners, worn out with their 3 days' journey, and suffering from burning thirst, could drink and take a little rest. The sun had already set when Nadia, supporting Marfa Strogoff, reached the banks of the Tom. They had not till then been able to get through those who crowded the banks, but at last they came to drink in their turn. The old woman bent over the clean stream, and Nadia, plunging in her hand, carried it to Marfa's lips. Then she refreshed herself. They found new life in these welcome waters. Suddenly Nadia started up. An involuntary cry escaped her. Michael Strogoff was there. A few steps from her. It was he. The dying rays of the sun fell upon him. At Nadia's cry Michael started, but he had sufficient command over himself not to utter a word by which he might have been compromised, and yet, when he saw Nadia, he also recognized his mother. Feeling he could not long keep master of himself at this unexpected meeting, he covered his eyes with his hands and walked quickly away. Nadia's impulse was to run after him, but the old Siberian murmured in her ear,
"Stay, my daughter."
"It is he,"
replied Nadia, choking with emotion.
"He lives, mother. It is he."
"It is my son,"
answered Marfa.
"It is Michael Strogoff, and you see that I do not make a step towards him. Imitate me, my daughter."
Michael had just experienced the most violent emotion which a man can feel. His mother and Nadia were there. The two prisoners who were always together in his heart, God had brought them together in this common misfortune. Did Nadia know who he was? Yes, for he had seen Marfa's gesture, holding her back as she was about to rush towards him. Marfa then had understood all, and kept his secret. During that night Michael was 20 times on the point of looking for and joining his mother, but he knew that he must resist the longing he felt to take her in his arms and once more press the hand of his young companion. The least imprudence might be fatal. He had besides sworn not to see his mother. Once at Tomsk, since he could not escape this very night, he would set off without having even embraced the two beings in whom all the happiness of his life was centered, and whom he should leave exposed to so many perils. Michael hoped that this fresh meeting at the Zabediero camp would have no disastrous consequences either to his mother or to himself, but he did not know that part of this scene, although it passed so rapidly, had been observed by Sangaré, Ogariev's spy. The Tzigana was there, a few paces off, on the bank, as usual watching the old Siberian woman. She had not caught sight of Michael, for he disappeared before she had time to look around, but the mother's gesture, as she kept back Nadia, had not escaped her, and the look in Marfa's eyes told her all. It was now beyond doubt that Marfa Strogoff's son, the Tsar's courier, was at this moment in Zabediero, among Ivan Ogariev's prisoners. Sangaré did not know him, but she knew that he was there. She did not then attempt to discover him, for it would have been impossible in the dark and the immense crowd. As for again watching Nadia and Marfa Strogoff, that was equally useless. It was evident that the two women would kept on their guard, and it would be impossible to overhear anything of a nature to compromise the courier of the Tsar. The Tzigana's first thought was to tell Ivan Ogariev. She therefore immediately left the encampment. A quarter of an hour later she reached Zabediero, and was shown into the house occupied by the Emir's lieutenant. Ogariev received the Tzigana directly.
"What have you to tell me, Sangar?"
he asked.
Marfa Strogoff's son is in the encampment.
"A prisoner?"
"A prisoner."
"Ah!"
exclaimed Ogariev.
"I shall know."
"You will know nothing, Ivan,"
replied Tzigana,
"for you do not even know him by sight."
"But you know him You have seen him, Sangar.
I have not seen him, but his mother betrayed herself by a gesture which has told me everything.
Are you not mistaken?
I am not mistaken.
You know the importance which I attach to the apprehension of this courier,
said Ivan Ogariev.
If the letter which he has brought from Moscow reaches Irkutsk, if it is given to the Grand Duke will be on his guard, and I shall not be able to get at him. I must have that letter at any price. Now you come to tell me that the bearer of this letter is in my power. I repeat, Sangar, are you not mistaken?
Ogariev spoke with great animation. His emotion showed the extreme importance he attached to the possession of this letter. Sangaré was not at all put out by this emergency with which Ogariev repeated his question.
I am not mistaken, Ivan,
she said.
But, Sangar, there are thousands of prisoners, and you say that you do not know Michael Strogoff?
No,
answered the Tzigane with a look of savage joy.
I do not know him, but his mother knows him. Ivan, we must make his mother speak.
Tomorrow she shall speak,
cried Ogariev. So saying, he extended his hand to the Tzigane, who kissed it, for there is nothing servile in this act of respect, it being usual among the northern races. Sangaré returned to the camp. She found out Nadia and Marfa Strogoff and passed the night in watching them. Although worn out by fatigue, the old woman and the girl did not sleep. Their great anxiety kept them awake. Michael was living, but a prisoner. Did Ogariev know him, or would he not soon find him out? Nadia was occupied by the one thought, that he whom she had thought dead still lived. But Marfa saw further into the future, and although she did not care what became of herself, she had every reason to fear for her son. Sangaré, under cover of the night, had crept near the two women, and remained there several hours listening. She heard nothing. From the instinctive feeling of prudence, not a word was exchanged between Nadia and Marfa Strogoff. The next day, the 16th of August, about 10 in the morning, trumpet calls resounded throughout the encampment. The Tartar soldiers were almost immediately under arms. Ivan Ogariev arrived, surrounded by a large staff of Tartar officers. His face was more clouded than usual, and his knitted brow gave signs of latent wrath, which was waiting for an occasion to break forth. Michael Strogoff, hidden in a group of prisoners, saw this man pass. He had a presentiment that some catastrophe was imminent. For Ivan Ogariev knew now that Marfa was the mother of Michael Strogoff. Ogariev dismounted, and his escort cleared a large circle round him. Just then Sangaré approached him and said,
I have no news.
Ivan Ogariev's only reply was to give an order to one of his officers. Then the ranks of prisoners were brutally harried up by the soldiers. The unfortunate people, driven on with whips or pushed on with lances, arranged themselves round the camp. A strong guard of soldiers drawn up behind rendered escape impossible. Silence then ensued, and on a side from Ivan Ogariev, Sangaré advanced towards the group, in the midst of which stood Marfa. The old Siberian saw her, and knew what was going to happen. A scornful smile passed over her face. Then, leaning towards Nadia, she said in a low tone,
You know me no longer, my daughter. Whatever may happen, and however hard this trial may be, not a word, not a sign. It concerns him and not me.
At that moment Sangaré, having regarded her for an instant, put her hand on her shoulder.
What do you want with me?
Said Marfa.
Come,
replied Sangaré, and pushing the old Siberian before her, she took her to Ivan Ogariev, in the middle of the cleared ground. Michael cast down his eyes, that their angry flashings might not appear. Marfa, standing before Ivan Ogariev, drew herself up, crossed her arms on her breasts, and waited.
You are Marfa Strogoff?
asked Ogariev.
Yes,
replied the old Siberian calmly.
Do you retract what you said to me when 3 days ago I interrogated you at Omsk?
No.
Then you do not know that your son Michael Strogoff, courier of the Czar, has passed through Omsk?
I do not know it.
And the man in whom you thought you recognized your son, was not he your son?
He was not my son.
And since then you have not seen him amongst the prisoners?
No.
If he were pointed out, would you recognize him?
No.
On this reply, which showed such determined resolution, a murmur was heard amongst the crowd. Ogariev could not restrain a threatening gesture.
Listen,
said he to Marfa.
Your son is here, and you shall immediately point him out to me.
No.
All these men, taken at Omsk and Kolyvany, will defile before you, and if you do not show me Michael Strogoff, you shall receive as many blows of the knut as men shall have passed before you.
Ivan Ogariev saw that, whatever might be his threats, whatever might be the tortures to which he submitted her, the indomitable Siberian would not speak. To discover the courier of the Czar, he counted then not on her, but on Michael himself. He did not believe it possible that, when mother and son were in each other's presence, some involuntary movement would not betray him. Of course, had he wished to seize the imperial letter, he would simply have given orders to search all the prisoners, but Michael might have destroyed the letter, having learned its contents, and if he were not recognized, if he were to reach Irkutsk, all Ivan Ogariev's plans would be baffled. It was thus not only the letter which the traitor must have, but the bearer himself. Nadia had heard all, and she now knew who was Michael Strogoff, and why he had wished to cross, without being recognized, the invaded provinces of Siberia. On an order from Ivan Ogariev, the prisoners defiled, one by one, past Marfa, who remained immovable as a statue, and whose face expressed only perfect indifference. Her son was amongst the last. When in his turn he passed before his mother, Nadia shut her eyes that she might not see him. Michael was to all appearance unmoved, but the palm of his hand bled under his nails, which were pressed into them. Ivan Ogariev was baffled by mother and son. Sangaré, close to him, said one word.
The knout.
Yes,
cried Ivan Ogariev, who could no longer restrain himself.
The knut for this wretched old woman, the knut to the death.
A Tartar soldier bearing this terrible instrument of torture approached Marfa. The knout is composed of a certain number of leaden tongs, at the end of which are attached pieces of twisted iron wire. It is reckoned that a sentence to 120 blows of this whip is equivalent to a sentence of death. Marfa knew it, but she knew also that no torture would make her speak. She was sacrificing her life. Marfa, seized by two soldiers, was forced on her knees on the ground. Her dress torn off left her back bare. A sabre was placed before her breast, at a few inches distance only. Directly she bent beneath her suffering, her breast would be pierced by the sharp steel. The Tartar drew himself up. He waited.
Begin,
said Ogariev. The whip whistled in the air. But before it fell, a powerful hand stopped the Tartar's arm. Michael was there. He had leaped forward at this horrible scene. If at the relay at Ichim he had restrained himself when Ogariev's whip had struck him, here before his mother, who was about to be struck, he could not do so. Ivan Ogariev had succeeded.
Michael Strogoff,
cried he. Then advancing,
the man with him.
Himself,
said Michael, and raising the knout, he struck Ogariev a sharp blow across the face.
Blow for blow,
said he.
Well repaid,
cried a voice concealed by the tumult. 20 soldiers threw themselves on Michael, and in another instant he would have been slain. But Ogariev, who on being struck had uttered a cry of rage and pain, stopped them.
This man is reserved for the Emir's judgment,
said he.
Search him.
The letter with the imperial arms was found in Michael's bosom. He had not had time to destroy it. It was handed to Ogariev. The voice which had pronounced the words
well repaid
was that of no other than Alcide Jolivet.
Pardon,
said he to Blount.
These are rough, these people. Acknowledge that we owe a travelling companion a good turn. Korpanov or Strogoff is worthy of it. Oh, that was fine retaliation for the little affair at Ishim.
Yes, retaliation truly,
replied Blount.
But Strogoff is a dead man. I suspect that, for his own interest at all events, it would have been better had he not possessed quite so lively a recollection of the event.
And let his mother perish under the knout?
Do you think that either she or his sister will be a bit better off from this outbreak of his?
I do not know or think anything, except that I should have done much the same in his position,
replied Alcide.
What a scar the colonel has received! Bah! One must boil over sometimes. We should have had water in our veins instead of blood, had it been incumbent on us to be always and everywhere unmoved to wrath."
"A neat little incident for our journals,"
observed Blount.
"if only Ivan Ogareff would let us know the contents of that letter."
Ivan Ogarieff, when he had stanched the blood which was trickling down his face, had broken the seal. He read and re-read the letter deliberately, as if he was determined to discover everything it contained. Then, having ordered that Michael, carefully bound and guarded, should be carried on to Tomsk with the other prisoners, he took command of the troops at Zabediero, and, amid the deafening noise of drums and trumpets, he marched towards the town where the Emir awaited him. End of chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4 The Triumphal Entry. Tomsk, founded in 1604, nearly in the heart of the Siberian provinces, is one of the most important towns in Asiatic Russia. Tobolsk, situated above the 60th parallel, Irkutsk, built beyond the 100th meridian, have seen Tomsk increase at their expense. And yet Tomsk, as has been said, is not the capital of that important province. It is at Omsk that the Governor-General of the province and the official world reside. But Tomsk is the most considerable town of that territory. The country being rich, the town is so likewise, for it is in the center of fruitful mines. In the luxury of its houses, its arrangements, and its equipages, it might rival the greatest European capitals. It is a city of millionaires, enriched by the spade and pickaxe, and although it has not the honor of being the residence of the Czar's representative, it can boast of including in the first rank of its notables the chief of the merchants of the town, the principal grantees of the imperial government's mines. But the millionaires were fled now, and except for the crouching poor, the town stood empty to the hordes of Feofar Khan. At 4 o'clock the Emir made his entry into the square, greeted by a flourish of trumpets, the rolling sound of the big drums, salvos of artillery and musketry. Feofar mounted his favorite horse, which carried on its head an aigrette of diamonds. The Emir still wore his uniform. He was accompanied by a numerous staff, and beside him walked the Khans of Kokand and Kunduj, and the grand dignitaries of the Khanats. At the same moment appeared on the terrace the chief of Feofar's wives, the queen, if this title may be given to the Sultana of the States of Bokhara. But, queen or slave, this woman of Persian origin was wonderfully beautiful. Contrary to the Mohammedan custom, and no doubt by some caprice of the Emir, she had her face uncovered. Her hair, divided into 4 plaits, fell over her dazzling white shoulders, scarcely concealed by a veil of silk worked in gold, which fell from the back of a cap studded with gems of the highest value. Under her blue silk petticoat fell the zirdjame of silken gauze, and above the sash lay the piran. But from the head to the little feet such was the profusion of jewels, gold beads strung on silver threads, chaplets of turquoises, firuzes from the celebrated mines of Elbrus, necklaces of cornelians, agates, emeralds, opals, and sapphires, that her dress seemed to be literally made of precious stones. The thousands of diamonds which sparkled on her neck, arms, hands, at her waist, and at her feet, might have been valued at almost countless millions of rubles. The Emir and the Khan dismounted, as did the dignitaries who escorted them. All entered a magnificent tent erected on the center of the first terrace. Before the tent, as usual, the Koran was laid. Feofar's lieutenant did not make them wait, and before 5 o'clock the trumpets announced his arrival. Ivan Ogarieff, the scarred cheek as he was already nicknamed, wearing the uniform of a Tartar officer, dismounted before the Emir's tent. He was accompanied by a party of soldiers from the camp at Zabediero, who ranged up at the sides of the square, in the middle of which a place for the sports was reserved. A large scar could be distinctly seen cut obliquely across the traitor's face. Ogarieff presented his principal officers to the Emir, who, without departing from the coldness which composed the main part of his dignity, received them in such a way which satisfied them that they stood well in the good graces of their chief. At least so thought Harry Blount and Alcide Jolivet, the two inseparables now associated together in the chase after news. After leaving Zabediero, they had proceeded rapidly to Tomsk. The plan they had agreed upon was to leave the Tartars as soon as possible and to join a Russian regiment, and, if they could, to go with them to Irkutsk. All that they had seen of the invasion, its burnings, its pillages, its murders, had perfectly sickened them, and they longed to be among the ranks of the Siberian army. Jolivet had told his companion that he could not leave Tomsk without making a sketch of the triumphal entry of the Tartar troops, if it was only to satisfy his cousin's curiosity. But the same evening they both intended to take the road to Irkutsk, and, being well mounted, hoped to distance the Emir's scouts. Alcide and Blount mingled therefore in the crowd, so as to lose no detail of a festival which ought to supply them with 100 good lines for an article. They admired the magnificence of Feofar Khan, his wives, his officers, his guards, and all the Eastern pomp of which the ceremonies of Europe can give not the least idea; but they turned away with disgust when Ivan Ogariev presented himself before the Emir, and waited with some impatience for the amusement to begin.
"You see, my dear Blount,"
said Alcide,
"we have come too soon, like honest citizens who like to get their money's worth. All this is before the curtain rises. It would have been better to arrive only for the ballet."
"What ballet?"
asked Blount.
"The compulsory ballet. But see, the curtain is going to rise."
Alcide Jolivet spoke as if he had been at the opera, and taking his glass from its case, he prepared with the air of a connoisseur
"To examine the first act of Feofar's company."
A painful ceremony was to precede the sports. In fact, the triumph of the vanquisher could not be complete without the public humiliation of the vanquished. This was why several hundreds of prisoners were brought under the soldiers' whips. They were destined to march past Feofar Khan and his allies before being crammed with their companions into the prisons of the town. In the first ranks of these prisoners figured Michael Strogoff. As Ogariev had ordered, he was specifically guarded by a file of soldiers. His mother and Nadia were there also. The old Siberian, although energetic enough when her own safety was in question, was frightfully pale. She expected some terrible scene. It was not without reason that her son had been brought before the Emir. She therefore trembled for him. Ivan Ogariev was not a man to forgive having been struck in public by the knout, and his vengeance would be merciless. Some frightful punishment, familiar to the barbarians of Central Asia, would no doubt be inflicted on Michael. Ogariev had protected him against the soldiers because he well knew what would happen by reserving him for the justice of the Emir. The mother and son had not been able to speak together since the terrible scene in the camp at Zabediero. They had been pitilessly kept apart, a bitter aggravation of their misery, for it would have been some consolation to have been together during these days of captivity. Marfa longed to ask her son's pardon for the harm she had unintentionally done him, for she reproached herself with not having commanded her maternal feelings. If she had restrained herself in that post house at Omsk, when she found herself face to face with him, Michael would have passed unrecognized, and all these misfortunes would have been avoided. Michael, on his side, thought that if his mother was there, if Ogariev had brought her with him, it was to make her suffer with the sight of his own punishment, or perhaps some frightful death was reserved for her also. As to Nadia, she only asked herself how she could save them both, how come to the aid of son and mother. As yet she could only wonder, but she felt instinctively that she must above everything avoid drawing attention upon herself, that she must conceal herself, make herself insignificant. Perhaps she might at least gnaw through the meshes which imprisoned the lion. At any rate, if any opportunity was given her, she would seize upon it and sacrifice herself, if need be, for the son of Marfa Strogoff. In the meantime, the greater part of the prisoners were passing before the Emir, and as they passed, each was obliged to prostrate himself with his forehead in the dust, in token of servitude. Slavery begins by humiliation. When the unfortunate people were too slow in bending, the rough guards threw them violently to the ground. Alcide Jolivet and his companion could not witness such a sight without feeling indignant.
"It is cowardly. Let us go,"
said Alcide.
"No,"
answered Blount.
"we must see it all."
"See it all? Ah!
cried Alcide, suddenly grasping his companion's arm.
What is the matter with you?
asked the latter.
Look, Blount, it is she.
What she?
The sister of our travelling companion, alone and a prisoner. We must save her.
Calm yourself,
replied Blount coolly.
Any interference on our part in behalf of the young girl would be worse than useless.
Alcide Jolivet, who had been about to rush forward, stopped, and Nadia, who had not perceived them, her features being half hidden by her hair, passed in her turn before the Emir without attracting his attention. However, after Nadia came Marfa Strogoff, and as she did not throw herself quickly in the dust, the guards brutally pushed her. She fell. Her son struggled so violently that the soldiers who were guarding him could scarcely hold him back. But the old woman rose, and they were about to drag her on, when Ogariev interposed, saying,
"Let that woman stay."
As to Nadia, she happily regained the crowd of prisoners. Ivan Ogariev had taken no notice of her. Michael was then led before the Emir, and there he remained standing, without casting down his eyes.
"Your forehead to the ground!"
cried Ogariev.
"No,"
answered Michael. Two soldiers endeavored to make him bend, but they were themselves laid on the ground by a buffet from the young man's fist. Ogariev approached Michael.
"You shall die,"
he said.
"I can die,"
answered Michael fiercely.
"but your traitor's face, Ivan, will not the less carry forever the infamous brand of the knout."
At this reply Ivan Ogariev became perfectly livid.
"Who is this prisoner?"
asked the Emir, in a tone of voice terrible from its very calmness.
"A Russian spy,"
answered Ogariev. In asserting that Michael was a spy, he knew that the sentence pronounced against him would be terrible. The Emir made a sign at which all the crowd bent low their heads. Then he pointed with his hand to the Koran, which was brought to him. He opened the sacred book and placed his finger on one of its pages. It was chance, or rather, according to the ideas of these Orientals, God himself who was about to decide the fate of Michael Strogoff. The people of Central Asia give the name of Fal to this practice. After having interpreted the sense of the verse touched by the judge's finger, they apply the sentence, whatever it may be. The Emir had let his finger rest on the page of the Koran. The chief of the ulemas then approached, and read in a loud voice a verse which ended with these words:
"And he will no more see the things of this earth."
"Russian spy!"
exclaimed Feofar Khan in a voice trembling with fury.
"You have come to see what is going on in the Tartar camp. Then look while you may."
End of chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. Look while you may. Michael was held before the Emir's throne at the foot of the terrace, his hands bound behind his back. His mother, overcome at last by mental and physical torture, had sunk to the ground, daring neither to look nor listen.
"Look while you may,"
exclaimed Feofar Khan, stretching his arm towards Michael in a threatening manner. Doubtless Ivan Ogariev, being well acquainted with Tartar customs, had taken in the full meaning of these words, for his lips curled for an instant in a cruel smile. He then took his place by Feofar Khan. A trumpet call was heard. This was the signal for the amusements to begin.
"Here comes the ballet,"
said Alcide to Blount.
"But contrary to our customs, these barbarians give it before the drama."
Michael had been commanded to look at everything. He looked. A troop of dancers poured into the open space before the Emir's tent. Different Tartar instruments, the doutare, a long-handled guitar, the kobize, a kind of violoncello, the chibizga, a long reed flute, wind instruments, tom-toms, tambourines, united with the deep voice of the singers, formed a strange harmony. Added to this were the strains of an aerial orchestra composed of a dozen kites, which, fastened by strings to their centers, resounded in the breeze like Aeolian harps. Then the dancers began. The performers were all of Persian origin. They were no longer slaves, but exercised their profession at liberty. Formerly they figured officially in the ceremonies at the court of Teheran, but since the accession of the reigning family, banished or treated with contempt, they had been compelled to seek their fortune elsewhere. They wore the national costume, and were adorned with a profusion of jewels. Little triangles of gold, studded with jewels, glittered in their ears. Circles of silver, marked with black, surrounded their necks and legs. These performers gracefully executed various dances, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups. Their faces were uncovered, but from time to time they threw a light veil over their heads, and a gauze cloud passed over their bright eyes as smoke over a starry sky. Some of these Persians wore leathern belts embroidered with pearls, from which hung little triangular bags. From these bags, embroidered with golden filigree, they drew long narrow bands of scarlet silk, on which were braided verses of the Koran. These bands, which were held between them, formed a belt under which the other dancers darted, and, as they passed each verse, following the precept it contained, they either prostrated themselves on the earth, or lightly bounded upwards, as though to take a place among the houris of Mohammed's heaven. But what was remarkable, and what struck Alcide, was that the Persians appeared rather indolent than fiery. Their passion had deserted them, and, by the kind of dances, as well as by their execution, they recalled rather the calm and self-possessed Nautch girls of India rather than the impassioned dancers of Egypt. When this was over, a stern voice was heard saying,
"Look while you may."
The man who repeated the emir's words, a tall, spare Tartar, was he who carried out the sentence of Feofar Khan against offenders. He had taken his place behind Michael, holding in his hand a broad, curved sabre, one of those Damascene blades which are forged by the celebrated armorers of Karshi or Hisar. Behind him guards were carrying a tripod supporting a chafing dish filled with live coals. No smoke arose from this, but a light vapor surrounded it, due to the incineration of a certain aromatic and resinous substance which he had thrown on the surface. The Persians were succeeded by another party of dancers, whom Michael recognized. The journalists also appeared to recognize them, for Blount said to his companion,
"These are the Tisganis of Nijni-Novgorod."
No doubt of it,
cried Alcide.
Their eyes, I imagine, bring more money to these spies than their legs.
In putting them down as agents in the emir's service, Alcide Jolivet was, by all accounts, not mistaken. In the first rank of the Tziganes, Sangaré appeared, superb in her strange and picturesque costume, which set off still further her remarkable beauty. Sangaré did not dance, but she stood as a statue in the midst of the performers, whose style of dancing was a combination of that of all those countries through which their race had passed, Turkey, Bohemia, Egypt, Italy, and Spain. They were enlivened by the sound of cymbals, which clashed on their arms, and by the hollow sound of the daires, a sort of tambourine played with the fingers. Sangaré, holding one of those daires, which she played between her hands, encouraged this troop of veritable corybands. A young Tzigane, of about 15 years of age, then advanced. He held in his hand a doutare, strings of which he made to vibrate by a simple movement of the nails. He sang. During the singing of each couplet, of very peculiar rhythm, a dancer took her position by him and remained there immovable, listening to him, but each time that the burden came from the lips of the young singer, she resumed her dance, dinning in his ears with her daire and deafening him with the clashing of her cymbals. Then, after the last chorus, the remainder surrounded the Tzigane in the windings of their dance. At that moment a shower of gold fell from the hands of the Emir and his train, and from the hands of his officers of all ranks, to the noise which the pieces made as they struck the cymbals of the dancers being added the last murmur of the doutares and tambourines.
"Lavish as robbers,"
said Alcide in the ear of the companion. And in fact it was the result of plunder which was falling, for with the Tartar tomans and sekins reigned also Russian ducats and roubles. Then silence followed for an instant, and the voice of the executioner, who laid his hand on Michael's shoulder, once more pronounced the words, which this repetition rendered more and more sinister:
"Look while you may."
But this time Alcide observed that the executioner no longer held the sabre bare in his hand. Meanwhile the sun had sunk behind the horizon. A semi-obscurity began to envelop the plain. The mass of cedars and pines became blacker and blacker, and the waters of the Tom, totally obscured in the distance, mingled with the approaching shadows. But at that instant several hundreds of slaves, bearing lighted torches, entered the square. Led by Sangaré, Tsiganes and Persians reappeared before the Emir's throne, and showed off, by the contrast, their dances of styles so different. The instruments of the Tartar orchestra sounded forth in harmony still more savage, accompanied by the guttural cries of the singers. The kites which had fallen to the ground once more winged their way into the sky, each bearing a parti-colored lantern, and under a fresh breeze their harps vibrated with intenser sound in the midst of their aerial illumination. Then a squadron of Tartars in their brilliant uniforms mingled in the dances, whose wild fury was increasing rapidly, and then began a performance which produced a very strange effect. Soldiers came on the ground, armed with bare sabres and long pistols, and as they executed dances, they made the air re-echo with the sudden detonations of their firearms, which immediately set going the rumbling of the tambourines and grumblings of the daires, and the gnashing of the doutares. Their arms, covered with a colored powder of some metallic ingredient, after the Chinese fashion, threw long jets, red, green, and blue, so that the groups of dancers seemed to be in the midst of fireworks. In some respects this performance recalled the military dance of the ancients, in the midst of naked swords. But this Tartar dance was rendered yet more fantastic by the colored fire, which wound serpent-like above the dancers, whose dresses seemed to be embroidered with fiery hands. It was like a kaleidoscope of sparks, whose infinite combinations varied at each movement of the dancers. Though it may be thought that a Parisian reporter would be perfectly hardened to any scenic effect which our modern ideas have carried so far, yet Alcide Jolivet could not restrain a slight movement of the head, which at home, between the Boulevard Montmartre and La Madeleine, would have said,
"Very fair, very fair."
Then, suddenly, at a signal, all the lights of the fantasia were extinguished, the dances ceased, and the performers disappeared. The ceremony was over, and the torches alone lighted up the plateau, which a few instants before had been so brilliantly illuminated. On a sign from the Emir, Michael was led into the middle of the square.
"Blount,"
said Alcide to his companion.
"are you going to see the end of all this?"
"No, that I am not,"
replied Blount.
"The readers of the Telegraph are, I hope, not very eager for the details of an execution à la Montmartre?"
"No more than your cousin."
"Poor fellow,"
added Alcide, as he watched Michael.
"that valiant soldier should have fallen on the field of battle."
"Can we do nothing to save him?"
said Blount.
"Nothing."
The reporters recalled Michael's generous conduct towards them. They knew now through what trials he must have passed, ever obedient to his duty, and in the midst of these Tartars, to whom pity is unknown, they could do nothing for him. Having little desire to be present at the torture reserved for the unfortunate man, they returned to the town. An hour later they were on the road to Irkutsk, for it was among the Russians that they intended to follow what Alcide called by anticipation
"the campaign of revenge."
Meanwhile Michael was standing ready, his eyes returning the Emir's haughty glance, while his countenance assumed an expression of intense scorn whenever he cast his looks on Ivan Ogariev. He was prepared to die, yet not a single sign of weakness escaped him. The spectators, waiting around the square, as well as Feofar Khan's bodyguard, to whom this execution was only one of the attractions, were eagerly expecting it. Then, their curiosity satisfied, they would rush off to enjoy the pleasures of intoxication. The Emir made a sign. Michael was thrust forward by his guards to the foot of the terrace, and Feofar said to him,
"You came to see our goings out and comings in, Russian spy. You have seen for the last time. In an instant your eyes will be forever shut to the day."
Michael's fate was to be not death, but blindness, loss of sight, more terrible perhaps than loss of life. The unhappy man was condemned to be blinded. However, on hearing the Emir's sentence, Michael's heart did not grow faint. He remained unmoved, his eyes wide open, as though he wished to concentrate his whole life into one last look. To entreat pity from these savage men would be useless, Besides, it would be unworthy of him. He did not even think of it. His thoughts were condensed on his mission, which had apparently so completely failed, on his mother, on Nadia whom he should never more see. But he let no sign appear of the emotion he felt. Then a feeling of vengeance to be accomplished came over him.
"Ivan,"
said he in a stern voice.
"Ivan the traitor, the last menace of my eyes shall be for you."
Ivan Ogariev shrugged his shoulders. But Michael was not to be looking at Ivan when his eyes were put out. Marfa Strogoff stood before him.
"My mother!"
cried he.
"Yes, yes, my last glance shall be for you, and not for this wretch. Stay there, before me. Now I see once more your well-beloved face. Now shall my eyes close as they rest upon it."
The old woman, without uttering a word, advanced.
"Take that woman away,"
said Ivan. Two soldiers were about to seize her, but she stepped back and remained standing a few paces from Michael. The executioner appeared. This time he held his sabre bare in his hand, and this sabre he had just drawn from the chafing dish, where he had brought it to a white heat. Michael was going to be blinded in the Tartar fashion, with a hot blade passed before his eyes. Michael did not attempt to resist. Nothing existed before his eyes but his mother, whom his eyes seemed to devour. All his life was in that last look. Marfa Strogoff, her eyes open wide, her arms extended towards where he stood, was gazing at him. The incandescent blade passed before Michael's eyes. A despairing cry was heard. His aged mother fell senseless to the ground. Michael Strogoff was blind. His orders executed, the Emir retired with his train. There remained in the square only Ivan Ogariev and the torch-bearers. Did the wretch intend to insult his victim yet further, and yet to give him a parting blow? Ivan Ogariev slowly approached Michael, who, feeling him coming, drew himself up. Ivan drew from his pocket the imperial letter, he opened it, and with supreme irony he held it up before the sightless eyes of the Tsar's courier, saying,
"Read now, Michael Strogoff, read, and go and repeat at Irkutsk what you have read. The true courier of the Czar is Ivan Ogariev."
This said, the traitor thrust the letter into his breast. Then, without looking round, he left the square, followed by the torch-bearers. Michael was left alone, at a few paces from his mother, lying lifeless, perhaps dead. He heard in the distance cries and songs, the varied noises of a wild debauch. Tomsk, illuminated, glittered and gleamed. Michael listened. The square was silent and deserted. He went, groping his way towards the place where his mother had fallen. He found her with his hand, he bent over her, he put his face close to hers. He listened for the beating of her heart. Then he murmured a few words. Did Marfa still live, and did she hear her son's words? Whether she did so or not, she made not the slightest movement. Michael kissed her forehead and her white locks. He then raised himself, and groping with his foot, trying to stretch out his hand to guide himself, he walked by degrees to the edge of the square. Suddenly Nadia appeared. She walked straight to her companion. A knife in her hand cut the cords which bound Michael's arms. The blind man knew not who had freed him, for Nadia had not spoken a word. But this done,
"Brother,"
said she.
"Nadia,"
murmured Michael.
"Nadia."
"Come, brother,"
replied Nadia.
"Use my eyes whilst yours sleep. I will lead you to Irkutsk."
End of chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of Michael Strogoff by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6 A Friend on the Highway. Half an hour afterwards, Michael and Nadia had left Tomsk. Many others of the prisoners were that night able to escape from the Tartars, for officers and soldiers, or more or less intoxicated, had unconsciously relaxed the vigilant guard which they had hitherto maintained. Nadia, after having been carried off with the other prisoners, had been able to escape and return to the square at the moment when Michael was led before the Emir. There, mingling with the crowd, she had witnessed the terrible scene. Not a cry escaped her when the scorching blade passed before her companion's eyes. She kept, by the strength of will, mute and motionless. A providential inspiration bade her restrain herself and retain her liberty, that she might lead Marfa's son to that goal which he had sworn to reach. Her heart for an instant ceased to beat, when the aged Siberian woman fell senseless to the ground, but one thought restored her to her former energy.
"I will be the blind man's dog," said
she. On Ogariev's departure, Nadia had concealed herself in the shade. She had waited till the crowd left the square. Michael, abandoned as a wretched being from whom nothing was to be feared, was alone. She saw him draw himself towards his mother, bend over her, kiss her forehead, then rise and grope his way in flight. A few instants later, she and he, hand in hand, had descended the steep slope, when, after having followed the high banks of the Tom to the furthest extremity of the town, they happily found a breach in the enclosure. The road to Irkutsk was the only one which penetrated towards the east. It could not be mistaken. It was possible that on the morrow, after some hours of carousal, the scouts of the Emir, once more scattering over the steppes, might cut off all communication. It was of greatest importance, therefore, to get in advance of them. How could Nadia bear the fatigues of that night, from the 16th to the 17th of August? How could she have found strength for so long a stage? How could her feet, bleeding under that forced march, have carried her thither? It was almost incomprehensible. But it is none the less true that on the next morning, 12 hours after their departure from Tomsk, Michael and she reached the town of Semylovskoye, after a journey of 35 miles. Michael had not uttered a single word. It was not Nadia who held his hand, it was he who held that of his companion during the whole of the night. But, thanks to that trembling little hand which guided him, he had walked at his ordinary pace. Semylovskoye was almost entirely abandoned. The inhabitants had fled. Not more than 2 or 3 houses were still occupied. All that the town contained, useful or precious, had been carried off in wagons. However, Nadia was obliged to make a halt of a few hours. They both required food and rest. The young girl led her companion to the extremity of the town. There they found an empty house, the door wide open. An old rickety wooden bench stood in the middle of the room, near the high stove which is to be found in all Siberian houses. They silently seated themselves. Nadia gazed in her companion's face as she had never before gazed. There was more than gratitude, more than pity in that look. Could Michael have seen her, he would have read in that sweet, desolate gaze a world of devotion and tenderness. The eyelids of the blind man, made red by the heated blade, fell half over his eyes. The pupils seemed to be singularly enlarged. The rich blue of the iris was darker than formerly. The eyelashes and eyebrows were partly burned, but, in appearance at least, the old penetrating look appeared to have undergone no change. If he could no longer see, if his blindness was complete, it was because the sensibility of the retina and optic nerve was radically destroyed by the fierce heat of the steel. Then Michael stretched out his hands.
"Are you there, Nadia?"
he asked.
"Yes,"
replied the young girl.
"I am close to you, and I will not go away from you, Michael."
At his name, pronounced by Nadia for the first time, a thrill passed through Michael's frame. He perceived that his companion knew all who he was.
"Nadia,"
replied he,
"we must separate."
"We separate? How so, Michael?"
"I must not be an obstacle to your journey. Your father is waiting for you at Irkutsk. You must rejoin your father."
"My father would curse me, Michael, were I to abandon you now, after all you have done for me."
"Nadia, Nadia,"
replied Michael.
"You should think only of your father."
"Michael,"
replied Nadia,
"you have more need of me than my father. Do you mean to give up going to Irkutsk?"
"Never,"
cried Michael, in a tone which plainly showed that none of his energy was gone.
"But you have not the letter."
"That letter of which Ivan Ogareff robbed me? Well, I shall manage without it, Nadia. They have treated me as a spy. I will act as a spy. I will go and repeat at Irkutsk all I have seen, all I have heard. I swear it by heaven above. The traitor shall meet me one day face to face. But I must arrive at Irkutsk before him."
And yet you speak of our separating, Michael.
Nadia, they have taken everything from me.
I have some rubles still, and my eyes. I can see for you, Michael, and I will lead you thither, where you could not go alone.
And how shall we go?
On foot.
And how shall we live?
By begging.
Let us start, Nadia.
Come, Michael.
The two young people no longer kept the names brother and sister. In their common misfortune they felt still closer united. They left the house after an hour's repose. Nadia had procured in the town some morsels of the chernokhleb, a sort of barley bread, and a little mead called meod in Russia. This had cost her nothing, for she had already begun her plan of begging. The bread and mead had in some degree appeased Michael's hunger and thirst. Nadia gave him the lion's share of this scanty meal. He ate the pieces of bread his companion gave him, drank from the gourd she held to his lips.
Are you eating, Nadia?
He asked several times.
Yes, Michael,
invariably replied the young girl, who contented herself with what her companion left. Michael and Nadia quitted Semilevskoye and once more set out on the laborious road to Irkutsk. The road bore up in a marvellous way against fatigue. Had Michael seen her, perhaps he would not have had the courage to go on, but Nadia never complained, and Michael, hearing no sigh, walked at a speed he was unable to repress. And why? Did he still expect to keep before the Tartars? He was on foot, without money, he was blind, and if Nadia, his only guide, were to be separated from him, he could only lie down by the side of the road and there perish miserably. But if, on the other hand, by energetic perseverance he could reach Krasnoyarsk, all was perhaps not lost, since the governor, to whom he would make himself known, would not hesitate to give him the means of reaching Irkutsk. Michael walked on, speaking little, absorbed in his own thoughts. He held Nadia's hand. The two were in incessant communication. It seemed to them that they had no need of words to exchange their thoughts. From time to time Michael said,
"Speak to me, Nadia."
Why should I, Michael? We are thinking together.
The young girl would reply, and contrived that her voice should not betray her extreme fatigue. But sometimes, as if her heart had ceased to beat for an instant, her limbs tottered, her steps flagged, her arms fell to her sides, she dropped behind. Michael then stopped. He fixed his eyes on the poor girl, as though he would try to pierce the gloom which surrounded him. His breast heaved. Then, supporting his companion more than before, he started on afresh. However, amidst these continual miseries, a fortunate circumstance on that day occurred, which it appeared likely would considerably ease their fatigue. They had been walking from Semilovskoye for 2 hours when Michael stopped.
"Is there no one on the road?"
Not a single soul,
replied Nadia.
"Do you not hear some noise behind us? If they are Tartars, we must hide. Keep a good lookout."
Wait, Michael,
replied Nadia, going back a few steps to where the road turned to the right. Michael Strogoff waited alone for a minute, listening attentively. Nadia returned almost immediately and said,
"It is a cart. A young man is leading it."
"Is he alone?"
"Alone."
Michael hesitated an instant. Should he hide? Or should he, on the contrary, try to find a place in the vehicle, if not for himself, at least for her? For himself, he would be quite content to lay one hand on the cart, to push it if necessary, for his legs showed no sign of failing him. But he felt sure that Nadia, compelled to walk ever since they crossed the Obi, that is, for 8 days, must be almost exhausted. He waited. The cart was soon at the corner of the road. It was a very dilapidated vehicle, known in the country as a kibitka, just capable of holding 3 persons. Usually the kibitka is drawn by 3 horses, but this had but one, a beast with long hair and a very long tail. It was of the Mongol breed, known for strength and courage. A young man was leading it, with a dog beside him. Nadia saw at once that the young man was Russian. His face was phlegmatic but pleasant, and at once inspired confidence. He did not appear to be in the slightest hurry. He was not walking fast that he might spare his horse, and, to look at him, it would not have been believed that he was following a road which might at any instant be swarming with Tartars. Nadia, holding Michael by the hand, made way for the vehicle. The kibitka stopped, and the driver smilingly looked at the young girl.
"And where are you going in this fashion?"
he asked, opening wide his great honest eyes. At the sound of his voice, Michael said to himself that he had heard it before, and it was satisfactory to him to recognize the man, for his brow at once cleared.
Well, where are you going?
Repeated the young man, addressing himself more directly to Michael.
We are going to Irkutsk,
he replied.
Oh, little father, you do not know that there are still versts and versts between you and Irkutsk.
I know it.
And you are going on foot?
On foot.
You? Well, but the young lady?
She is my sister,
said Michael, who judged it prudent to give again this name to Nadia.
Yes, your sister, little father. But believe me, she will never be able to get to Irkutsk.
Friend,
returned Michael, approaching him.
The Tartars have robbed us of everything, and I have not a kopeck to offer you. But if you will take my sister with you, I will follow your cart on foot. I will run when necessary. I will not delay you an hour.
Brother,
exclaimed Nadia.
I will not. Sir, my brother is blind.
Blind?
Repeated the young man, much moved.
The Tartars have burnt out his eyes,
replied Nadia, extending her hands as if imploring pity.
Burnt out his eyes. Oh, poor little father. I am going to Krasnoyarsk. Well, why should not you and your sister mount in the kibitka? By sitting a little close, it will hold us all three. Besides, my dog will not refuse to go on foot. Only I don't go fast. I spare my horse.
Friend, what is your name?
Asked Michael.
My name is Nicholas Pigasov.
It is a name that I will never forget,
said Michael.
Well, jump up, little blind father. Your sister will be beside you, in the bottom of the cart. I sit in front to drive. There's plenty of good birch bark and straw in the bottom. It's like a nest. Circo, make room.
The dog jumped down without more telling. He was an animal of the Siberian race, grey hair, of medium size, with an honest big head just made to pat, and he, moreover, appeared to be much attached to his master. In a moment more, Michael and Nadia were seated in the kibitka. Michael held out his hand as if to feel for those of Pigasov.
You wish to shake my hand,
said Nicholas.
There they are, little father. Shake them as long as it will give you any pleasure.
The kibitka moved on. The horse, which Nicholas never touched with the whip, ambled along. Though Michael did not gain any in speed, at least some fatigue was spared to Nadia. Such was the exhaustion of the young girl that, rocked by the monotonous movement of the kibitka, she soon fell into a sleep, its soundness proving her complete prostration. Michael and Nicholas laid her on the straw as comfortably as possible. The compassionate young man was greatly moved, and if a tear did not escape from Michael's eyes, it was because the red-hot iron had dried up the last.
She is very pretty,
said Nicholas.
Yes,
replied Michael.
They try to be strong, little father. They are brave, but they are weak after all. These dear little things. Have you come from far?
Very far.
Poor young people. It must have hurt you very much when they burnt your eyes.
Very much,
answered Michael, turning towards Nicholas as if he could see him.
Did you not weep?
Yes.
I should have wept too. To think that one could never again see the one loves. But they can see you, however. That's perhaps some consolation.
Yes, perhaps. Tell me, my friend,
continued Michael.
Have you never seen me anywhere before?
You, little father? No, never.
The sound of your voice is not unknown to me.
Why?
Returned Nicholas, smiling.
He knows the sound of my voice. Perhaps you asked me that to find out where I come from. I come from Kolivan.
From Kolivan?
Repeated Michael.
Then it was there I met you. You were in the telegraph office?
That may be,
replied Nicholas.
I was stationed there. I was the clerk in charge of the messages.
And you stayed at your post up to the last moment?
Why, it's at the moment one ought to be there.
It was the day when an Englishman and a Frenchman were disputing, roubles in hand, for the place at your wicket, and the Englishman telegraphed some poetry.
That is possible, but I do not remember it.
What? You do not remember it?
I never read the dispatches I send, my duty being to forget them. The shortest way is not to know them.
This reply showed Nicholas Pigasov's character. In the meanwhile, the kibitka pursued its way at a pace which Michael longed to render more rapid, but Nicholas and his horse were accustomed to a pace which neither of them would like to alter. The horse went for 2 hours and rested 1, so on day and night. During the halts the horse grazed, the travellers ate in company with the faithful Serko. The kibitka was provisioned for at least 20 persons, and Nicholas generously placed his supplies at the disposal of his two guests, whom he believed to be brother and sister. After a day's rest, Nadia recovered some strength. Nicholas took the best possible care of her. The journey was being made under tolerable circumstances. Slowly, certainly, but surely. It sometimes happened that during the night Nicholas, although driving, fell asleep and snored with a clearness which showed the calmness of his conscience. Perhaps then, by looking close, Michael's hand might have been seen feeling for the reins and giving the horse a more rapid pace, to the great astonishment of Serko, who however said nothing. The trot was exchanged for the amble as soon as Nicholas awoke, but the kibitka had none the less gained some versts. Thus they passed the river Ichirsk, the villages of Ichinskoye, Berilskoye, Kuskoye, the river Marunsk, the village of the same name, Bogostovskoye, and lastly the Ichula, a little stream which divides western from eastern Siberia. The road now lay sometimes across wide moors, which extended as far as the eye could reach, sometimes through thick forests of firs, of which they thought they should never get to the end. Everywhere was a desert. The villages were almost entirely abandoned. The peasants had fled beyond the Yenisei, hoping that this wide river would perhaps stop the Tartars. On the 22nd of August, the kibitka entered the town of Achinsk, 250 miles from Tomsk. 80 miles still lay between them and Krasnoyarsk. No incident had marked the journey. For the 6 days during which they had been together, Nicholas, Michael, and Nadia had remained the same, the one in his unchangeable calm, the other two uneasy and thinking of the time when their companion would leave them. Michael saw the country through which they travelled with the eyes of Nicholas and the young girl. In turns they each described to him the scenes they passed. He knew whether he was in a forest or on a plain, whether a hut was in the steppe or whether any Siberian was in sight. Nicholas was never silent. He loved to talk, and from his peculiar way of viewing things, his friends were amused by his conversation. One day Michael asked him what sort of weather it was.
Fine enough, little father,
he answered.
But soon we shall feel the first winter frosts. Perhaps the Tartars will go into winter quarters for the bad season.
Michael Strogoff shook his head with a doubtful air.
You do not think so, little father?
Resumed Nicholas.
You think that they will march on to Irkutsk?
I fear so,
replied Michael.
Yes, you are right. They have with them a bad man. He will not let them loiter on the way. You have heard speak of Ivan Ogareff?
Yes.
You know that it is not right to betray one's country.
No, it is not right,
answered Michael, who wished to remain unmoved.
Little father,
continued Nicholas,
it seems to me that you are not half indignant enough when Ivan Ogareff is spoken of. Your Russian aren't hot to leap when his name is uttered.
Believe me, my friend, I hate him more than you can ever hate him,
said Michael.
It is not possible,
replied Nicholas.
No, it is not possible. When I think of Ivan Ogareff, of the harm which he is doing to our sacred Russia, I get into such a rage that if I could get hold of him...
If you could get hold of him, friend?
I think I should kill him.
And I am sure of it,
returned Michael quietly. End of chapter 6.